All right, very good morning, everybody, from the virtual skies here. It's Captain Nabs here with you once again. We are here today at New York's John F. Kennedy, JFK, one of the most famous airports, infamous airports in the world. And we are here today to do another flight here on our Pilot's Life tour. So today, without further ado, we're going to get right into it because today we are long hauling. Today's flight is from New York's JFK all the way to LAX, Los Angeles. It's a long flight. It's 2,100 miles. It's going to take us about 5 hours in the air, 5 hours and 15 minutes in the air, according to my latest flight plan. So, yeah, I definitely want to get this show on the road without further ado. So, we're going to hop right in today, and we'll sort of summarize and talk about everything else once we get going. But yeah, that's our flight for today. We are here in, of course, the fly-by-wire A320 once again because we don't have PMDG's aircraft available to us yet. We're getting so close. We're getting so close. We can all taste it. We want it so badly. But we're getting at least one more flight squibbly in the A320 Neo. So let's hop in and get going because I set myself a takeoff time of 35 after, or at least a departure time off the gate of 35 after. So let's get this show on the road. And if I can actually get my window keys correct for once, then I would actually get to where I need to be. So today I've got the plane already fired up, powered up, and we're just going to start the boarding process and start my virtual assistant here. Let's start setting up. Let's get set up. He doesn't seem to want to listen to me today. Let's get set up. Let's start setting up.
Okay.
There we go. Now, hopefully, the one thing he doesn't do is, of course, turn everything off. That would be the worst thing he could do at this moment in time, because normally he turns the batteries on as his first step. Some of the FS2 crew stuff, they press the buttons blindly without looking. But it looks like this guy's not going to do that, so perfect. So, airplane's already fueled. I had this fueled. I had everything basically waiting here. We're on a bit of a quick turn, so we're just going to really quickly fire up these switches and get going here. Because like I said, it's a long flight today. We're going to have lots of time to talk in cruise, but I just want to get this flight going. So, let's get even closer in here today, and let's see what we got there on the screen. All right. I could go even closer, maybe. That's about as close as Track IR wants to let me get there. All right, so he's out for the walk around. What we're going to do is we're going to fast forward and say we are good for boarding here.
I'm back. No issues on the walk around.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and... I thought I had imported this correctly here. 1335, there it is. And American Airlines, we're not a CRJ anymore. All this stuff, I changed it all already once, and it's all defaulting back. There's one thing with self-loading cargo; it tend not to set everything twice. So, all right, I think that's everything. It's going to take a while to board, so let's start boarding.
Hi, the security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
All right. Oh, and I forgot myself, but there I am as well. And I got some funky stuff going on the top of my camera there. So I'm just going to see if I can really quickly remove that. Just see if I can crop a little bit of this out here because I got some funny artifacts going on there, visual artifacts there. And then just like that, they're gone. Good enough. All right. Yeah, so today I've got my trusty tablet. Today we're going to remotely set up this MCDU using the tablet because I just find it's easier on the wrist. If I can find the MCDU, there it is. So we're going to go into the MCDU menu and do ATSU AOC menu to get to initialize our flight. Today's flight is going to be American Airlines #1. We are just that important today. And we actually do have an ATIS, so let's go ahead and get that. departure, good. Okay, I just wasn't sure how it looked if I had it right, but that is correct. And we're also going to send for a request for all of our information and start boarding here as well. All right, and then by the time we return here, we should hopefully have a message received from VATSIM. Because today we do have a New York controller online, so there we go. New York JFK ATIS, Bravo 1251 Zulu 0403, 10 miles in light rain, scattered 3,000, scattered 6,000, it's not too bad. 13 degrees, 11 degrees, 30 inches even. And approaching use ILS runway 31 right, visual 31 left, departing 31 left. Departing 31 left. Anything else interesting in here? Cranes, operate transponder, read back all hold short instructions. Okay, so 30 inches. So let's just do that really quickly here. Just before I even have a chance to forget, 30 inches set on the primary and the standby. There we go. It's a little better. I zoomed in a little bit so you can see what we're doing here as well. So we're going to go right to the init page. We're going to do KJFK/KLAX. For a second, just having a momentary brain freeze, even though I'd said it like 2 minutes ago. And again, the flight number today is American Airlines number 1. You need flight number in use. Somebody's already using this flight number. Isn't that hilarious? And I actually found that when I logged onto VATSIM, I had filed it, and it actually was already, somebody had logged in as American 01, or American 1, so I'd logged in as American 01. Same difference, it's going to be the same call sign. All right, let's just have a quick look at our flight plan here. Supporting my PMDG future purchases 1 dime at a time. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Let me just pull up my flight plan here on the other screen here, and I'll just pull it over here so you guys can see what we got going on here today. All right, so we're looking at a cost index of 100, a flight level of 340. I picked a fast cost index because we just need to get this flight done as quickly as possible, just because it's such a long flight. All right, so what did we say for departure? We said 31 left or right? I've already forgotten. Hold on. We'll get it. We'll get it. Departing runway 31 left. Okay, 31 left it is. Departure 31 left. I don't know what we're going to be doing. We planned on a SID here. It's not planned on a SID, so we're going to go JFK-5 for now, and we'll change it if we have to for something different. All right, and so then we go to, it's a long flight to put in here today, so we're going to try and go as quick as we can here. Robbinsville, 40 north, that's the one. Q430. Oops, what am I doing here? Forgetting I'm in an Airbus for a second. So Robbinsville, Airways. There's a bunch of airways on here, but I can do them all. If they're all back-to-back, it's actually not too bad. That's as far as AIR, which I think is Bel Air. Jet 80 to Kansas. Thinking about it. Takes a minute to think about it here. There it is. Search his database and verify that everything is correct. And then Jet 24 to SLN, which I think is Salina. Let it think about it, though. Don't try to pop it in there before it's thought about it, or it will screw the whole thing up. Jet 102, ALS. And this Airbus system is not so bad if you've got a whole bunch of airways back-to-back, but if you get a single break in there, then you've got to come out of this menu, and then you've got to get back into it, which can be frustrating. RSK. Is that as many airways as I can insert at one time? Yeah, it's as many airways as I can insert at one time. 5 airways is all I get. All right. But it looks okay. Going all the way down there. That's a lot of waypoints. There's RSK. We can do more airways. Jet 64 to TBC. Jet 64. Think about it. Think about it. There it is. That's the almost the end of the airways. We got one more airway actually. Then we go direct to chassis. Scroll through the whole list again. Chassis. Airways from chassis. Q90 to De Niro. Haha, De Niro. D-N-E-R-O. Which is also the initial point of our arrival, the Angel 4 into Los Angeles. Planning 25 left. We'll go with that for now. We can change it en route. We got lots of time en route. ILS 25 left. Angel 4. I don't see De Niro as a transition on here. Make me go to the charts right now. It's like I'm just trying to get going here. I could fix this airborne, but we might as well just do this really quickly here. Just going to load it up really quickly on my other screen. Angel 4, RNAV transition. De Niro. De Niro looks like a full transition on the Angel 4. Why am I not seeing it here? Oh, it's the ILS transition. That's why. And I get confused about that. It jumps back and forth. It asks you for the approach, then it asks you for the star, then it asks you for the approach transition, then it asks you for the star transition. Why does it jump back and forth like that? There's a lot of things about the Airbus philosophy of the way their FMS is designed that really just confuse the heck out of me. Some of the stuff is really smart, don't get me wrong. Some of it is really smart, but then some of it, you just look at it and you're just like, why? Alright, so I'm going to put in the plan ZFW for now, and then we're going to change it. So our plan ZFW is 63,100, 63.1, and our planned C of G, does it give it to us here? It does not. So I'm just going to go with, I think, 26 is a normal value. Nope, 40.8, or is it 56? Nope. We will figure out that CFG in a little bit. And our block fuel, we should have 15 tons. 15.8. Done. Alright. And last but not least, performance. Honestly, I just don't have time for the takeoff calculator today. So we're just going to go with what the FMS offers up as a default. Because we got to just get this show on the road here. Alright. And that is it. Everything's set up top or on the FMS. So let's go ahead and start up that APU so that it's ready to go. The bridge left me some time ago. I didn't even realize the bridge had left me.
Hi guys, here's the load sheet for you.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a safe flight.
The one thing I have left to check is I just need to check and see if the check to see if the weight and balance is done here. And it's not done loading yet. It's getting there, but it's not done yet. CFG is out of limits, but that's because it's got to finish boarding. So, all right, I think that is all that's set. So let's go ahead and just call up JFK-ATC before we bother setting anything up here, because then that'll help get us the right departure and everything before we start briefing the wrong thing. So let's go ahead, 19-1. Let's call them up and get a clearance. Kennedy Tower, good morning, American 1 looking for IFR clearance to LAX.
American 1, Kennedy Tower, good morning. Clear to Los Angeles International Airport, score 4 departure. Ranger transition, radar vectors Robbinsville and file. Climb via the SID, expect flight level 340, 1 German, that's departure. Departure is offline, squawk 1522.
Okay, American 1 is cleared to Los Angeles via the score 4 departure, range transition, radar vectors Robbinsville, climb via the SID, expect 340 10 minutes after departure. Departure's offline and squawk code is 1522.
American 1, readback is correct. Information Bravo, current, call for taxi.
All right, we'll call you for taxi American 1. Okay. Yeah. I found that the ATC on the other speaker was really loud, so I had it turned down. So now it's obviously way too quiet, so I had to play with that. So hopefully the next transmission, I'll check it here. I was trying to get into it really quickly there. Okay, so what did I type in here? So 1522 for the squawk. All right, 1522 for the squawk. It's the score for departure. So let's go and change this up. Departure. So it's 3-1 left, but it's the score for. Ranger transition. Insert that. That creates a small discon, but that's okay because we're getting vectored over to that next point. And then we can pull up our charts here. I find it hilarious that the bridge just went away on its own. I didn't even notice the bridge went away. All right. So we'll load this up really quickly here. New flight from SimBrief. Just trying to get this plane off the gate in the next couple of minutes here so we can get airborne in time to get to our destination before I run out of my day here. All right, so score for departure. No real notes up here, just radar is required. It's pretty straightforward. And 3-1 left, climb heading 314 to intercept course of 238 to score. And then maintain 5,000 expected clearance to final altitude route. And yeah, it's score, METs above 2,500 Ranger. So that should all be in here. Score, METs above 2,500 Ranger. Yep, that's all in there. So we can fly it in LNAV. It goes to 420 feet, then it's heading 314. Or then it's a 238 and down to score. So yeah, so that's fine. We can fly it in LNAV mode, and the top altitude on it is 5,000. So let's get 5,000 in there. And that's it. And that was basically my departure briefing almost right there.
Kennedy Tower, good morning, Delta 409, ILS 48.
Yeah, that sounds, I think that ATC is a little better now.
Kennedy Tower, good morning.
Okay, I think that's all I need right now. So we've got everything set up. Got the flight director up. Put our constraints, not waypoints, constraints up there. And I think we're good to go. So, yeah. Are you ready for the departure briefing? Are you ready for the takeoff briefing?
Ready.
All right, so yeah, we are parked over here at Terminal 8 here in Kennedy. For departure 3-1 left, I imagine we're going to go probably around Bravo and then Juliet to get to the threshold of 3-1 left. The only hotspot on that route is crossing runway 22 right. Score for departure again. We just briefed it really quickly there. It's runway heading 314 till we get to 400 feet, then a left turn to intercept 238 course inbound to score. And then after score comes METs and Ranger. That's all in there. It's already set up to fly in the LNAV mode. We've got LNAV engaged, so it's just going to fly that turn automatically after departure. And then after Ranger, we're going to get a vector over to Robbinsville. We'll basically just do direct since no departure is currently online. That's basically it. Terrain around here is 2,900 feet. The weather is raining, so we're going to use wet numbers for departure. Otherwise, ceiling's more than high enough for an immediate return if we had to come back for any reason. Operational. No MELs on the aircraft. Check the NOTAMs. And we got nothing terribly exciting that I saw. Let's just have a quick scroll through here. 3-1 left. Anything for 3-1 left or SIDS? Those are the ones we're really interested in. Nope, nothing for SIDS. Oh, SID, Kennedy 5. Yeah, nothing for the SID, so I think we're good. So that's good. Before takeoff checklist.
Flight controls.
Cancel that checklist. Cancel checklist.
Okay.
Before start checklist.
Cockpit prep.
Completed.
Completed. Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Signs.
On. On and auto.
Are you sure about that? Adheres.
Nav.
Fuel quantity.
15,800 kilograms. 15800 kilograms. Set and checked.
Takeoff data.
Set.
Baro ref.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck,
3000 set.
Captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you
Set
aboard our
down to
flight.
the line.
We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the
Flight deck to ground.
operations of this Airbus.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We'll be ready in a minute.
Business having you aboard this flight.
Roger.
If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to
Just
ask.
gonna look one more
Welcome
time in the
aboard.
MCTU here and see if the boarding is done on the menu here. It is. So ZFW of 60.6, 24.3. So 60.6 and 24.3. Just gonna put that in as final numbers here. There we go. All right, and now we are ready.
Hey guys, are we clear to close?
Lufthansa
Go for it.
405 Heavy, monitor
Go for it.
122.
Yes.
Have a great flight.
Over to Unicom. Have a good day.
Yes.
405 Heavy.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Delta 409, welcome to New York.
All right, I think we got everything set here. Let me just make sure that all my trackers are ready to track here. So this is going.
Alpha.
Yeah, we'll just start this flight right now. Have a nice flight, and it's going.
Foxtrot Alpha, Fox Alpha, and I believe cross 22 right at
Below the line.
Windows
Cross
and
22,
doors.
cross 22 right on Foxtrot,
Closed.
Delta 409.
Closed. Beacon.
Okay, Foxtrot Alpha, Foxtrot Alpha, cross 22 right
On.
at Foxtrot,
Thrust
Delta
levers.
409.
Flight attendants,
Idle.
doors and cross check.
Parking brake.
Set.
Before start checklist complete.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
Brakes are released.
Pushing back.
Why is the bridge coming back? It's hilarious when things get out of sync like that too. Now this is a bit of an interesting corner to
You
try
are
and
clear
kind of-
behind, and you can start your engines at your discretion.
All right, starting engines 1 and 2 in sequence. Starting engine 2
Check.
without hitting anything. We just need kind of some room to swing. It's a dreary day here in New York. I hope it's sunnier when we get to LA. If anybody's chatting, I'm sorry right now. I'm just kind of focused on getting going. I'm going to check out the chat in a minute here. Got a lot of stuff going on my other screen right now. All right, but this is where and again, like that toolbar pushback also be very handy for this. But anything where you can really kind of manipulate the aircraft because it's such a complicated little corner, a straight back, like just a straight back or like a straight turn would put you right inside the building. So you kind of need a little course reversal there just to get going. Stop pushback before we hit the building. Nice.
Pushback complete. Set parking brakes, please.
Brakes are set.
Roger. Okay, the tow bar is disconnected and the equipment is clear. We will see you on the right-hand side with the pin.
Starting engine 1.
Check.
You are clear to disconnect and go to hand signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
Nuclear Jet 748. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Squibbly unfortunately couldn't be here, but it's nice to have at least somebody else to fly with so that we can enjoy this nice long flight together. And thank you everybody for your patience over the delay. My family member's still not that much better, but just trying to get this out of the way because if I don't do this today, I'm not going to have time next week. This is kind of the last chance for at least 2 weeks to get this flight done. So I really was kind of hard pressed to get this flight done today. So we are going to get her done one way or another. We're going to end up somewhere that's not New York. Actually, we do need the perf page up. Alright, sounds like it's almost fully started there. Hope it's not too quiet for you guys, but I also hate when it's like obscenely loud that you guys can't hear me over the sound of the airplane just because the airplane is so loud. Alright, that looks good. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
I just have to wait a second to give him time to do his flow. There we go. Off.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
Set and checked. Squibbly, I learned from you. There's the CFG 23.3, so I set it for 23.3. Set and checked. No. Set and checked. Set and checked.
Rudder
Set.
trim.
0.
After start checklist complete.
Alright, let's just pull up that taxi chart there. We'll roll up to the edge of the apron. Select taxi light on. No. This info's useless sometimes. Kennedy Tower, American 1 is ready for taxi, just coming up on November Bravo.
American 1, can you accept an intersection departure, runway true 1 left at Kilo Echo, 10,900 feet available?
Yeah, we can accept that, American 1.
American 1, runway true 1 left at Kilo Echo, taxi left Bravo, Kilo Echo.
Alright, left turn on Bravo and Kilo Echo for the departure 3-1 left from Kilo Echo, American 1. It's so weird to just have like one flight number. It's hard for me to say it. American 1, American 1.
American 207, ready for taxi, East Bravo, able Kilo Echo.
American 207, runway true 1 left at Kilo Echo.
My performance is also not great. Whenever you're in the New York area, it does penalize your computer. It's such a dense urban environment. So many objects within just like even probably 5 miles of this airplane right now, that every time I like look like really quickly in another direction, it just chokes because it's got to suddenly draw a whole bunch more objects in another direction. So I'm trying to do my best here to get through this without looking too much like crazy like in other directions, because it just causes like a big lag. It doesn't help that I'm streaming too, because of course then I'm encoding video on top of processing, you know, the sim. Don't see anything but gray. The thing is, it's out there. Even if it's just drawing gray in front of it, it's all out there. But you're 100% right. Nothing but gray out there. It's a great day. We're not going to see it. We didn't see it when we arrived either. That's the funny thing. We flew all the way to New York. We barely saw anything because it was kind of like overcast, like 2000, I think, when we arrived, like a week and a half ago. And here it is now. We're leaving, and you got good visibility down here at the surface, but
1194,
yeah, you go. But yeah, like you can see, there's buildings and structures out there, but you can't even see downtown from here, really. You can kind of make out some buildings across the horizon there. Anyways. Playing chicken with an airplane, are you? Oh, he's gonna win it, chicken, I guess.
American 1194, clearance on request, stand by.
There you go, there's a Delta flight going into the apron there. See, I do enjoy so much flying on VATSIM when you do get to a busy airport. You do see just a handful, even a handful of other airplanes, just, you know, remind you that there's other simmers out there. I really enjoy it. As Travis was pointing out, we flew to Monterey yesterday, and they were having a kind of a mini event there. It was a tower fly-in for like a minor tower in California, so it's not something that was particularly busy, but it was nevertheless quite fun just to see other aircraft out there. We did it VFR, so it was kind of nice to enjoy the scenery and find our way VFR. Like, I really had fun. I thought that was great fun. I think we should do more VFR flying. IFR flying, you're always spaced 3 miles apart at least, so you don't see anybody else, you don't see anything else.
American 1194, I have an amendment to your route advice ready to copy.
Take up American 1194.
American 1194, cleared to Boston Logan International Airport.
All right, so we just got to go past all the terminals here, and then it's going to be Kilo Echo on the right. It's not going to be too far out here.
Merit, Orbx 3 arrival. Climb via the SID. Expect flight level 230.
There's that guy that tried to run us over.
Departure.
Still racing us.
Departure is offline. Squawk 1610.
I do like the raindrop effects. It's just weird that they're going up on the side window. On the front window, kind of makes sense if there's airflow over the airplane, but on the side window, which is almost vertical, it should be flowing backwards, not really upwards.
Altitude 10 minutes of departure. And squawk 1610. American 1194.
And American 1194 to confirm that was the Orbx 3 arrival.
Your Orbx 3 arrival 11. American 1194, thanks.
American 1194, readback is correct. Information Bravo current. Push and start at your discretion. Call for taxi.
I didn't think we'd get in the ATC this early on a Friday morning, but here we are. Count our blessings when we can get them here. Nuclear Jet, what are you? What's your call sign today? Now, one of these is going to be Kilo Echo, and it might be this one. So, before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist. Let's start again. Before takeoff checklist.
Flight controls.
You know, we never did that. I have not been flying this plane much lately, so I'm very kind of out of sorts on it. So there's elevators, flight control check. Ailerons. Rudder. Checked.
Checked. Flight instruments.
Checked.
American
Checked.
1,
Briefing.
wind calm, runway 31 left at Kilo Echo.
Confirmed.
Takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 31 left from Kilo Echo, American 1. Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. V1, VR, V2, flex 10.
V1 137, VR 138, V2 142. Flexing 46 degrees.
V1, 137, VR, 138, V2, 142, flex 10, 46 degrees, ATC.
Left side clear, right side clear. Set.
ECAM memo.
I'm going to say it's checked. Check, no blue.
Kennedy Tower, good
Checked,
morning.
no blue.
For 10 miles inbound, localizer 31 right with Bravo on board.
Takeoff, no blue.
Delta 4, Kennedy Tower, good morning. Runway 31 right, clear to land.
I'm really...
Approach path clear of traffic.
Takeoff, no blue.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Takeoff, no blue.
Down to the line.
Delta 4 heavy,
Below the
Kennedy
line.
Tower, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Takeoff runway.
31 left confirmed.
Cabin crew.
Advised.
TCAS.
TARA.
Delta 4 heavy, are you still on frequency?
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
PAX.
On.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
All right. Wow. I'm very rough on this airplane today. Takeoff. Check thrust.
Set.
American 207, runway 31 left at
Okay.
Kilo Echo, line up and wait. Hold for in-trail separation, will be a few minutes.
Roger, American 207 on way to Kilo Echo.
100 knots. V1, rotate.
Delta 4, Kennedy Tower.
Positive climb.
Gear up.
American 1, monitor Unicom 122.8. Have a great flight.
Unicom, American 1, see ya. Flap 0.
Speed checked.
Autopilot 1 on.
Flap 0.
Alright, so since it's kind of in the same direction, I'm just going to link Ranger and Robbinsville together there. Set flight level 340.
Kennedy Tower, Delta 4.
Delta 4, Kennedy Tower.
Kennedy Tower, very good morning.
He sent us to Unicom and I already forgot. After takeoff climb checklist.
Landing gear.
Up.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Tax.
On.
Down to the line.
Alright, she's pretty warm out there. She's 13 degrees tat right now, sat of 3. We're probably going to get ice in a couple minutes here. Meantime, like, all these displays suddenly seem really bright. It got really dark up here in this cloud layer. She's a dreary day up here, but alright, we're airborne. We're on our way. And, what are we showing? 21:22 for arrival into, that can't be right. That cannot be right at all. Because that is like 8 hours from now. So obviously, as we accelerate here, it's going to get a little better. It's obviously something's messed up on that calculation right now. But here we go. We're on our way to America 207. Thank you. I think I heard you. I heard you after you started talking to the tower there. I just didn't recognize you. I wasn't really listening to anything the tower was saying to anybody else because I was so focused on getting ourselves going here. But here we go. Our American 320 climbing out. A very cloudy morning in New York, and it does seem like a very widespread kind of layer of precipitation. Although, hey, look, already there we are, above the clouds, and I love like the dynamic lighting levels here as we go in and out of the clouds. Like the lighting overall relative to the... I don't even know what it's doing here. But the overall lighting relative to the outside world is constantly changing, and I do like that. Like, it's a nice dynamic effect. Sometimes it's almost overdone, but... Alright, let's just check and make sure that the lights are off, the seatbelts are off, everybody's happy. I like it. Alright, we're on our way. I don't even know what this is. This is like number 5, I think, of our... I'm looking for it. Let's turn off the e-cams there. There we go. This is like number 5, I believe. We can turn off the integrated lights of our season 7, I think we're on, of our pilot's life career. So we are on our way now from New York to LA. We're going to hit Ranger, right turn to Robbinsville, and it's a long way to New York. But as we go here, hopefully this time we'll get a little more realistic. Now it's 2001. That's a bit more realistic. I can deal with 2001. I couldn't deal with 21. Like, I was like, what? It's even 2001's a little bit too late, really. We need to slice about 1 more hour off of that, but we should be able to do that. Once we get accelerated here, This thing should pretty much, I think, fly the red line, especially once we get up to cruise here. I mean, we do have it running in a cost index mode, but we can also, let's pull up the flight plan, because the flight plan is predicated on going even faster, because I don't believe the cost indexing is actually programmed into the fly-by-wire 320 yet. So let's have a look at the flight log and see what we're filed at here in terms of, so flight level is 340, that's fine. Mach number, it's filed at 0.80. It doesn't give a climb speed, but it is filed for Mach 80. So we're going to go ahead and set that in here, just to make sure that we do, once we get up to cruise especially, even here, let's do 300/0.80. Am I even allowed to switch it? Oh, I'm not even allowed to switch it. I'm going to have to manually switch it. I can't switch the climb profile, but it looks like I can switch the... Nope, maybe not. There's Ranger. I cannot switch this at all, so I cannot change the cost index. What I can do, however, though, is I can... I can just bring it up using manual speed once we get up to altitude. We'll manually bring the Mach number up to 0.80, and we'll make sure we fly the whole leg today at 0.80. There we go. As we leave the New York area behind, it's actually already starting to clear up a little bit. There are some higher clouds off to the west here, so we will just keep on climbing above them, but it doesn't look too bad, all things considered. Alright, and of course then I do this. Then I look at my Sim Toolkit Pro, which is actually really kind of just such a handy tool. And here is the weather pattern here for today. So it was raining a little bit in New York. Looks like the worst of the weather is still ahead of us. It's going to be for about the next hour. We're going to be dealing with this. I mean, at least we're not going over this. So this is not too bad here. We've a little red buildup over there. That might be a little tall buildup we might have to go around, but it's not too bad here. But there we go. That's probably you. Doesn't actually show me the call signs there, but yeah. Once we get away from the Ohio Valley, it's a clear shot the rest of the way. And yeah, I spent some time. I spent quite a bit of time kind of debating about this route and how to fly it, just because it's such a long route. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and increase the speed manual to 300. Oh, not that one. That one. Hopefully we should be able to still climb. And there's transition. Below the line. No, not below the line in this one. Transition set standard. No, nothing. Honestly, I haven't flown the 320 for a while. I've been kind of using the CRJ and a few other aircraft, so I haven't flown the 320 for a bit. So it's amazing how quickly like these skills go out of your brain. You get rusty at them so incredibly quickly here when you're not using them on at least a once a week kind of basis. And I tend to usually do a practice flight before, just to kind of get back into the philosophy of the checklist and everything in the aircraft before I do a stream. But this week's just been a little bit hectic. Next week's going to be even worse. So yeah, this week's been a little bit hectic because we've been dealing with illness at home, and then next week we actually have a birthday party, which is going to be great. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's been 3 years since we had a birthday party for our kids, like a real proper birthday party. So we are going to be having a birthday party. It's going to be at our house, which is going to be just insane. A large number of kids have said yes already, like a surprisingly large number of kids have already said yes. So next week is all about cleaning up our house and actually making it look decent. Not that kids care, but we don't want to invite kids over to a house it's not that it's dirty, but it's just like there's so many like little things are all everywhere that kind of just need to get done that you always just sort of put off, and you're just like, I'll just do it later, I'll just do it later. There's nothing like people coming over to your house to really kind of force you to clean up and just do those couple of little things here and there, little fix-it jobs that you just keep putting off that need to get done. So anyways, so because of that, I expect I'm going to have no time next week at all, just because it's going to be a hectic week of trying to get all this stuff done and get ready. So, yeah. Kind of glad we're getting this done today, because this is probably the last chance I'm going to have for at least a week and a half to do this, but then we'll get ready with that next leg afterwards. Departed at the right time, the tower closed behind us. How nice is that? And it's funny because like that is usually the opposite of the experience we have. I almost always, I seem to be cursed with ATC. I almost always seem to log on as the ATC is leaving. That seems to be the most common theme I always seem to encounter, is that it's always the ATC leaves when I log on, not that they start when I log on. So yeah, or when we get to our destination, they always leave just before we get there. So it was kind of nice to have some ATCs that have a proper clearance. We didn't have to sort of figure out what we were doing, because honestly, Kennedy is one airport I'm not really familiar with. I've only been there once in real life. That was a very long time ago. It wasn't as an airline. So yeah, in terms of like what departure runway configurations you might normally expect, I wouldn't really have the faintest clue, to be honest, what to do at Kennedy. So I'm really glad we had some ATC back there when we left. That was really kind of, I wasn't necessarily expecting that, but it was really kind of, it was just nice. It was beneficial. Really kind of, it just helped get us off the ground a little bit faster. So I don't think we were too bad there. Let's see if we have it in here. Usually in the MCDU AT. Let's see the AOC menu. Okay, yeah, there it is. So doors closed at 12:44. That doesn't sound right. Out 13:04, off 13:17. That does not sound right at all. Is that right? Is that clock even set right? That clock's not even set right. What's going on with this today? Huh. I swear I'm flying this in real time. Alright, so... well, that time is useless then. Should be flying this in real time. I am thoroughly and utterly confused. That is not the time. There we go. That's the time. That was weird. So as a result, I have no idea what time our takeoff actually was. I have to wind back through the presentation here. That is really weird. I don't know why the clock was not. It was set for real time, but then for some reason it was off by like 30 minutes there. That's really odd. Yeah, what time did we actually depart at? How close did we make it to our schedule? Does self-loading cargo want to tell me? No, it's going to be previous flight logs, right? Yeah, no, we don't need that. Late 30 minutes. Were we really late 30 minutes leaving? It's only 30 minutes. No, it's only 30 minutes behind scheduled departure time now. So, anyways, I'm just trying to figure it out because I'm just trying to sense how well we did. I know we were a bit late. I think we're probably about 5 or 10 minutes late leaving the gate, but it wasn't too bad, all things considered. Considering how quickly I started the stream and tried to get it all going, I don't think that was too bad, but it was not as fast as I would have liked to have gone. But yeah, regardless, we're going to get there at, now we can get a realistic estimate for arrival, 1923. That's not too bad. We might need to speed that up just a little bit more because that's a little bit late by my calculations, but it's not too bad. Hopefully as we go we'll get closer to that closer to that 5 hours and 15 minutes that it was predicting. Just breaking out the tops here, 287. Looks like we're going to be on top of everything. That's good. Yeah, my goal is to try and have us 1919. My goal is to have us on the ground closer to 1900. That's my hope anyways. If I'd started the timer like Squibbly taught me, I would have known what time we took off at too. And it's funny because like this kind of clock is in almost every airplane I've ever flown. And it's got an ET here in elapsed time that starts usually when you take off, but it's supposed to spring back to the run position. I wonder if it's going to actually start a timer now that actually works. Curious to see what happens. Even as we're going here, the time is melting away pretty quickly here. 19:17, 16. So even as it's constantly recalculating, the time is looking better and better for arrival to LAX. I really have to be kind of off the stream by 19:20 Zulu. So we're hoping to get to the gate closer to 19:10, maybe even 19:15. So we need to be landing at about 19. We need to be landing no later than about 19:10. So the trend is in the right direction. And as we go a little further west, the headwind's going to disappear. We got a bit of a headwind going on right now, 67 knots. It's not crazy, but I'll show you the planning I did in a minute here. Just waiting to kind of see us level off. Your takeoff time was 13:52. Mine was probably at least 2 minutes earlier. Yeah, so 13:50. So that's not too bad. Yeah, that would put us on the ground in LA about 5 to 10 after. So that should work. Thank you. I don't know why my clock was screwed up. I didn't pause the sim for any reason. I did go into the configuration menu for about 60 seconds to reset my flight controls, but it wasn't for 30 minutes. So that's weird that the time was off by a whole 30 minutes. It's very weird. All right. We're now going to fly Mach number here, open climb 0.80. We're going to let it stick to 0.80 as we go up. And it should work out quite well here. I don't think we're going to be able to go much faster than 8.0. Maybe we could do 8.1 if it's smooth. As long as it stays smooth, we could even do 8.1. Really kind of running right to the red line. Just trying to make this flight happen in a reasonable time period. Let's see here. Yeah, today's flight, because of just the length of time involved today, it really involves some careful planning. And I did do a lot of kind of analysis of what was going on to pull up the plan here. So SimBrief, and again, I can't emphasize how much I enjoy SimBrief because it's such good planning software. Even if I just go in and just edit it again, just to show you guys what we were looking at. So we were looking at the flight here, the JFK to LAX, throw on some extra fuel, auto the passengers and everything else like that. So we got, of course, you know, JFK to LAX, this is a very popular route in America. It's obviously with a flight number like American 1, it's a very popular route, but there's tons of airlines flying it, and it's because it's such a long route, because it's a 5-hour, 2,100-mile route, there's lots of ability to vary it north and south 50, 100, 200 miles to avoid different things and still come in at a very similar time. So short flights, usually you don't vary the route too much, but a long flight like this, you can definitely vary the route. So here's the routes that you had available here, just to kind of show you. If I could just drop this somewhere where it's going to, where you're going to be able to see what's going on here. I love that you can move this around, though. How nice is that? So the route we used today was this one, but you can take a slightly more southerly route. You can take a more northerly route. You can take sort of go around certain things. This one was obviously picked a specific point here to sort of go around something. And that something was probably the weather. Throw this up here. Right now it's kind of fine. But yesterday, of course, this whole smattering of weather was right about here. So probably this was designed, this route was designed to get around this whole smattering of weather here. So fly to this specific point here, and then this mandatory point here, and then fly southwest. Today's flights, the flight we're on, the route we're on, probably one of the better ones. It's avoiding this weather down here looks pretty nasty. Even this right here. But there's a gap here we could slip through. So either of these routes would be pretty good. You know, if time was no object, I probably would have even picked a slightly more northern route, take us around the northern side of this and avoid all this really kind of severe looking weather here. Why don't we just focus in here while it's, yeah. Focus in for a second here while it's doing its thing. But yeah, I spent a lot of time kind of looking at the routes, and that's not all I looked at with the routes was the weather. But that's a huge impact. On a flight like this, you can really kind of pick a route that's going to avoid the worst of the weather. And why make people work? Why give people an uncomfortable ride if you don't have to? So a lot of airlines will work pretty hard on these longer routes to avoid bad weather, especially. And it's as much about avoiding congestion as it is about finding smooth air. The thing is, when you get like a giant glob of weather like that in the middle of your map somewhere, everywhere around there's going to be airplanes that maybe are not on a long flight, that are on a relatively short flight, but that have to go around this weather, that are going to be diverting. So you're going to end up with airspace like that. That's going to be very congested with lots of people diverting. Instead of sticking to their airways, sticking to the common flight plan routes, everyone's going to be kind of going every which way. Controllers are going to work 3 times as hard trying to keep everybody separated because everyone's going to be flying these narrow corridors around the weather. Let's see if we can do Mach 8.1. Everyone's going to be flying these narrow corridors around the weather instead of, you know, the wide open sky, because the weather's blocking large portions of the sky, so it's making those areas very congested. So it also benefits the airplanes. It benefits the airlines to go around these bad weather areas if they can, if they've got a long enough flight where it's not going to cost you too much extra time and fuel, just because it keeps you away from the congestion, where you may not be flying an optimal route or an optimal altitude just because of the amount of other airplanes working in that area. So the other thing that I looked at for today, especially just because, again, such a long flight, is I looked at the winds, and that's again another thing where SimBrief really can shine here. So it just gives you a great kind of overview of the winds. You can pick the time frame, so it does it about 18 hours out. So you can pick tomorrow's weather if you want. So I was kind of looking at this starting yesterday, and I kind of looked at the pattern of the winds here, and I said, yeah, like this direct route actually works out really quite well today, because it doesn't take us too far into a headwind. There's a little bit of a headwind component here as we're leaving New York, but even now it's going to turn into a crosswind. Eventually it's going to turn almost into a bit of a, it's going to become almost light to nil, and then we're going to have to cross the jet stream again. But we're not going straight into it. We're going across it, so that should minimize kind of the impact of how much it slows us down. So it will slow us down. There's no doubt about that, but it's the impact of how much it will slow us down shouldn't be too bad. But I spent a lot of time looking at that as well. I thought about different routes. Like if we go down here, you're just going to spend a lot of time that first half of the flight really into this strong wind. If we were taking a more northern route, this wind's even stronger up here. The other thing you can do is you can look at different altitudes as well. So 30,000 feet, the winds are a little bit lighter, but you're not going to usually go, you're not going to be quite as efficient on fuel, but you can usually go maybe a little bit faster. So we could even go down if we had to 39,000 feet. Same deal, 34 is kind of the peak of the wind today here. It's not the ideal in terms of trying to avoid the winds. But yeah, usually around the mid-30s is where the jet stream kind of peaks, and then as you go even higher, eventually it drops off as well. So, but as you go higher, you also lose your ability to go as fast. The Mach 0.82 at 40,000 feet is slower than at 30,000 feet. So if you want to go faster, you'll go a little bit lower within reason. So kind of into the low 30s if you really want to go fast. But I spent quite a bit of time looking at this, trying to and playing with different routes. And the nice thing is that you can generate all these flight plans. So it gives you a quick overview here. The route we chose today is 0.8% over the Great Circle route. The kind of more southerly route, it's 3.7% over the Great Circle route. This slightly more northerly route is only about 3% over, but it kind of gets us into the wind more here at the back end, so I wasn't so happy with that one. I was really kind of looking for something like this one also would have been really good, kind of avoid that wind, almost pick up a tailwind here, and then again kind of cut straight across that crosswind, about up 3% extra. So do you think you're going to save 3% time by being out of the wind? Maybe, maybe not. But the nice thing is you can run them. You can run as many flight plans as you want. There's no limit on SimBrief on how many flight plans you can generate. Keep it within reason because it is still a free service, but you can run 3 different flight plans for this and see what the different times add up to. And I did. I ran 2 or 3 different flight plan scenarios, see what the time added up to, and basically the direct route was the most optimal in terms of time at the end of the day. I didn't change different altitudes. I could try that right now because our flight plan is already filed and I've already got the PDF up. We could change the altitude. So let's what if we were to go down to, it's a bit of a extreme example, but 30,000 feet instead of 340, and keep all the other factors the same. And the only thing is that this is back. Yeah, no, that's right. That's the right time. So generate a new flight plan, see if it's even faster at a lower altitude. Maybe we can go back down if it is going to be faster at a lower altitude. Give it a couple seconds. Generate, and it actually, if you go down to 30,000, it saves us another 10 minutes. So maybe it is worth going down to 30,000. Let's roll that back to 8.0, because at 8.0, if we're going to fly right at the limit, lower is actually faster. So let's go down to 30. So it's probably going to cost us a little bit more fuel. Let's just have a quick look at that as well. We did have some contingency. That puts the block up to 16,814. See, that does cost us quite a bit more fuel, though. That's the only thing. More fuel than we necessarily had on board. So let's go 32. Strike a balance somewhere in between. And that... we pretty much had the takeoff fuel. Our extra fuel was about 800 kilos. We had 15A to take off, so we could actually do this and just lose all of our extra fuel. Honestly, the weather's really good in LA today. It's just supposed to be sky clear, so let's go down to 30. And let's see what the let's see how the weather is at 30. Or let's see how the time does if we go to 30 here. I'm just kind of looking at the destination. The time's still indicating about the same. But hopefully that that calculation will prove accurate. The only trouble with doing this is that now self-loading cargo believes that we are in descent, and it's going to believe we're in descent for the rest of the day. What are you going to do? All right, 8-1 for our cruise speed here at 30. Just kind of scraping the top, so hopefully should be okay. Just gonna take a little bit of power to get back to 8-1 there, but and actually looking at it now, sliced almost 10 minutes off our arrival time predicted to LAX. So estimated fuel on board 3.1. Let's just check that against our flight plan here for Ontario. We need. Final reserve is basically 1,800, so it looks like we're still actually going to be okay. 3.1, still almost a ton over, more than a ton over our predicted diversion fuel. So we should have enough fuel to do this. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll monitor the situation as we go, but it looks like this might actually work. Get us there even faster. All right. Just going to turn this down a little bit. All right, so one thing I did want to talk about, because I think you guys probably know what I want to talk about, because it's to me it's pretty exciting, and it's something that has just came down last weekend, and I was going to talk about this on Tuesday when we did the stream, but obviously that didn't happen. But it's something that I think is very relevant to us here on the Pilot's Life stream, and that is the fact that last weekend SimBit World announced that they had released version 2 of A Pilot's Life. So there's version 1. Here, my friends, is version 2 of A Pilot's Life. It's called Chapter 2, but it's basically version 2. So it's basically an upgraded, kind of remade version of A Pilot's Life. And I've got to say that having used this a little bit, I think it is a really good piece of software, and I highly recommend it to pretty much anyone who has sat there for more than 5 minutes in their life at some point and said, where am I going to fly my sim today? Because it just takes the kind of, it takes the decision making out of where do I want to fly. It gives you flight assignments that you have to fly. So I think it's a very useful software like that. It's really kind of a lot of fun, and version 2 has now added a whole bunch of new elements that add a whole bunch of new fun to this software. So I'm going to kind of walk you through what's in here, what's different, what's the same, and let you guys decide if it's worth it or not for you. If you own version 1, Chapter 1, I think this is a no-brainer. It takes everything that was good about Chapter 1 and just tweaks it and improves it a little bit more, improves the user interface, improves the experience, adds a little more interactivity, a little more challenge. If you never owned Chapter 1, I still think it's probably worth the price even for Chapter 2. It's a little bit pricier than Chapter 1 was, but I think it's worth the extra price for what you get, for the fun you get to have with this whole thing. So I'm going to walk you through the software and show you kind of what's going on here. Now, one of the first things I'd like to point out as well is that one of the biggest shortcomings I found with Chapter 1 was that once you started a flight, and here we are flying in Chapter 1, you cannot leave this screen, leave this page once your flight is in progress. So you take off on your flight, and you are not allowed to leave this page again for the rest of the flight. You can't read your messages, you can't go check out what's happening in the community. You're stuck on this page till your flight is over. That was always a bit frustrating. I guess it's just the way it was programmed in. It needed this page open for the monitoring, but I always found that frustrating. Version 2 does away with that. In version 2, even if you have a flight active, you can go and visit all the pages of your Pilot's Life software here without losing your progress on that flight. It still tracks it in the background even if you're away from that page. So that was a simple change to the user interface, but to me it was so integral. Such an obvious improvement. It was so frustrating sometimes, especially when I was streaming. I was trying to show you how that software worked, and I couldn't, because once we started the flight, I can't show you anything in that software anymore. But this one I can show you everything, because of course we're not flying anyways. So of course here's our dashboard. It has us as a pilot here. We're starting over a new career, who you work for, your experience points, cash, everything like that, your bank account, inbox, everything, and kind of your logbook here. So everything is kind of right here on the dashboard. And there's also at the bottom, you'll notice there's also connections now. This software also connects to the server while you're flying, partly to create a live map, partly to create an interactive world that you're kind of a part of now. And I'll show you a little bit more about that in a second here. Basically, as before, the whole philosophy of the software is very similar to before, but with a few new added twists and challenges. So here's the job market again. Same as before. Once you start your career, you actually go to the job market and you start shopping around for airlines you want to work for. You'll have various job offers. I don't have any because I'm still on my probation period at my current airline. So for 7 days, you're not allowed to leave your current airline after you join a new airline. So I'm not being offered any jobs. But you got the same basic idea here. You got a whole bunch of airlines with different star ratings. You can see the details. You can apply to them. You can filter them out by different search criteria. What is new and adds a neat little tweak to this is that you now have to obtain aircraft type ratings before you can go and fly for a particular airline. So if you go to shop here, and they call them aircraft licenses, basically it would be a type rating. But before you can fly for an airline, you have to get type rated, and you have to pay for your own type rating. So depending on the size of aircraft, smaller aircraft, the 220, 310, 1500, 320 family, 2500, 330 family, 3000. Depending on the relative size of the aircraft, your type ratings the cost of your type rating will vary. Nice thing is that they're kind of linked together by family, so that you're not kind of like, oh, you've only got the 737-700. In the real world, usually a type rating for a whole family is transferable between all the different types in that family. So I kind of like the way they've organized that here. You've got various different families. You can buy a type rating for this one. So how do you buy a type rating if you don't have a job? One of the nice things is that right off the bat, they give you $5 grand. So when you start your career in a pilot's life now, you have $5,000, but you have to go and buy yourself 1 or maybe 2 type ratings. You can choose what you want. You go in here, you pick the ones you want, but then you can only work for airlines that have these particular aircraft. So be very careful with this, because you can go through that $5,000 really quick. I went with the CRJ family because I figured if I'm starting out the career, I'm going to be kind of entry-level airlines. A lot of entry-level operators will be operating CRJs. I'm also saving my money now. I contemplated buying the 320, but I'm saving my money for the 737 family when that PMDG 737 comes out. Spend some of my last money here, $2,500, to get that type rating and be able to fly that in version 2 here. Once you've got your type rating, then you can go ahead and apply for a job. So, and one of the nice things is that you can filter out by aircraft license available. So you can filter out anything that doesn't fly the aircraft that you have licenses for. So now these are the only airlines around the world that I can apply to, because these are the only airlines that fly the aircraft that I am currently type rated on. So I can only apply to these airlines. Applying to the other ones, they won't even let me, because I don't have a license to fly any of their aircraft. I think it's not going to let me apply because job application not accepted. You're within the 7-day period of your current job. Can't apply to another one until that period is ended. So you could click and apply to anything here. You can apply to up to 5 different airlines at a time and see who gets back to you. One of the nice things is that they get back to you any business day, Monday to Friday, the airlines will come up with an answer the next day. So it's a little bit of a faster turnaround for getting a new job than it was in the previous version. However, one of the other really neat, interesting twists to this is the number of jobs available at each airline is limited. So there is not an unlimited number of pilots working at each airline. There's a limit based on kind of a reasonable size of the airline in the real world. So these are all kind of proportional to the size of the real world. Delta Airlines has 840 pilot jobs available. Air Georgian has 6. So depending on the size of the airline, there's a limited number of jobs, and you'll see that some of these jobs are getting quite full. Air Nostrum here in Spain has 36 pilots out of 51 possible jobs, so only about another 20 people can apply to work there, and until somebody leaves, once an airline fills up. So the airline I work for here in this career is Elite Airways. They fly CRJs, 19 out of 19. This airline is filled up. Even if you applied to it, they couldn't accept you because there's no more jobs available. This airline has a full employment of pilots. My bandwidth is too low for data streaming. Thank you for noticing that it was paused. Wasting time, wasting time. Did you catch up to me? Is that how you noticed I was paused? Yeah. Somehow you went flying past me because it paused. I love that it just pauses you randomly when it has to show you information like that instead of keeping the sim going in the background. I was really trying to do that in like one go because I was hoping to... I don't know why it's saying I'm offline because I'm still streaming, so I'm obviously still connected to the internet. I don't know why it thinks I'm offline. I'm going to let it go for about 5 or 10 minutes, and we're going to try and reconnect. Since we can't see anything outside anyways at this point, it's not doing anything. Really don't need to lose this time, though. Yeah, that just cost me like 8 minutes. I can see now my clock has got a big disparity here. Successfully connected. Okay, so it's reconnected itself. Really annoying me because we're losing time here, and I don't have time to lose. It's okay. 1905 is still okay. If we can keep this time, we'll be fine. All right. Thank you for letting me know, though. Sometimes Microsoft Flight Simulator, I hate you. Again, what is going on with this today? Is my streaming taking up too much of the bandwidth of my household here? I'm a little bit worried here. This is the time of morning where my internet tends to drop offline. So if I disappear from the stream, I guess that's why. Really kind of annoying that it pauses you though for that until you acknowledge the message. All right, I'm just debating whether or not to put that back in front of my screen or not. And now I can see we're also going to the clouds here at 300. What is going on? I'm just getting a little concerned that we're going to lose the stream here any minute now, which could be very frustrating. Because I was really trying to do that whole SimBit world explanation in one go because I wanted to kind of clip it out later and do it as like a first impressions of Chapter 2. But now I'm afraid to cover up my screen again for any length of time because we keep on losing the connection here. And if I don't acknowledge that, it's going to just keep on... it's going to keep on just throwing up that message and pausing me until I acknowledge the message, which is just a stupid thing to do. I wonder about the design decisions they make. They won't let you pause the sim for almost anything else, but if we have to show you a window that says that you're not connected because we can't maintain enough bandwidth on our servers, we want to pause the sim until you acknowledge that message. It's just such a, some of the design decisions I think are very odd. And Bravo Oscar Bravo says he's been seeing the same connection loss messages repeatedly, and so doesn't think it's my internet, which is good. That would be nice if it was my internet for once. I did follow all my steps before I started the stream. I did reboot my router and my computer to make sure everything was as fresh and as solid as it can be. Oh, for crying out loud. Stop. Stop throwing these messages up there. Driving me up the wall now. Okay, so we're gonna skip that Simbit World explanation for now. We'll let that sit for a few minutes while we make sure that this connection is a little bit more solid. Of course, it does worry me a little bit because I will step away from this stream at some point because I can't sit here for 6 hours talking. So probably after the first 2 to 3 hours, I'm gonna probably step away. See, and why can't it be like a message like this? Like a little small, I don't have to acknowledge it message, but just tell me that it's something is going on. Just make a little red version of that. Why do I have to hit OK every time you lose connection? Yeah, it's like a check to make sure I'm there. I know, that's exactly what it is. It's a check to make sure that you're actually sitting here paying attention. Why do they care if I'm paying attention to my own simulator? Honestly. That's my business and not theirs. But yeah, that's the kind of thing you deal with. Just And it's funny. I was going to bring this up as a question. I thought it would be an interesting topic, interesting discussion point, because I was thinking a little bit about this today when I was reading about one of the developer Q&A that Asobo had recently, and it kind of begs the question of how finished do you think the sim is, and of course at the end of the day, like, how long can Microsoft keep up? Oh, for crying out loud. I'm so tempted to press that switch offline button for now. How long do you think Microsoft can keep updating and improving the sim and doing more world updates before they feel that it's not worth the value anymore? Because Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's software like any other. It's not a service as per se. So we pay one upfront fee for it. We pay one. We pay one upfront fee for Microsoft Flight Simulator when you purchase the software, and that's it. And you don't pay for the software anymore. Now, if you buy DLC through their store, of course, then Microsoft will collect a percentage. So if you use the marketplace, then Microsoft will get some revenue from selling that DLC as well. They'll get a percentage, and that's kind of understandable. I tend not to buy things on the Microsoft store. I don't know why. I just I like the idea of the in-game marketplace in one way, in that it's kind of nice to keep all of your stuff together, but at the same time, like, I almost don't like the transparent installation process where you don't even see files being downloaded. It's all sort of like out there in the ether. I like to be a little bit more directly control of installation files and be able to reinstall things and uninstall things a little bit more easily. Without necessarily needing a connection to the store and needing the store to validate me. What if my account gets lost or something? Oh, for crying out loud! What if my account gets lost or something? So some kind of glitch happens that way. At least with all the software I bought from other stores, I have the ability to download it. The exception, of course, being Orbx now that they've kind of gone to their integrated installer. But I kind of like to sort of spread the money around, and I like to support different stores as well, not just one store all the time, because I believe in the diversity of the marketplace for sure. There are some that are on a subscription fee, so there is some recurring revenue. Yeah, and there are some people, people who are playing through like games, what is it, the online, the game, the Xbox subscription and those kind of things. Yeah, there is some ongoing revenue source, so that will keep going for a while. But like, you look at like especially the sim community as a whole, and like, a large majority of people who paid for Flight Simulator paid for it pretty much at the beginning. A lot of people were on it very early on, paid for it once, and then it's not going to be something they're going to necessarily pay for again. Certainly, that revenue, that subscription level revenue, is a much smaller trickle than that original gush of revenue that supported the initial development. So, in the long run, you've got to think that there has got to be probably a shelf life to this software at some point. If it's not being sold as a service, if it's being sold as a here's a game once, we're going to sell it to you once, and then we're going to run these back end servers for who knows how long. And these are, like, you think about like the amount of data being streamed to you when you're in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's a lot of data. That's a lot of data being stored on their server, being streamed out, a lot of bandwidth they're paying for. Now, of course, a company like Microsoft running their own cloud, it's pennies, obviously, barely even fractions of a penny to send this out. But, you know, I take it like a power user like myself. Like, I'm a pretty hefty user of this sim. I've already got, in 2 years, I've logged over, according to Steam, I've logged over 1,000 hours on this easily. I think I've logged about 12 or 1,300 hours of Microsoft Flight Simulator in the last 2 years. Like, a lot of time online. And I'm certainly not the only one who's... God. I'm certainly not the only one who's logged that much time in this simulator. So, you know, certainly, I feel like I've got my money's worth out of it. Definitely, I definitely don't question that I've got my money's worth out of it. But I just I wonder about the long-term longevity of this simulator, especially because we are relying so heavily on Microsoft's back end. We are relying on them to stream us the world data and the weather data and all that other stuff. And without, you know, if they were to say tomorrow that they're done with Microsoft Flight Simulator and they took their servers offline, you know, this would be a very inert piece of software. We'd have some very basic, rudimentary P3D level graphics, no live weather, things like that. You know, and I'm not thinking that they're going to pull the plug anytime soon. I'm sure there's years and years of this simulator still to go. But you know, you got to think in the long run, at some point, okay, I'm going to click switch offline because I'm tired of this message, and maybe in an hour or so I'll switch it back online because I'm so tired of seeing that message and pausing my simulator constantly. But yeah, you've got to think in the long run, at some point Microsoft's going to pull the plug on it probably. So the first question that kind of came up that sort of brought up first of all was, how finished do you think the simulator is? Do you think the simulator's finished enough now that they could let it stand on its own? And knowing the way the community supports and digs into this simulator and builds upon it, do you think they could turn it loose, turn it into abandonware, and would it still be a useful simulator? I think not having the back end, of course, would be two very detrimental parts. But do you think that the simulator itself, in terms of the flying ability, in terms of the aircraft that are in there, you could certainly set up, you know, if you don't get live weather, you can certainly set up weather scenarios. You can set overcast or clear skies or whatever you want. Is it good enough now that they could turn it loose and let the community have at it, and it would be still a ongoing, useful simulator? Have we reached that point, you know, and what are we, 9 sim updates in? Have we reached that point where it's stable enough, it's useful enough, that it's good enough as a simulator without further improvement? I'm not saying I don't want them to improve it, because I think there is lots of stuff to be improved, but is it good enough to turn it loose and let the developers just have at it? You know, FSX was basically abandonware for a good, since about, 2012 or so, 13. It's been abandonware for years. And still, the developers were always adding more things. You got people like ActiveSky, clearly not when things keep breaking. Excellent answer. But is the sim complete enough and open enough that developers can come in and mess with it and be able to overcome the shortcomings? You know, FSX and P3D. P3D was obviously in active development, but FSX was kind of abandonware for a while. But you had developers like ActiveSky that came in and did a much better weather system than the default weather system, including live weather. And you didn't require any further contribution from Microsoft in the FSX level. You had developers come and build absolutely beautiful airplanes in FSX. Have we reached that point? Seeing the number of airplanes that are coming out in MSFS now, the number of major airliners that are coming out now, have we reached that point where we're on the cusp, where we are just about, what's the word I'm looking for? Where the sim is finished enough that the developers can really do what they want to do with it. I think we're approaching that point. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think if you ask a lot of developers, I think they'll say that they're mostly happy, but there's certain things that they do want to see improved, and there are some things that could be improved. I think the biggest thing is that so much of the sim is so tightly locked down, and the API is so kind of hidden away and locked out that a lot of stuff that developers would not want to do, developers would want to do, is not available yet. I don't think we're quite there yet, but I think we're getting there. I think we're getting close. The last couple of sim updates, there's been a lot of stability fixes. A lot of things look a lot nicer, seem to run a lot smoother. Today's obvious server issues aside, I think we're getting there. I think we're getting close to the point where this is a sim where you could just turn developers loose and they'll be able to come up with a very nice, they'll be able to make some very nice products at the end. I think the fact that PMDG is on the cusp of releasing their product, the Mad Dog came out. I think the Phoenix 320 is going to come out very soon. I think there's a large number of airplanes that are in the pipeline and are able to make enough progress at this point that I think that the sim has reached kind of a reasonable level. It's been almost 2 years now, so I think the platform has reached a reasonable level where we can say that, yeah, it's a mostly a stable platform at this point. It's one that we can definitely build the kind of add-ons we want to build with it. I think in a lot of cases it just at this point is time and effort and experimentation to find out how to work within the platform. I mean, I don't see it happening anytime soon. I think Microsoft is in it for the long run with this. I hope. But I mean, I think we all thought that back in the FSX days, and they abandoned that software. You never know. Business is fickle. Microsoft could have a downturn, and this is a product that's making them a lot of money right now. But when it's maybe not making as much money, when it's not new and shiny, and everyone's played it on Xbox a few times, and they've moved on to some other game, how long will Microsoft keep those back-end servers running? And I wondered that right from the start. You know, it's a fantastic use of technology, and I really love it. But how viable is it in the long term when you require online connections and online servers to keep your software going? And I mean, on the flip side, like, they couldn't do what they're doing right now without that. There's no way you could have that kind of what am I trying to say here? There's no way that you could have the level of detail that's available in Microsoft Flight Simulator as a downloadable package. You have to have online data because it's just so much data. You can't possibly download all that. It's so much more practical to download the areas that you're flying than to download everything. So, yeah, in the long run, you got to wonder, though, there's got to be a shelf life to this product, unfortunately. And what is that shelf life, and what is the end game afterwards? I mean, I'm going to enjoy it for as long as it lasts, and I think it's going to last for a long time. I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. I can easily see them giving it a full 10 years before they might even consider a platform type upgrade. And even then, with the sim constantly kind of iterating and updating, maybe this is the last version of Flight Simulator you'll ever buy, and it'll just be iterations and updates from here on out. They're not going to drop maps if they want to remain a competitor to Google, so I'm not worried about that. No, and I'm not worried about that, but there is definitely a lot of processing required to get from Bing Maps into Microsoft Flight Simulator, so how worthwhile is that in the long run? And then again, storing all that information, storing it all, processing it, but then also storing it for the users and then streaming it out to the users. It wouldn't surprise me at some point down the road, 5 to 10 years down the road, to see them switch to some sort of subscription model just to fund that back end. And I would probably be okay with that as long as the price was reasonable. And I don't think it's on a per user basis it's going to cost that much to fund the back end. But again, this is one of those things that, like, you know, when push comes to shove and maybe Microsoft finds themselves falling on hard times, I don't see it happening soon. But if they do, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why FSX was, why the flight studios were chopped a long time ago, is because they were looking at saving costs and saving money. Things were not as rosy 10 years ago as they are now for Microsoft with their cloud business they've got going on now. So this is one of those products that, like, one day it could find itself on the chopping block too, especially if it's costing more money to run it than it's bringing in. So would you pay for it if it was a subscription service? I know you already all paid for it at the front end as a simulator. Would you pay, let's say after you've owned the software for 5 years, would you pay to keep the servers running, and how much would you pay? I imagine it couldn't be that much. You're talking maybe $20 a year or less. I would think even $10 a year. Like, I really don't have too much of a concept of what data costs, but I know for the amount of servers that they have running and the scale of Microsoft's infrastructure, per user, Microsoft Flight Simulator is not costing that much. So $10 a year, I would definitely pay that without a doubt to keep the online graphics going, to keep as long as it was reliable. $20 a year, I think that'd be reasonable. Anything above that, I'd have to start questioning it, start questioning the value statement. But for me, as a pretty heavy sim user, I'd probably be okay with it. But you got to be careful not to price yourself out of too much of the market too. That's the other thing. There's a lot of people who are not as into it as some of us here are, and they would not want to spend as much time or as much money keeping the sim up to date. I mean, you know, look at what Navigraph charges per year, and people pay that. So maybe that's a good indication of what people would be willing to pay. What does a Navigraph subscription cost now? It's like $100 a year, I think, for all the charts and all the nav data all combined, something like that. $100 a year for, and it's funny because like I don't balk at paying $100 a year for Navigraph, and then I question $100 a year for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And again, I probably would pay it, but I would have to say like, okay, now I begin to question the value of this. Yeah. Won't be surprised if they go to subscription-based. Otherwise, it's going to be like P3D, and that we pay for every version and update. Yeah, don't get me started on P3D because that's a little bit. I think it's a little bit pricey software sometimes, especially considering every update they want you to buy it again. I never bought version 5. I bought version 4, 64-bit version. It was great, but $10 a month. Yeah, $10 a month. I think would be $10 a month. I think even that would be about the most I'd be willing to pay. If you're talking on like an annual basis, anything sub $50 is pretty affordable. I think I see up there. I think I just see your light there in the distance. But yeah, I mean it's interesting. I don't think they're in any rush to move in that direction, but you have to question the long-term economics. Like we're taking a lot of data and we're not doing a whole lot with it. So at some point, you know, we're going to break that straw and we're going to be like, okay, we need to bring in some revenue to cover the cost of running these back-end servers. So at some point that's got to happen. I don't know when. I don't think it's anytime soon. I don't think Microsoft's chomping at the bit to do that by any means. Get us all hooked on it first for a couple of years, and then once we're all really totally addicted, then start jacking up the price. It's definitely, but it's something to think about anyways. I was thinking about it the other day, and it just sort of it got to me. It's how can they really sustain it long term? But because it's funny too, I think they said that Windows 10, if I recall correctly, I think they said Windows 10 is going to be the last version of Windows you'll ever buy. Was it Windows 10? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Microsoft said Windows 10 is going to be the last version of Windows you're ever going to buy. After that, we're just going to update it every 6 months or whatever, and that's it. And this is going to be the last version we ever make. And then like 3 years later, Windows 11 is announced. So is this the last version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's just going to iterate constantly? Or is it going to be, like you said, like P3D, where we do kind of update it and tweak it and bug fix it and patch it a little bit, but eventually we are going to push out a new version? Because this is the first version of Microsoft Flight Simulator where Microsoft did not attach a number to it. Since Flight Simulator 1, this is the first version that hasn't had some kind of a version number attached to it. We all call it FS 2020 because it came out in 2020. But officially, it's just called Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's not Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It's just Microsoft Flight Simulator, indicating kind of that maybe this is the last one. This is the end. This is the last version you'll ever buy, and it'll just be constantly updated. I think that, again, is also a short-sighted philosophy, too. I think eventually a total rebuild could be useful. Every so often, as hardware improves, as programming techniques and languages improve, rebuilds are okay once in a while. So I don't think it's ever going to be the last version ever. But I think that was kind of the thinking they had, was that this is the last version we're ever going to make, and we're just going to update it continually. MSFS Pro Max Ultra. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting to think about, though. Certainly for a piece of software we all enjoy and get a lot of use out of. What is the future? What is the long-term game plan? And I mean, we're really just starting to get into the golden age of this sim, where we're starting to get a lot of airplanes. That Mad Dog release, and it looks like a ton of fun. It's the most expensive airplane I've seen in the sim so far, though. I think they said 70 euros, 75 euros. Like, that is not a cheap airplane. For an airplane, and it kind of goes a little bit counter to what the philosophy of the sim has been, which has been to aim lower on the price scale and go for market share, go for a larger user base with lower prices, and almost everybody has bought into this. Not everybody, but almost everybody has bought into this. Even PMDG, I think, has bought into this idea of let's charge a bit less for the products individually. Maybe total product is going to add up to a bit more, but at least make the entry bar lower so that people can get in. They can see what our product's like. They can see that it's worth the money, and then they'll think about buying, you know, another variant. They'll definitely think about buying our product again. But that cost of entry of PMDG products in the past was getting so high, $100 for just the 737 in the P3D world, $130-$140 I think it was for the 747. Like, it's a great model, it's a great piece of software, but boy, that is a high price for what is, for most of us, I think, entertainment software. That's a pretty high price for a one-off price. So it's good to see that PMDG is kind of scaling back. I still don't know where they're going to put their price point, but I'm thinking it's going to be somewhere in the $60 to $70 range. They said pleasantly surprised. I think that anything in that range would be pleasantly surprised to me. Anything getting north of 70, I'm going to be like, they're almost charging what they were charging before. If they're in the $60 to $70 range per variant, even less, maybe even $50 per variant, even so you buy 2 variants, now you spend $100. I could see them doing that. I could see them going as low as maybe 50. I think that would be almost short selling themselves a little bit. Not sure where that's going to fall, but yeah, the Mad Dog, €70, like, that's pushing it. Really, honestly, for me, if it was less than that, it would probably be a no-brainer to me. But that's pushing it. I'm surprised there's not a little bit more community outrage, indignation over that, because that price point to me is quite high. A lot of other developers would push back. Just Flight released their 146, and they sliced £10 off the price because of community outrage. They're like, this is way too much for this airplane. I think they were going to charge £70, and then or was it £60, and they changed it back to £50 because the community just said that's a lot, that's steep. And I'm surprised that nobody got up in arms about the MD-80 then for a higher price point even, and nobody got up in arms about that one. I was surprised. I thought people would be all over that. Like, no, we gotta cut this back a little bit here. But no, that one kind of just, everyone just like accepted it. And I will say this, like, Leonardo built a fantastic product. I haven't seen this one. I haven't seen the MSFS version, but I flew the P3D version a lot. It was a fantastic product. It was, again, one that they kept iterating, kept improving, kept tweaking, kept adding more features. And what they've said is that basically all the features that existed at the end of the line in the P3D version are here at the start in the MSFS version, and they're probably only going to get better. So again, there's a company that I wouldn't be afraid to spend my money at, because I know that they are always working to improve their product. So I'm going to have to save my pennies, for sure, but I think I will probably end up flying that MD-80 at some point. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm just surprised. Like, they pushed that price point pretty high. They're up into the PMDG level. And I will say that their aircraft is right up there with PMDG level, but I think I will frankly be surprised if PMDG is at or higher than that price. I think that at the end of the day, I think the 737, at least each variant of it, is going to come in lower than the Leonardo Mad Dog. So we'll see. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised. That one's gone really kind of far up the market, and I'm not sure. Again, I think a lot of people will buy into it because it's a fun little airplane, and Leonardo's got a great reputation as a good developer that builds a good product. But I worry in the long run that maybe they're going to set a precedent for tweaking that scale back upwards again. I probably will end up buying that airplane, but I'm surprised there was not a big pushback from the community, because again, there's another one, I just read it this week, where a developer backtracked after there was a bunch of community pushback, and that was Orbx was going to announced they're going to release a brand new updated version 2 of their Burbank scenery. And again, it's Orbx does a great job. We actually have the Burbank scenery installed here for version 1, but they were going to charge again for version 2, and then there was a big pushback from the community. They backtracked and they said, okay, we're going to offer version 2 as a free upgrade to anyone who bought version 1. I'm always happy to see developers kind of listening to their community and working with the price point, but I worry a little bit that if we set the precedent, we set the pricing bar too low, no one's going to be able to afford to develop anything. We're going to chase the developers away because they're going to be like, I can't make money doing this anymore. There's no market, because everyone just expects me to distribute my scenery for $5 a copy or whatever. I can't justify the work I put in for $5 a copy. So it's good to see that there's a little bit of downward pressure on prices. I hope in the long run that it doesn't get pushed too far, and I don't think it will, because it's been fairly isolated. There's been a few isolated incidents. This has not become a common thing yet, but there has been quite a bit of reaction to some pricing, and developers have listened, and that's a good thing. Really, at the end of the day, it's a good thing that developers are listening and they're taking community feedback in. Even if Orbx had backtracked and said, okay, well, we'll charge a very reduced upgrade fee of $5 for the upgrade, I think that would have been a pretty reasonable step. I think they were going to charge it as like a whole new piece of scenery. The other thing too is, like, I bought version 1 of the Burbank not too long ago. Pardon me. And not knowing that there was a version 2 even in development. So that's always, to me, is a little sneaky when they're still selling the original product. There's a new product in development. They don't know, nobody knows about it. And so you go and you buy the outdated product, not knowing there's a new one coming out. That always kind of strikes me as, there's you don't want to make announcements too early, because you want to make sure that the product is viable and you're going to be able to finish it. But at the same time, you want to make sure that people know what's coming, so that they don't waste their money on products that that you're going to replace, that you're going to update, and they're going to have to pay to update. Bravo Oscar Bravo says he likes to think there's opportunities for Microsoft to leverage the platform they develop for other uses. I think there is. I think there is. I wonder if you could do that. I wonder if you could develop other gaming software based on this whole worldwide global map system that's been developed for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I wonder if you could do that. I imagine there probably is a way, and there's probably some games that might be interested. There's been a little bit of a trend towards that lately. There's been a few games I can think of that I've seen that have taken real world maps, and you just pick where you want to operate on the real world map, and it's literally there. There was one, I was kind of looking at it. It was a little rail transportation game, but it actually took place on a real world map, and it was a complete map of the world using, I don't know if it's Google Maps or what map system it was, but you could literally build your train system over top of this map. It was, you built like commuter rail systems or whatever. You could actually pick where on the streets you wanted to have the stations and everything, so it was built on that real world map. It's really kind of a neat idea, and there's more and more games that are kind of doing that. That are importing the whole world as a map, and you go wherever you want in the world and you build this game. So it's definitely viable long term. Imagine Truck Sim built in with Flight Sim, Microsoft. See, and that's another good example. I mean, Truck Simulator, you could do something like that if you could get a detailed enough roadway system. The trouble is, like, and part of the problem too is the differing levels of detail in different parts of the world. Some of this has been, they've had to handcraft a lot of things. The thing about Flight Simulator is that you have to handcraft the airports, and the airports themselves have to be cohesive. If there's little glitches in between the airports, you don't care so much. If the roads are kind of broken a little bit and the bridges aren't perfect, you don't care so much. But with Truck Simulator, obviously, if there's a broken bridge somewhere along the way, you're going to discover that in a very bad way. But yes, you could. That's something like that. Yes, there's lots of kind of real world simulators you could leverage like that. Even a train simulator as well, if you were to use this real world scenery and then lay the train lines down on top of it, but use the real world scenery as your base. That's again, like any of these kind of simulator games, you can do a lot of different simulator games with the same kind of platform. So maybe you're right. Maybe Microsoft can leverage the technology that's been used and designed here for other gaming applications. I don't know how much people are on it. The nice thing about Flight Simulator is that you can get from one place to another. You can get across the country in 5 hours. Can you imagine driving Truck Simulator in real time on the real world map? It's like 7 days for you to drive from New York to LA while driving for real 12 hours a day. It's might be a bit of an extreme example. But you can do things like that. You can set up like real world simulations. You could set up like military simulations or small scale driving simulations within this real world technology using it. You could do it. It's definitely doable. Yeah, it certainly there is possibly a future there. I will agree, and maybe that's how Microsoft can make some money in the long run off this software platform. How's that wind doing now? Now that wind is faded away to almost nothing here. 3 knots. Nice. Where are we? We're coming out to the end of the cloud layers here, at least. Not going to see any photo data anymore because I switched to offline mode because I got so tired of those messages. But maybe in a minute or so here I'll... You know what? Let's take a moment now. Let's see if we can turn that data back on. Let's see if it'll stay successfully connected here. There it is, successfully connected up there in the corner. Come on, don't pause for too long. Come on. Think about it. I knew this was going to take a little while here. We'll do it once. If it drops off again, I'm not going to stick with the online for too long. There.
Speed.
And you know what happened there? Because I don't know if you saw that jog about 3 minutes ago, but we, I guess we flew to probably the end of where it knew what the winds were. Now let's see. There we go, 208 at 44. So there. Now we've got online weather. I guess the other thing too, I wasn't thinking about it, but we lost the online weather when I switched to offline mode. So let's see if this stays online for a little while now. I know. I was just about to overtake you. I kind of saw that happening there. I'm like, that'll be an interesting kind of measure. So now you dodged about 5 miles ahead of me. So we lost a minute or so maybe there in the menu, but not too bad. I'm actually showing arrival before 3 p.m. Local time in Los Angeles. Now, I think that the FMS here is using a very simplified calculation. I don't think it's using a very advanced performance model because we don't have the winds in. So it's basically averaging the winds now, which are becoming very light across the whole flight. They're going to become stronger again as a crosswind as we get across kind of the Midwest plains. Travis says he thought the trim was going to crash on me for sure. Thank you for your faith, Travis. Appreciate that. All right. Interesting. I just looked down here and I noticed that the clock is counting. You guys probably can't see that well from there, but the clock does count. So I have to make sure that this switch actually goes to run where it's supposed to, because it's supposed to only start counting once you take off. And I wonder if it would do that properly. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But now we've got real world cloud data, so we're no longer quite at the edge of the weather. Let's bring up that Sim Toolkit Pro and just see how it looks here. Yeah, we're kind of coming to the end of the weather. We flew past the worst of it there. There's a few buildups over here and kind of over Illinois. But yeah, we're just sort of halfway down the Ohio Valley. Left most of the weather behind us. It should be nice clear skies. It's just stronger crosswinds as we kind of cross the Midwest U.S. So kind of over here, we're going to get a strong crosswind again, but hopefully it's more crosswind than a headwind, and it should keep our time pretty low. Yeah, we're going to overtake you again here, as long as this does not pause on me. Let's see, what else can we talk about? Just trying to think what else. Yeah, last night I will have to say that I've talked about it earlier, but we did this VFR flight yesterday, and I got to say it was so much fun. This sim is just so great for flying VFR. We really need to do it more often. I need to do it more often. I might try and take some VFR flights. One thing I was contemplating doing at some point soon is I was contemplating doing one of those bush trips on stream. Or at least part of one of the bush trips on stream, because I think they're so much fun. They're relatively short legs, so we can do it in a couple of shorter streams. We don't have to save up time for like a huge long stream, but they're tons of fun. I've done a bunch of them now, and a fun little challenge with the sim. Really encourages you to fly low, look out the window, enjoy the scenery, but also trying to navigate with the scenery. I find they're tons of fun. I encourage everybody to try them. If you haven't tried the Microsoft Flight Simulator bush trips, most of them are a lot of fun. It's just most of the time it's a written description. Like, if you're going to go do them, I say challenge yourself though. Don't look at the map. You can put the map up on the screen and you'll see the magenta line. You can fly that magenta line and so easily. I encourage you to do it without that. There's a written log that describes where you're supposed to go and what roads and rivers and lakes and whatnot you're supposed to follow. I say go with that and try and get yourself from one airport to the other using just those descriptions. And I've done it with a bunch of people. If you could do it with friends, it's even more fun, even by yourself. Just a great challenge. There's so much great scenery. It's nice to be down low and slow in the sim sometimes and seeing that. So I've thought about doing that on stream. I think that would be a really fun way to do it. There's a whole bunch of them too. With each update now, they keep on putting out like one or two 1 or 2 more bush flights to match those updates. So in the beginning, I think there were only 3 bush flights. Now there's like a dozen of them. So there's something for everybody. Different airplanes with each one, sometimes low and slow, sometimes a little faster. But still lots of fun. I was looking at the Iceland one where you go fly around Iceland in a caravan. It's only a couple of legs, but Iceland, again, another beautiful country, tons of fun to explore. There's a bunch in the Nordic countries as well, Sweden and Norway, I think, each have one. So that, again, beautiful scenery to go and explore. And it's a great way to see it because you have to stay pretty low and down there. You're not flying IFR up high at 30,000 feet. You're down a couple thousand feet above the ground. Just tons of fun. So I was thinking about doing them on stream, and I probably will at some point, but now that A Pilot's Life Chapter 2 is released, I kind of really want to get into that on stream. So I was going to actually do this as a survey, if I can do this here. I'm just curious. There's not really a whole lot of you guys watching anymore, but I was going to do it as a survey. My plan right now, long-term kind of plan, because now we've had version 2 of A Pilot's Life released, I really want to kind of get into this. But I don't want to abandon this schedule I've got going on here because I kind of like this schedule. The schedule that I set up for version 1 here, really a fun schedule. It's a bunch of good airports to visit in and out of DFW. Flying for American Airlines with the 737 when it comes out, I think it's going to be tons of fun. I have a feeling like this is going to be the last, this leg might be the last leg I do in the fly-by-wire 320 for a while. I have a feeling by the time I get around to doing that next leg, which is from LA back to Dallas, I think the 737 is going to be released by then, and we're going to fly it in the 737, I think. Don't know for sure, but that's my plan. But I really kind of want to finish this, so I still got about 6 or 8 legs, I think, still to go. I think we go Dallas, and then I think we do like a Miami turn. Miami turn. I forget what it is. We do a Burbank turn, I think, and I think St. Louis at the end. So there's a bunch of good airports, fun flights, I think. Most of them not this long. This is the only truly, really epically long one we have to do. But I really want to kind of finish this. I don't want to just sort of drop that schedule as it is. So I think I'd like to finish these on stream before I move on to Season 2. And then what I'll do, as you can see, I've set up Season 2, Chapter 2. I've already set up a career here. I think I will reset it when I'm ready to start live streaming it. So again, I can live stream the entire career. So, but I think I'll finish this Part 1 here first, career, before I move on to the Part 2. That's kind of my feeling right now. I really want to kind of finish these flights. I think there's a good selection of flights here. I want to finish them, and then we'll go back and we'll restart our career. And we'll be back to flying a CRJ or something else like that, but maybe we'll fly a 737. I don't have a 737 type rating, so I can't see what airlines have 737s, but I mean, I can do this, and we can go and we can look, and we can even... The one thing I wish this would do, and it doesn't do it, but I wish it could sort by like star ratings. So let's just take away the 4 and 5 stars, and let's see how many 737 operators I can find in this list here. The one airline that somebody I know flew for was Swoop. There they are. Swoop operates 737s. Sunwing, 2 stars. There's a 737 operator. So there's a few 737 operators. Now that we have Toronto scenery, I'm willing to consider Canadian Airlines again. I just didn't want to think about Canadian Airlines when there was no scenery. So Sunwing is a viable airline as well. Strictly a 737 operator. A lot of Caribbean, Florida, and a little bit of cross-Canada stuff, but mostly it's a tour operator, so it's a lot of back and forth to the Caribbean, so slightly longer flights, but again, could be a good operator. 737s and 320, and a single 320 in their fleet as well. So there are a few airlines, there are a few possibilities of operating the 737 in North America. And I'm still kind of limiting myself to North America, mostly because I have a good selection of airports available. I hate flying. I don't hate flying default airlines so much here, but I'm not a big fan of default airlines still. So what if I was to remove everything else? Let's do this. Let's take away everything that's not North American 1 and 2 star. Let's see what we can pick from here. USA Jet Airlines, Transstate, Can't see our J operators. Voyager. I think they're operating 6-7s. Still a little bit slow to load. No, that's dash 8s. Still a little slow to load sometimes, but yeah, the trouble is I can't sort by, I can't see just the type ratings, unfortunately. So I think Air Transat 1 star, really? 1 star is Air Transat. Air Transat, I operated, we flew for them before in Chapter 1. We could do that again. They don't have any 3.7s in their fleet anymore. Now it's strictly a 320 fleet, 330 fleet. They used to have 737s in their fleet. It's funny because some things have been updated and some things have not. Let's see what has not been updated. Like, for example, Air Georgian is still on this list, which is, Air Georgian's been defunct for 4 years now, but still on this list. So there's odd things that are updated. Flair, aha. Flair would also be an excellent operator in terms of having a really diverse route network operating 737s across North America. So, yeah, that's actually not a bad idea as well. So the 737 might be an okay start, and then when you get up to the higher echelons, when you can start working for 3- and 4-star operators, and there's even more possibilities. I still have South America on here. I thought I clicked it. But anyways, there's lots of possibilities. So kind of debating what to do, but we'll move forward with that eventually. Please tell me there's nothing hidden behind here. It looks like our connection issues have been resolved. It looks like their server is a little more solid now. I haven't seen it go sideways at all. So I think I'll resume my first impressions of pilot's life here. If it pauses again, someone please tell me. Oh, how are we doing here? Okay. If it pauses again, somebody please tell me that it's paused so I can fix it here. But yeah, I think I'll continue with my first impressions of version 2 here, because I really wanted to do it as like one continuous thing, and then excerpt and then kind of clip it and do it as a separate video that I could post. All right, I can't even remember where I was. That's the trouble. I lost where I was. Even like I almost want to start again, but I don't want to bore you guys starting again. But yeah. All right, I'll try and start somewhere here. So one of the most interesting features of this new version of A Pilot's Life here is that we now have a limited number of jobs available in each airline. So you can see here, relative to the size of the real-world airlines, there is a limit to the number of pilots that can be hired by each airline. Smaller airlines, you may only have a handful of positions, 5 or 6 or 9 positions. Larger airlines, you know, you may have a couple of hundred pilot positions available. Like you go to the world's largest airlines, like even Air Canada is not necessarily a huge airline. Air France, 209 pilots can work there. Air Canada, 202, Air China 386. So there's a limit. And if you look, for example, at the airline that I work for, so I got a job here working with Elite Airways here in the United States, if I can find it. But because it is a low-star airline, why can't I find Elite? Oh, there it is. Yeah, because Elite is a relatively low-star airline, and because the software just launched very recently, all the pilots in here are relatively low-star pilots, so they can only work usually for very low-star airlines. If you apply to these major airlines, if you've got very few experience points, they're probably not going to accept you. So as a result, all these low-end airlines right now are pretty much full. So you can see this one here. It's 19 pilot jobs available, and there are 19 pilots working here. So even if someone was to apply tomorrow, they would get turned down because there's no more positions. So it adds a really kind of neat community interactive element in that you are competing with your fellow players for these jobs. If a bunch of people apply to the same airline and there's only a limited number of jobs available, most likely the jobs are going to get offered to the people who have the most experience points, the people who are the best candidate for the job here. So it's it adds a neat little interactivity. So right now, no one else can apply for Elite Airways until somebody moves on. Hopefully, sooner or later, somebody's going to move on. But you're locked into working for your company for 7 days still. You can't apply for a new job within that first 7 days. So all these people are kind of locked in there for 7 days. So there's no point in anybody else even applying to this airline for the time being. One of the nice things that they did change is that the job offers are now evaluated every single working day. So Monday to Friday, any job offers that came in the day before, I think it's at 9 a.m. every weekday, the job offers will be evaluated and the job applications will be evaluated and job offers will be made or rejected. You know, depending on your stats and everything else. And there's an element of random chance to it as well. So that's a really kind of neat element that adds a little bit of limitation to the software. There's about 1,000 pilots online right now, and I don't know how many jobs there are in total, but there's probably a couple thousand jobs available. One thing that the developer did mention as well in his Discord is that the number of jobs at each company will scale as the number of users grows. So you don't have to worry about, if you're late to the game, being locked out of all the jobs altogether. If the number of users in the system starts to grow beyond a certain point, the number of jobs available at each company is also going to scale up to match that automatically over time. So right now, because the software just launched, it's a little bit awkward because everyone can only work at these small starter airlines. There's very few people, although one person got into work at Etihad here, just luck of the draw. But you'll see that the 1- and 2-star airlines have a much higher number of employees. 20 here at Empire out of 54, 47 out of 100, like a much larger number of employees at these lower ones. Envelop Airlines, 7 out of 7. It's fully staffed right now. So. But over the next few weeks, as the first few people in this that got into this and start to apply to other airlines and move on, you'll see these entry-level positions will open up again. So it's a little bit of a bottleneck right now just because the software just launched. That should kind of balance itself out over the first few weeks the software operates. Once you've got yourself a job, then you can apply for a schedule. And this scheduling system works pretty much the same as it did before. I can't show you the generate feature right now because I have a schedule, but here's the schedule I've got set for myself. But it's got basically the same features you had before. You can pick short-range, mid-range, or long-haul flights. You can pick the hub you want to operate or operate from any of the hubs. There's now a few new options as well. I can't show them to you here, but there's a few new options where you can do round trips, continuous trips, or random trips. So round trips obviously only ever go from your hub out to a destination and back. Continuous trips will let you go from your hub through to various airports and eventually loop back to your hub at the end of the month. And then random trips will literally just assign you random trips that are not connected. So you might go from Indianapolis to Melbourne, then the next one you might do is JFK to DFW, then you might go from Chicago up to Seattle, completely disconnected. There's no connection between them, but it lets you pick the kind of what you want to do. So you've always got your chance. You can regenerate the schedule as many times as you want until you're happy with it and then accept it. As you can see, the skip flight option still exists as well. I've never used it, but if you wanted to, if you didn't want to do one particular flight, you get 5 skips per month, I believe it is, or it might be per schedule. And then if you use them all up, you can buy more. Of course, we've got a logbook, and we've got flight tracking that goes on, and I'll show you the logbook actually a little bit more later on. And of course, we've got the flight screen, which shows us the status of our current flight. Because this is not an actual flight we're flying, it says we're not started because we've got the wrong type of aircraft. We're in the wrong location, so it didn't recognize our start. But the nice thing is it will automatically start as long as you meet all the right conditions. The tracking is a lot more in-depth than the previous version. It tracks a lot of different elements to score you on the flight based on how you perform on the flight overall. So it's no longer just release the parking brake, fly to your destination, and set the parking brake again. Now you actually have to. It actually monitors certain parameters of your performance, and I'll show you that in a minute here. But you can change your altitude, you can change the type of aircraft on the flight, and of course it has a moving map and progress bar and everything as you go, showing you what you're doing. Once you finish a flight, then you get scored on your flight, and the actual experience points you get are based partly on your score. So as you can see, I got pretty good scores here, 99. There's 100 possible points, so I got almost a perfect score on these flights. So I got lots of experience points. If you don't do as well on your flight, you won't get as many experience points, and it'll take you longer to get to those higher airlines. So let's take the last flight here I did. and I can show you what the actual scoring table looks like, and it's really quite well done. It looks a lot like a flight test report here. And general, taxi out, takeoff, it's broken down into a whole bunch of different sections. Within each section, there's points assigned for different things. They're basic kind of operational things. The only thing I lost points here, because I know you guys are going to look for it here, transponder on, and I'm not sure what the heck's going on here because with FS2 crew, the FO's turned my transponder on, and I looked down and it's on during the taxi out. But for some reason, it's being failed every single time and getting 0 out of 1 on it. But I'm getting everything else, but it measures things like making sure your flaps are set before takeoff, you're not taxiing too fast, less than 30 knots ground speed, pitch angle, exceedances, making sure you get the landing light on for takeoff, pitch angles never greater than 20 degrees, never greater than 15 degrees for approach and landing. So various things. Not pausing during cruise and not using slew during cruise, you'll lose points for that. So it adds all that up together and gives you a score out of 100, and then your experience points are based on kind of multiplying your score, your flight report score, and the distance and time you've flown for. So multiply those two things together, and you get your actual experience point score. So the better you do at flying the aircraft, flying the flights, the quicker you'll accumulate experience, and other airlines will higher caliber airlines will want to hire you. So it's really kind of a neat system. It's well done. I didn't have too many problems, even though I was using a third-party aircraft. I was using the CRJ. It seemed to track most of the variables pretty well. And then it even gives you like the little map and your airspeed and everything. So it gives you lots of nice charts. So it gives you a nice summary of every flight that you've done. You can see exactly what's happened here. We still have the ability to shop for various things, same as before, so you can spend your money. Now, of course, one of the things we do need to shop for is aircraft licenses, and that's going to be quite costly. So after the first 2 licenses, it's going to take you a while to save up some money. Most of the other stuff that was in the previous version that you could buy is also still there, so you can buy either investments, or instead of buying things to fill your toolbox, now it's education. So if you pay for education, you can build up your experience points faster. So if I decide to take a course in situational awareness, it'll cost me $2,500. I'll get an extra 0.25% experience points for every flight. If I move up through these and if I spend $20,000 on an aircraft management automation course, I'll get 2% bonus experience points on every flight. And then, of course, you've got the same old investment ones where you can plunk down money for an investment and instead get regular income, or get a bonus with every flight. So if I buy stocks for, what is that, $100,000, I'll get 10% extra pay on every flight. It's a little different. Before, it used to do it on a monthly basis. It used to give you like a monthly income. Now it just increases your pay for the flights you've actually done. As well, if you can buy the aircraft licenses, as I mentioned, you can also buy additional flight skips, and you can also buy flight tickets. And these were also in the previous version. Flight tickets are kind of fun. If you want to fly a flight for an airline that's not your airline, just for fun, you can buy a flight ticket. It's basically like buying a vacation, and you can put that towards your experience points. You don't get paid for it, but you can put that towards your experience points. So if I go in here, I can literally search for departure and arrival. So if I want to do JFK to Heathrow, it'll search and tell me what airlines I can fly. It'll give me a price for those. It'll give me a discount for any airline I work for. And I can buy that, and I can add that to my schedule, and I can fly that flight with whatever aircraft I want as a vacation flight. That's kind of so it's kind of a little bit of fun way to fly different airlines, or maybe different routes that may not be in your current route. The community page is kind of similar to what it was before. You can have friends in your community, and as well, it's got leaderboards for experience points and wealth, and then it's also got some global stats. So this is just since the system was fired up about 5 days ago. There's 1,042 pilots in total. They've done 3,000 flights, recorded 4,800 hours. Right now there's 152 connected pilots, 108 flights. So 152 people have the software open, 108 flights are running right now. You can see the current flight map. You can see the public stats, and you can also see your airline leaderboard. So on your own airline, you can see where you rank. I'm number 3 out of 19 in my airline in terms of experience points. And you can even check and see what's happening at different airlines. So anybody work at Federal Express? One person works at Federal Express. So GoJet. Anyone work at GoJet yet? Nobody works at GoJet. What was one that had a lot of people working at it? What was it? Started with an N. No, I can't remember what it was. Honestly, I can't remember what it was. But you can see the ranks of different airlines. You can see who's got how many experience points. You can see the whole leaderboard for the community. So it's kind of fun to kind of compete with the whole community. And of course, same as before, you can do reports of your own career. See how many hours you've gotten each month and whatnot for your own career. Obviously, it's going to be pretty simple, basic report because it's right now this software's only been out for a couple of weeks, and I've only been flying for it for a week. So it's a pretty basic software, but you can see how many hours I've logged in the different days, and so on and so forth. There's also achievements, and I don't even know where to see the achievements anymore. Oh, achievements are here on the dashboard. So you can have various achievements. Hummingbird, I've completed 1 flight. Captain Sully Award for a smooth landing of less than 50 feet per minute, and Party Starter because I got my first friend. So just some achievements just to add some fun to it as well. You can even take photos and save them to photo album. So there's lots of neat things that you can kind of do with this. It takes a lot of the same things that happened in chapter 1 of a pilot's life, and it's taken them and just improved them a little bit more. It's improved the user interface a lot. I think the user interface it's fixed a lot of the problems with the user interface. It's fixed some of these other issues just a little bit, but it's added some neat additional features now to a pilot's life to make it just that much more interactive, that much more challenging, and give you that much more to work towards to make your career progress. So if you haven't picked it up, I think it's 30 euros on Sim Market, so it's a little bit pricier than the first version. Those of you that own the first version are entitled to an upgrade discount. Otherwise, I believe it's 30 euros. I think it's worthwhile. If you've ever sat there and said to yourself, where am I going to fly today? I don't know what I want to fly, and you spent more than 5 minutes trying to decide, this is a perfect software for you. Pick it up. It'll assign you flights. You fly them in order. Boom, make some money along the way. But it takes a lot of that decision making out of it. You just sit down. You're like, I've got this flight to do. Get it done. So yeah, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that software a lot. Bravo Oscar Bravo asked, can you fly after hours, or does the time of day you fly have to be the same as scheduled? There's no scheduled departure time within there. It's you can fly at any time you want. Actually, there might be departure times on there. Hold on, let's check that schedule again. Oh, there is, yeah. Honestly, I never even looked at that. So I guess you could aspire to meet those times, but there's no requirement for you to meet those times. So it doesn't measure your on-time performance. I think that's pretty reasonable, given that we're all simming in our free time. I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that we're not all going to be able to fly it at that precise time that's scheduled. So no, that does not impact your score at all if you fly it at the precise time. I think it's just a guide, but you can fly it whenever you want. So that's I think that would be very challenging to try and fly. Like, it's great to try and stick to a schedule by all means, but in terms of us being available at that particular time of day for that particular flight, that would be very challenging to do for most of us, I think. Nuclear Jet 748 said, update pushed this morning to address the transponder issue. Okay, good. So it's not just me. All right, good to know. I was wondering about that because I'm like, I swear the transponder's on, but it just does not seem to want to do anything. So it's okay. It's getting there. But it is, and I've noticed that in the past week, that's already had like 3 or 4 updates pushed. So the developer's very active, and even with version 1, he was definitely pushing updates and creating little extra features and things like that for the first little while. Version 1 kind of stagnated for about the last, I'd say, 9 months probably, but that's because I think most of the effort was focused on bringing version 2 to the market, so there was no point kind of bringing new features to version 1 when the version 2 is coming out. So any bug fixes that need to happen came out, but then not much after that, but that's okay. Another question some of you guys might have too is, if you have version 1, do you get anything besides a discount? Yes. When you sign up for version 2, you can import you can link it to your version 1 account, and then you'll get I believe you'll get some of your experience points and your logbook imported automatically, so you'll be able to see all that stuff in version 2. My philosophy, my plan right now is to just kind of have a little bit of fun with version 2 and play with it a little bit, and then once I finish these legs of a pilot's life here, of chapter 1 of a pilot's life, then I'm going to switch to chapter 2. So for now, I'm going to play with chapter 2 and have a little bit of fun with it, learn it, just kind of get a feel for the software. But then I'm going to move on to version 2 eventually, once this schedule has played itself out, and then we're going to have to start again from the bottom with a new career. But that's going to be part of the fun, part of the challenge. Explore some new airlines, fly some different airplanes, visit some new places. That's one of the things I think it does for me as well, is it's kind of forcing me to visit some smaller airports that I haven't visited. I'm visiting a lot of the hubs I'm familiar with, but I'm also going to visit some airports, smaller airports I'm not familiar with. So we went to Des Moines for the previous turn. Later on in this particular schedule, we have to go to St. Louis, we have to go to Burbank, so places I haven't been to before. It's kind of fun to kind of get forced to go to these places, explore new airports. So it's a lot of neat things that it does. I think it's definitely one of the better add-on career simulators, if you will. You know, there's quite a few programs out there that give you a purpose to fly, but this is definitely one of the more fun ones. I mean, you can go join FS Economy. You could join the You can join the Sky Park, Air Hauler. There's a whole bunch of different kind of software that gives you a purpose to your flight. So you're not just picking places randomly and just flying them randomly, but to actually give you a bit of a purpose, a bit of a career, a bit of a goal with your flying. There's tons of them out there these days. I definitely think A Pilot's Life is one of the best ones out there in terms of just kind of giving you some real good purpose, giving you some fun goals, but also not being too strict to the point where like you have to sit there and babysit it. There's one other neat feature that I didn't point out of version 2 here. Where's version 2? Oh, here it is. And you can't see it now because I can't take a job, but in the job market, there's now 3 different types of contracts available as well for you when you apply to an airline. So when you get accepted in an airline and you accept the job, they will offer you 3 different types of contracts. I think that every airline is going to offer you the same. I don't know 100%, but I think they're going to all offer you the same. There's the no strings attached contract, which is basically an open-ended contract, fly as much as you want, no limit. And by limit, I mean kind of lower limit, no minimum flying. And then there's a hour requirement or a flight number requirement. So the hour requirement, I think, was you had to fly 5 hours per week. And the flight number requirement was you had to fly 10 flights per week. And if you had either of those contracts and you met the requirement, you got a 10% bonus, cash bonus with your paycheck. If you did meet the requirement, you got a 10% cash penalty. So you actually lose money if you don't meet the requirement. Or the other thing that was neat about them was that if you don't fly for 30 days, you get fired. So you have to log at least 1 flight every 30 days, and you have to. And then there's also the cash incentive. The no strings attached has no firing date. You can just fly as little as you want. You can, if you don't fly for 3 months, it won't care. You won't get fired. So it's kind of neat that you have those different contracts. I think you'd have to be here a lot to kind of get those other contracts to work. One other neat feature as well that I didn't mention, I wasn't thinking about it, is that instead of getting paid monthly, now you get paid weekly. So I think payday might be even today. Is there an alert that says I'm paid? No, my bank account has been created and credited with $5,000. No, I never received a friend request. Okay, no, so I didn't get paid yet, but apparently you get paid weekly instead of monthly, which is kind of nice because then you can use that money a little sooner. You're not saving it up because getting paid once a month was a little bit long sometimes to wait between paychecks. So getting paid at least once a week, you can kind of see the money flowing in. You can kind of do things with it, especially because you have to spend money on those type ratings. It's good to get the money a little more often so that you can, as soon as you've made enough hours, enough money, you can buy the type rating instead of waiting to the end of the month to finally get paid. So lots of kind of neat stuff in there. I think it's definitely one of the best career aspirational pieces of software out there. All right, what else have we got going on this week? Just trying to think anything else that was interesting that happened. I mean, I've been watching. I don't know if you guys have been watching them. I've been watching those PMDG videos that they've been dropping slowly but surely. I've been watching them in fast forward because they've been mostly kind of old news. It's basically kind of how the MCDU interface works when you're setting up the options in the aircraft, so it's nothing particularly exciting. I think they really are targeted more at people who are not familiar with PMDG products, kind of give them an overview of how to set up the airplane, how you like it, and you know, the fact that everything sticks to the tail number. So it seems like to me, like when we get in that PMDG 737, it's going to feel so comfortable. It's going to feel exactly like the airplanes they've created for the P3D platform. You're going to go into the MCDU to set up everything, to set up the weights, to set up to configure your options. Everything's going to be buried in that MCDU. There's still going to be no external software just like before. Everything's buried in the sim, buried in the MCDU. So you just got to get into that to change all the options. So it feels to me like when we get that airplane in our hands, it's going to be so comfortable. It's going to be just like we've done before. We've done it. We've all done it 100 times before. I was trying to scroll back through here. there was that MilViz Cessna 310 release this week, and that also, again, looks like a fun little airplane. MilViz is a company that definitely puts a lot of effort into their aircraft. They charge a fair bit for their airplanes, but I think it's one of those cases where you get what you pay for. You're definitely going to get a lot of realism. I was watching parts of the live stream the other day. I was kind of busy at the time, but I kind of tuned in and out for a couple parts here. I watched them trying to do a giveaway, and it was it was a little bit chaotic. I think I was there for the first giveaway, and they were trying to post a question in the Discord, and then the first person to answer it, or not in the Discord, in the chat window of the stream, and the first person to answer it would win a free copy, and there were so many people. There was like 800 people watching. So like the chat window was just scrolling by at 50 miles an hour. You couldn't even see the question; it was gone. Let alone try and read the. It was a little bit. It was a little bit chaotic anyway. So the giveaway was not working out as well as they hoped initially, and I think they were going to change it and ask the questions in the stream because it just seemed like trying to ask it in text. You blinked and the question was already scrolled up off your screen. So it did not go so well. But the airplane looked really nice. They were playing with the EFB that comes with it that sets it up. Talking about all sorts of things like the fact that it does have like a maintenance and aircraft condition system. So if you have to do regular maintenance of the airplane, if you don't do the maintenance, the aircraft's going to start to show wear and tear. It's not going to fly as well. It's going to appear dirty if you don't wash it. Kind of all kinds of neat things like that you can turn on. You can turn them off if you don't want the functionality, but it's nice that they build that sort of stuff in there for the hardcore simmers that want to believe that this airplane is a real object that they have to maintain and treat with love and respect and everything. So yeah, it was really kind of fun to see that. It's good to see like some good pistons coming to the sim. Another aircraft that I'm kind of looking forward to because I think it's a fun airplane to fly. Carenado is going to bring the PC-12 to Microsoft Flight Simulator. And as much as I'm kind of iffy on Carenado products sometimes, they look really good. They don't usually fly and operate as well as they look. Oftentimes the controls on the inside are very basic if they work at all. If they do anything at all. But they certainly create some nice eye candy. And the PC-12, again, that's a fun airplane as well. That's an airplane that can move. It's right up there with the King Air. It's an airplane that can move pretty fast when you get going, but it can also drop in and out of any small strip. You put it on a 2,500-foot strip pretty easily. It's a nice little airplane. So that's another one that I'm kind of looking forward to. If Carenado has a sale, I'll probably pick it up on sale. I don't know if I'll pay full price for it because it's a bit pricey, I think. A lot of the Carenado products are not necessarily worth it at full price. Really great external models, and even the interior models are really nice, but just it's very systems basic. And the other thing about the Carenado products too, and it bugs me a little bit, is that there's often bugs in them that never get fixed. I've had a couple of Carenado products in the past, and I've liked to fly them because they're fun airplanes that I've enjoyed, but there's bugs in them, and they don't fix the bugs. Switches that are backwards or that just don't work. You know, simple things, very simple things that should work, that are supposed to work, but for whatever reason during they don't seem to ever have much of a beta testing phase. They go straight from like, okay, it's done, to here it's released, and then they never touch it again. They never release an update to their products. At least that's been my impression, is that they never update anything. So any glitches or bugs that are in the airplane when it's first published will be there for the rest of time. They'll never get updated. They'll never get fixed. And for what they charge, like it's not a lot to put out a bug fix, especially one. Like when you release a product, you've got to assume, as a software developer, when you release a product, you've got to assume there's going to be a bug in there. There's going to be some bug somewhere. That you won't find because you're using the software the way you want to use it. But not everyone's going to use it the same way. Different people are going to use it different ways. So as soon as people start getting it in their hands and using it different ways, they're going to find these little bugs, things that you didn't notice. I think that it behooves every software developer to release at least one fix for their product shortly after release. Once these major bugs have been identified, release one fix. And that's one thing that Carenado never seems to do. They have bugs, people know it, they report it, and it just never gets done. Nothing ever gets updated. That's probably what frustrates me more than anything. If they had good products that looked good, but they fixed some of the glitches, because I've seen silly glitches like bus switches that are backwards, like the landing light and the taxi light functions are swapped or something, or the off and the on position are swapped. Something stupid like that. It's so simple to fix, and just a simple little test would tell you that it's working or not. But they don't even seem to have much of a beta testing phase. They just put together some really nice visuals, and out the door it goes. And I find that very frustrating, because I think they can do better. I really do. I believe their modelers are very well skilled, but maybe they just need to hire someone to work with them on the technical side. Just do some testing, do some basic software debugging to make sure that the software, when it releases, is good, and or be willing to release an update. That's the other thing. They never seem willing to release an update. All right, it's been a while here. Let's see here. We just passed over SPI. We should do, unfortunately I never got a takeoff time, so we really can't do a time check, but we can do a fuel check. So SPI, we should have a fuel. Let's see here if I can find SPI. So we got 10,420 right now. There's spinner, SPI spinner. Estimated fuel on board is 9.9. And we're at 10.4, so we still have more fuel than we're supposed to have on board at this point, so we're doing well. So we are up on fuel, which is good. So everything's looking good. We're getting there slowly but surely. I'm going to throw the VORs and DMEs on here so I can kind of get a sense of where we are. Peoria, Illinois. So we just passed Peoria. There's St. Louis right there. So we're getting there. We're already approaching the halfway mark. Let's see what version 1 has to say here. No, that's version 2. That's version 1. We're not quite halfway there. 1,400 miles to go on a 2,100 mile trip. So we're about a little more than a third of the way there. And I guess I could also look up here at the top. I can't see the overlay that you guys can see unless I look over at my other screen. It says 257 to go. Yeah, we're getting there anyways. We're not quite halfway there, but we're almost halfway there. When we reach the halfway mark, I think I'm going to step away for about an hour. It's a bit of a long time to step away, but this is just a long flight, and I can't talk for that long. And I'm going to run out of things to talk about pretty much. I'm starting to run out already. So if anybody has anything they want to talk about, news or questions or anything, please post in the chat down there, because I'm sort of running out of steam on things to talk about. As much as like I could talk about the PMDG 737, but I think I've really beat that into the ground. I just want to get my hands on it. I think it's going to be great when we do get it, because I think it's going to just feel so comfortable. It's going to be just like what we were flying before in the P3D world. And just get it up and running. Of course, it begs the question, a couple questions right off the bat is, one, are we going to have... oh, how do you like the version 2? Any chance you can show it? Yes, Joe, I can show it again. I literally just spent like about 10 minutes showing it off, but I really do like it. I've played with it a little bit. I'm not using it right now for this particular flight, but I have used it for 3 flights so far. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. There's some really neat features in here. I'm going to give you the really quick and dirty just because I already spent like half an hour talking about it, but it's mainly the same as before. A lot of it is it's the same basic idea as before. Yeah, no worries. I'll show it to you really quickly here. Basically the same as before. You can see you're building up experience points and cash. The difference, probably the biggest difference, if I had to pick 2 biggest differences now, is that in order to get a job, you have to have a type rating. So initially when you start, you get $5,000 in your bank. You have to buy type ratings, and you can only work at companies that have the aircraft that you're type rated for. So pick the airplane. Depending on the type of airplane, the heavier the airplane, the more the type rating costs. Probably most people will probably be able to buy 2 type ratings off the bat, and then you're going to have to really work hard and save a lot of money. I bought 1 type rating so far. I've got $3,000 left for a second type rating. It's probably going to be 737 type rating. So that's probably the biggest first change, is that you can only apply to, actually let me show you the shop page really quick. You can only apply to airlines that have the type rating you have available. So if I go to the shop page here, and aircraft licenses just to show you, the nice thing is they're linked by family. So all the 320 family is 1 type rating, all the 737 family is 1 type rating. So I'm probably saving my money for this one here, the 737 type rating for $2,500 bucks. That's probably what I'm going to save my money for next and fly the PMDG 37 in this career. The other big change, I think the other biggest change is that in the job market, there's now a limited number of jobs at each airline, and you're competing with the other players in this simulation. So you take some of the lower end cargos right now, like Aerologic, which is German cargo. 25 pilots are working there out of a maximum of 39. So if the airline fills up, and some of these airlines have almost filled up, Aero Caribbean's got 5 out of 6, because the software just launched, all the low end, like 1 and 2 star airlines, have filled up pretty quickly here. Not all of them, but a lot of the popular ones have filled up really quickly here because everyone's kind of stuck working for the lower end carriers. As we get a couple of weeks and months into this, people start working their way up the ladder, getting some experience points working for higher airlines. It's not going to be such a bottleneck, but right now there's a big bottleneck. But it's kind of neat because then if there's only a limited number of jobs available at the airline you want to work for, you're competing with other people. If you don't have enough experience on your resume, you may not get that job there. So you may have to settle for working at an airline that maybe you didn't want to. It's a neat kind of little way to sort of force your hand a little bit, that you don't just automatically get to work for who you want to work for, but you've got to build up some experience points, but you're competing with everybody else. So it's that's kind of neat. The other thing that I like about this software as well is that even when you're flying the flight, you're not stuck on the reports page. So they've made it so that the report page is tracking in the background, but you can go and scan through different things and look at the job market or go to the shop while you're flying without being stuck on this page, which is, thank goodness for that. The other thing that's really neat as well is that with every flight you do, you're scored. So that the number of experience points you get is based on not just how far you flew, but also how well you did on your flight, how well you met all the parameters of your flight. So you're given a score out of 100 for every flight. And depending on how well you do, how well you meet all the parameters, you get more experience points if you're a better pilot. So that's kind of a neat little trick as well. So that's kind of version 2 in a nutshell. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it took a lot of the basic idea of version 1 was really good. And just took the basic idea and just added a few new twists to make it a little bit more interesting, to give you a little bit more reason to work, to make things a little bit more competitive. So the airline career is very competitive a lot of the time. You've got a lot of pilots applying to the same job. I think it does a fair approximation of that career. There are limitations, obviously, to kind of keep it within reason for a simmer. More realistically, most airlines don't require you to buy the type rating before you get there. Most airlines will hire you and then give you a type rating once you get there. They'll want to hire you based on your personality and your experience. They don't necessarily hire you based on a type rating. Some airlines will, and some airlines will pick up people who have a type rating faster because they are more trainable. They're more easily trainable if they don't have to do a whole initial type course for them. But most of the time, an airline wants to train you anyways to fly their airplanes their way, so they'll run you through most of a course anyways. So hiring a type-rated pilot usually does not save an airline a whole lot of time because they want to teach you to fly their way. You have to learn their SOPs. So yeah, most of the time they're going to pay for your type rating. But that being said, a lot of airlines will usually establish a minimum employment period of more like a year. Or 2 years, so after they pay for your type rating. Whether that's legally enforceable is a whole different question, but obviously that as an extension of the software is not very realistic. We can't force people to work for the same airline for a year in this software. That's obviously a little bit extreme. So I like the 7-day lockout, though. I like that you can't change jobs for 7 days. I like that. I think that's a reasonable period. It definitely keeps you from just shopping around instantly airline to airline, but at the same time doesn't lock you in forever. I think it's a very kind of reasonable compromise to keep it kind of realistic. Yeah, I think it's pretty good software. I think it's definitely worthwhile. I'm trying to think what else. I try to always write stuff down. Let me just check, because I try to write stuff down when I do throughout the week. If I come up against a topic that I think might be interesting for discussion, I try to write it down so I can talk about it. One of the things that I thought was really kind of neat and cute and nice that happened just a few weeks ago was Orbx had an Easter egg hunt. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it was kind of a neat little idea. Orbx had an Easter egg hunt to celebrate Easter, and they actually did it as a little bit of a giveaway contest. They gave away a couple of I can't remember if it was 1 or 3 free downloads from Orbx, but anyways. The idea was it was a free. The Easter egg hunt itself was a freebie. You could install it from Orbx without having to pay anything for it. And then what it did was it just deposited a bunch of Easter eggs around the world, and you had to, as a pilot, had to go and find them. And the first people to go and post, I guess, a screenshot of the Easter egg in their Microsoft Flight Simulator would win the contest. What kind of a neat idea. I thought that was a really kind of cute way to run a contest. You had to go and explore the world, find these Easter eggs. And all you had to do was just install their little scenery add-on that would put these Easter eggs throughout your world, and you have to go find them, and then once the contest is over, you can go and delete the add-on again. It doesn't cost you anything, it doesn't hurt you, but kind of a neat little way to run a contest. And that's kind of the neat thing you can do with flight simulators, because especially with the way the add-ons are now, where you don't have to modify anything, but literally just drop everything in the community folder. Your community folder, first of all, gets really, really crowded, but how nice to have that. It's so easy to get things in and out of there. One thing I've kind of been looking a little bit for, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's something that's going to create out there, is we almost need like a community folder manager. And I know there was a bunch of kind of scenery folder managers we had in like the P3D era, where you could manage and turn on and off various sceneries that had been added in. I almost wonder if we need that a little bit in the community folder, because honestly, my community folder is getting cluttered. I've been dropping so much stuff in there, and I'm curious now. But my community folder, let's see here, if I can find it here. Effectives, community. My community folder now has 167 items in it. And yeah, like a lot of different like liveries and stuff like that, different scenery. Some of them are payware, some of them are freeware. It's all dropped in the same place. I have 167 folders in there. That's not even that many. I'm sure many people have more by now. But you can quickly start to add a lot of scenery into that, a lot of folders in there. I really love that it's so easy to get stuff in and out. I really think that's a fantastic feature, that you can get stuff in and out of that community folder, and it's super super easy to install new things. I love that. I think that's how it should be. But yeah, you got to think like at some point someone's going to create like a community folder manager that very quickly can move folders in and out, you know, and maybe even like link them together, group them together, so you can move multiple folders in and out very easily one at a time. Because you could easily just simply move. I actually have a folder that I transfer disabled packages into, so packages that I no longer want to use, that are maybe older scenery that have been that I found better scenery, or maybe I just want to remove it because I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want it clogging up my sim, but maybe I might want it in the future. I have a folder where I deposit my disabled packages. But you know, a piece of software that kind of manages that a little bit more automatically, perhaps, might be a very useful tool in the long run. So something we might, something that some helpful creators out there might want to work on. One thing I did notice too about the Sim update recently, I'm assuming it was Sim Update 9 did this, because I didn't notice this before Sim Update 9 dropped, but Sim Update 9 seemed to fix this issue anyways. I had this issue for a while, and you guys have probably seen it, and maybe some of you know about it, but Track IR is one of those things that it's so useful to me. I can't even fathom flying the sim without it. But how many times have I fired up the sim and realized that Track IR is not already running? Whether the computer rebooted itself overnight because Windows installed an update and Track IR does not. I don't start Track IR with Windows, but maybe I should. But I start it whenever I think I need it. But if I think it's running, I don't bother starting it. Yeah, little wind shift there. Super smooth, Microsoft, super smooth. But yeah, so it was one of those things where then you'd fire up the sim and then you have to shut down the sim, start Track IR, and then restart the sim. I've discovered this recently by accident, is that Microsoft has changed this now, and I don't know how they changed it, but you can actually start Track IR after the sim is already started, and the sim will detect it. Before, if you started Track IR after the sim had started, you know, when the sim starts, it detects what's running, what's plugged into your computer, it finds all the peripherals, it loads all the peripherals, and that's it. Anything that's not plugged in when you start Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's not going to be recognized. You have to restart the sim to get anything to recognize. It was the same with Track IR. If you didn't have the software for Track IR running, it wouldn't recognize Track IR no matter how many times you tried to run the software, because it wasn't running when Microsoft Flight Simulator started. At some point that changed, because now you can start the simulator, and if you realize that you don't have Track IR started, you start Track IR, boom, the sim suddenly recognizes it and it works. And that was never the way it was before. So you can start Track IR while you're in the sim, and it will suddenly start. Now, whether or not that's going to work if it loses Track IR, I don't know. I haven't had this issue much lately. I had this quite a lot in the past, where a few sim updates ago, where you'd be, you know, you'd be in the sim, whatever, flying along, and then all of a sudden, boom, Track IR would lose its connection to the sim, and nothing you could do would get it back. TrackIR was still running, but for whatever reason it was not successfully sending information into the sim. And restarting TrackIR wouldn't do anything, because then of course the sim wouldn't recognize that TrackIR was restarted when it was running. But yeah, it was. It seems like they've changed the way, at least TrackIR. I'm not sure if this works for other peripherals, if it's just TrackIR, but it seems like they've changed the way that TrackIR, is detected by the sim, because you can start it after the sim starts and it seems to work. So I'm quite impressed by that. That's a wonderful change, because the trouble with starting the sim sometimes is it takes a while for it to start. It usually, like every time you want to run it, it usually takes about 4 or 5 minutes for it to fully kind of start and get to the main menu. So if you realize, like, 10 seconds after you started it, then crud, now it's I don't have TrackIR now. I got to exit and restart it. That's another 5 minutes right there. So it's kind of nice that they fixed that. I wonder if that works for other peripherals. I'm very hesitant to test this, because generally when I plug in a peripheral when the sim's running, it crashes the sim. If the peripheral's not already online and hooked up when the sim's, even my headset, if I have the wrong headset plugged in, or if I don't have it plugged in for whatever reason, I go to plug it in when the sim is running, I find that will crash the sim. It's very temperamental with new things being added after the sim started. You've got to make sure everything is hooked up before you start the sim. So a couple of you guys saying Bravo Oscar Bravo said MSFS add-ons linker from flightsim.to works for you, and Lorby also has one. I did use Lorby's for the in the P3D world, and he has one. It works for MSFS now. That's good to know. I did have his scenery library manager when I was in the P3D world, because I found like I was getting a ridiculous amount of scenery in the P3D world between free downloads and payware installations. There's so much in the scenery library, and it was hard to keep track of what was in there sometimes. So I'll have to look into those. I'm not going to download those on stream, but I will look into those. Thank you guys for that, because I'm beginning to think like my folder, and it's my folder 167 folders is not bad, but that's only going to get worse, obviously, as we move. As we go, as we get more and more add-ons coming out, released for this sim, we're going to have more and more stuff sitting in that folder. It's going to start to get very cluttered very quickly. All right, let's see here. 1600 Zulu. The moon hanging out behind us there. I might just take myself away for a minute here. Let's just play with some external views, because I always need a screenshot for... ooh, I like that. Because I always need screenshots for my title cards, so... always trying to find some nice screenshots here. It just looks so good from the outside. Like, it just looks like you'd reach over there and just touch that thing. I wouldn't necessarily recommend touching a turbine engine, but what happened now? Now the wind shifted again. Lost altitude and everything. Engines kicked it up another notch, and kicked in the contrails now. There's some really kind of neat, like, effects with the sun, though. Then in a second, it disappears behind the airplane. You get just a little bit of sunshine there. They spent a lot of time really making the sim look really good. Like, the visual effects are just absolutely phenomenal on this sim. The lighting is just... It floors me how good the lighting is in this sim, and then the way like it fades from light to dark as you're going even in and out of the clouds. It's just a lot of time spent on lighting in this sim here. Let's see if I can center myself a little bit more in the view. see if I can. Why can I not move the drone camera? Oh, the drone camera is stuck now. Drone camera is stuck now. Not sure why. For some reason, the drone does not want to move. I always love drone follow mode on and off. Let's do the reset position again. I still feel like the camera controls, they're not bad, but they could use some work. I do like the camera controls, but there are certain things that could still use some work. They could still use a little bit of improvement from what we've seen before. Chaseplane was a phenomenal piece of software. So flexible. I still find that the camera's controls here are a little bit frustrating sometimes. A lot of external shots they've got here, though. Yeah, there you go. Just sitting in the back, looking out the window. It's fine. I might pop this out, just play with it on the other screen for a minute. I've never really played with that many views on this, so I'll pop this out, put it on my other screen. Fix cameras. Here's the other wing. How many internal shots do we have here? All of them. I like that one. That was nice. I've never actually played with this many external cameras before. Oh, I like that one. That one's also nice. We might have a winner. Might have a winner for the screenshot there. The title card. I love how the wing flex is modeling. And they were saying that when Rendaz was talking about the 737, he was saying how that wing flex is modeled in the sim. In previous versions of their aircraft, they've had to kind of model their own wing flex, but now it's actually in the sim. It responds to turbulence in the sim because it's actually modeled at the sim level by Asobo, not just modeled. It's not just modeled like as a separate exterior part of just that particular aircraft model, but it's modeled for all the aircraft in the sim. So if the developers choose to use it, that it's going to interact with the world. So as you taxi, even over bumps and whatnot, the wing is going to flex as you move up and down over bumps, which is something because before when they were doing it just based on the aerodynamic loading. But now that you'll see it actually, your wings will flex on the ground because it's based on the physics of the aircraft actually moving through the sky. So it's really kind of neat the way that's done. There's a lot of really kind of neat stuff in the sim there that hasn't been there in previous generations, that developers have kind of had to make themselves, but yeah, the previous generations have not necessarily had that much access to. All right. I feel like my voice is already about to fail me here. So I'm thinking about stepping away for the next probably close to an hour. Let's just check here. Let's have a quick look and see what we got here for an arrival time. So now we're showing 1848. So it's 1600 now. If I step away until 1700, that gives me about an hour, and then we'll still have an hour probably before our top at descent. So we'll have some time to talk about other stuff. So unless anybody's got any other questions they want to ask, I think I'm going to step away for about an hour now, just because it's such a long flight. I can't keep my voice going. But we are going to stay connected. We are going to keep the stream going live, and we will come back here in about, just about an hour. That's my plan anyways. It's around 1600 Z. If we get any ATC on VATSIM before that, we will we'll step back in for that. This is where a co-pilot would also help. Yeah. You guys are all my co-pilots. So I think, yeah, I think we'll do that for now. We'll set ourselves away for a little bit here, but thank you guys so much for watching. As always, I do appreciate it. I hope you guys are having fun. I'm happy to get this long haul out of the way. It's a bit of a slog, but we'll get there. Hopefully none of those screens will pop up while I'm away, because I am going to step out and go and eat something, drink something, soothe my throat a little bit here because it's getting a little sore. Hopefully none of these things will pop up while I'm away. Tell me that I'm offline and pause my sim inadvertently for another half an hour. I'll keep an eye on it anyways, because I also have to keep an eye out for VATSIM ATC in case somebody comes online, but I just can't talk anymore. So I'm going to take a little break. Thanks, guys, so much for watching. I will be back in a little under an hour. In the meantime, yeah, enjoy the rest of the stream. I'm going to... I guess I'll put us on an external view. I think that's probably more entertaining than the internal view at this point. But yeah, and we'll see you guys all back here hopefully in about an hour. Thanks so much for watching, guys. See you in a bit. right, everybody, welcome back to the stream. Captain Nabs is back with you in the flight deck once again. It was a good thing to take a little break there in the middle because, boy, it's just a long haul flight today. For those of you that are new to the stream, and there's not too many of you now. I know it's kind of boring just watching an airplane fly through the air, so I realized I lost a couple of viewers there and had a few people who just decided they didn't want to watch anymore, but that's okay. We're going to get there in the end. But yeah, right now we're just sort of cruising right over the middle of the American Midwest. We still got about 2 hours to go till we get to LA, and as we just sort of change our perspective there, of course, all of a sudden the textures have got to load in a quick and hurry way. But there we are back in the flight deck again, and let's have a quick little check-in and see where we are. And while we're at it, there I am again. All right, so let's just do this. Quick little look down here. Let's see where we are. So it is now 1702. We're showing arrival in LAX at 1848. So we still got 1 hour and 45 minutes to go in the air. I noticed the engines were revving up and down a little bit there. And it seems to have switched into speed mode from... Oops, nope, don't do that. Do that. For some reason, it slowed down a little bit. I was doing Mach 8.1, and then at some point it decided to transition back to airspeed and transitioned us to 301 without me even looking. So it's an odd little transition here in the terrain here, and I just wonder if this is... I thought maybe it was just textures were still loading, but I think it's just the color of the satellite imagery has shifted ever so slightly there. You get that every once in a while when you get something covering like this wide of an area, but... Starting to see the Rockies out there in the distance now. There's the Rocky Mountains off to the west. Let's see here. We are... Yeah, I think we're just crossing like the eastern part of Colorado, the flat part of Colorado. But there's... Because I see Pueblo, Colorado off there. Off to our west. We're starting to turn a little bit more southwest towards LA. But yeah, you can just see the Rocky Mountains. So we still have not even reached the mountains yet. Still got an hour and 45 minutes to go here. So... We'll try and keep this entertaining on our way down there. Looks like some kind of an airstrip down there. Sometimes it just pays to look out the window. You see all sorts of fun stuff out there when you start looking out the window. It's weird how the tone just changes. Just two different satellite tiles that have been processed differently, but try to overlook these things here because it's. I mean, when you consider the volume of data, I believe it's petabytes of data that Microsoft has here to define the entire world here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Petabytes of data. It's an immense amount of data. There are going to be errors when you've got algorithms processing it, but this is part of the problem with algorithms these days, and it's something that really bothers me a lot, is that so many companies are so dependent upon algorithms, and it's not that they're dependent upon the algorithms, it's that nobody knows what the algorithms are doing. Nobody accepts responsibility for an algorithm. As soon as an algorithm is written, it's like it's its own entity, and it has a life of its own, and we can't be held responsible for what it does. And I think part of the problem that a lot of time we have with algorithms is our attitude towards them. Once an algorithm's written, it must be flawless, it must be perfect, and therefore we cannot question it. That's what the algorithm says. That's it. That's all we can do. And algorithms run so much of our lives that we can't just pledge this blind allegiance to algorithms. You know, some of them have relatively benign consequences, like, oh, look, there's a little bit of a weird color change when we're flying with Microsoft Flight Simulator. But some of them have serious real-world implications. Algorithms are used for all sorts of things these days. You know, whether it be designing towns and cities. You know, doing traffic flow modeling, perhaps. You know, running the autopilots in our aircraft, but also in in cars traveling down the road. They're trying to get autopilots approved for all these cars that are traveling on our public roads. But there's so little transparency in a lot of these algorithms. There's no responsibility for it. Once the algorithm is published, like I said, that's it. You know, banks issue loans and mortgages based on algorithms. If you don't meet the criteria that the algorithm specifies, you get nothing. And there's no questioning the algorithm. That's the thing. Like, nobody bothers to question the algorithm if it seems like maybe it's doing something wrong, maybe it's not working out the way it should, maybe it's providing spurious data, maybe there's a spurious input in there somewhere. Nobody questions it. The algorithm said, and therefore we can't do anything about it. You know, and unfortunately with these algorithms, like, very often there are embedded biases in there. so I have to say probably a lot of the time they're inadvertent. They were not intended. I don't know how you can fly that fast. I'm also a Mach 8 1320, ground speed's 40 knots slower. Come down to 30,000. Let's see here. At Mach 8.1, I'm truing out right now at 477, and ground speed's doing 473. So what's your true airspeed at 32? Because your true airspeed is probably going to be a little bit less. That's the thing. Like, as you go down, if you apply constant Mach number as you go down, your speed will increase. That's why I came down to 30 from 34. You're not going to get a, hopefully, I don't think you're going to get a 6 knot, I don't think you're going to get a 40 knot difference, but you might get about a 10 or 15 knot difference if you come down 20,000, another 2,000 feet. Other than that, I'm just letting it fly the winds. We got pretty much a straight crosswind now. Yeah, so many algorithms are written, and they may include biases that that the programmers hold, or that the organizations that the programmers work for hold, that may not, you know, that you may not even be aware are in there. So to use like some common examples, like oftentimes people in marginalized communities, people of certain ethnic groups are less likely to qualify for a loan. They're less likely to qualify for health care and health insurance, based on their, you know, based on their input conditions, based on where they live. But where they live is oftentimes based on other pre-existing conditions, if you will. So, you know, it may be based on their economic well-being, which may be tied into their ethnic group. So, you know, we're building algorithms on top of algorithms on top of algorithms in this world, but we're not asking questions about what's inside each algorithm. And this is one of the things that really is a real problem. Even like social media is crazy with the amount of algorithms that run social media. Even, you know, here on Twitch and on YouTube, the companies that run these will have algorithms that will try to show you what it thinks you're going to want to see. But very often these algorithms are very opaque. Nobody knows really why it's picking one video over another, one stream over another. Nobody knows why one person's being picked for a bank loan over another, or healthcare for another. But everyone just shrugs and says it's the algorithm, and then moves on, and nobody questions the algorithm. And so many places, and this is part of why Elon Musk wants to buy Twitter. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason, is that Twitter is another company that's very opaque in terms of how does it determine what it shows you on your Twitter feed. True airspeed 473, ground speed 426. You must have a different wind then. The winds must be a little bit stronger, and maybe at 320. So maybe it's a combination of the stronger winds and the slightly lower true airspeed. Sorry, I was ranting about algorithms. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why Elon Musk wanted to buy Twitter, is that he wants to make the Twitter algorithm open source. Right now it's closed source, it's opaque, nobody knows why Twitter shows you specific tweets and not other ones. And there have been people who have been ghosted by Twitter, people who post things that perhaps Twitter does not consider appropriate. Maybe it's not strong enough to actually need a full-on ban, and they're not banned from Twitter. But what it does is it does not, is that their tweets, their information never comes up in any natural search algorithm. Unless you specifically search for that person or that group or that account or whatever, you will never find that person's tweets through any other method. They will never naturally show up to you through your Twitter feed. But things like this are done very opaquely. Nobody has any idea that they're happening, and this is one of the things that Elon Musk wants to do, is he wants to make the algorithms for Twitter transparent. And this is one of the biggest things that I think we all need to do, is all companies need to do, is that when there's an algorithm that's affecting the public good, that algorithm needs to be subject to public scrutiny and possible revision if there's problems with it, if there's reasons that are preventing it from correctly processing information, or at least providing unbiased information. Like YouTube is one of those ones that is right up at the top of my list of algorithms that have a huge impact on the media that so many people take in, and we have no idea why, what it's saying, what the algorithm is doing, why it's picking what it picks. You can kind of sometimes see it, but why does it pick one video over another? Let's say you watch a video about how to fly the fly-by-wire A320. Then it's going to show you a whole bunch more tutorial videos about that. But how does it pick which ones to show you? Nobody knows. I don't think even most people at YouTube know. But this is kind of a very common problem nowadays, is that, and it's easy to sort of dismiss social media as being something that's not it's not relevant to modern lives. It doesn't have a big impact on our lives, but it does. It absolutely does. Social media has a huge impact on our lives in terms of what we believe, because of what we see, what we consume online, in terms of videos, in terms of tweets. You know, for people who are on Facebook, what they read on Facebook. You know, your worldview is shaped by what you read, hear, and see. And what you read, hear, and see is being shaped to an incredible degree by these huge tech companies that most of them have very opaque algorithms. Nobody knows why you're being shown what you're being shown. Even the people who work at Twitter probably couldn't tell you why you're being shown what you're being shown. But that's why we need to make these, we need to challenge these algorithms. We can't just accept that these algorithms are okay the way they are. We need to know what's making them tick. Why do they make certain choices, and how can we affect those choices, not only just on a personal level, like how can I just help it find things that are more relevant for me and perhaps occasionally show me a dissenting viewpoint, but how, you know, how can we at a societal, at a corporate level, alter the algorithm, alter the inputs, alter the processing to make things more fair, to make things less biased against certain groups, against certain people. There's so much going on, and it's not to say that the algorithm itself is bad as a concept. I mean, given the amount of volume of information available to us as human beings today, algorithms are essential because we cannot take in the amount of information that is being thrown our way, the amount of information that's being published. I mean, YouTube alone, every minute, I think YouTube has like 10 hours of video uploaded for every minute it's online. I'm going to upload another video in another day or two and add to that total. So algorithms can be very useful, and they can certainly, it's not that algorithms themselves are bad, it's when they're used as the ultimate authority in everything, and never is a human being allowed to interfere with the algorithm or oppose the algorithm. And we don't know what necessarily is in that algorithm. That's the trouble. It's just the opacity of it. It's why open source software can be such a useful tool, because all the mistakes are laid bare for everyone to see. Everything is laid bare for everyone to see, and anyone who wants to can go in and analyze it. Not everyone's going to, but there are always going to be some interested parties that are going to go in and analyze and try and figure out why things are broken, why things don't work the way they should. And I realize that, like, when you're talking about these private companies that are running these major websites, the Googles and Facebooks and YouTubes of the world, obviously that's a huge, the algorithms that they have are obviously hugely complex. But just because they're hugely complex does not mean that they are correct, does not mean that they are flawless, and it does not mean that they should not be subject to scrutiny. Anywho, that's my little rant on algorithms. I don't even know what even got me started on that. Oh yeah, the algorithm here in the sim. That one got me going. It's true. Like we take so much for granted that you can or can't do this and that because of what algorithms say. Like, especially financial wise, you know, risk assessments for bank loans and mortgages and everything else like that are primarily algorithm based. And yes, there's a lot of information to take in, but you know, one bad piece of information in your file can lead you to be rejected. You know, crossing the border. All the customs agencies, they do a basic risk assessment on all the passengers crossing the border, all people crossing the border, based on all sorts of inputs, whether you have a criminal record that they know about, and you know what your travel patterns are, and all sorts of other things, and they make a determination. The one good thing about that is that with these customs determinations, it's just simply, all it does really is decide whether or not someone should be subject to more scrutiny. Eventually, at some point with customs, usually you're going to get a human being that's going to talk to you, that's going to evaluate your file on a personal level. The system just simply provides flags for what is suspicious, what should be looked at, what may not need to be looked at. But some things, you know, some things are never subject to human review. It's what the computer says. I mean, how many people have applied for a mortgage or a bank loan online nowadays? And most of the time, that's processed with very little human intervention. Somebody, you know, you put in the information directly into the computer spits out an answer for you. You know, car insurance. You want to go apply for car insurance online? Go spit the information into the algorithm, and it'll tell you how much your car insurance should cost you. Never mind that it might be biased against people who live in certain areas that are perhaps poorer, but are subject to higher insurance rates because of reasons beyond their control. The there's such an extreme lack of transparency. So much of this world, decisions are made based on the input from an algorithm without a human being inserted. And then it's funny because you go and watch, and I was watching the other night, I was watching a documentary on Netflix, Return to Space. I don't know if any of you guys have seen this. It's like a 2-hour documentary. It's actually really quite good. It's all about basically SpaceX and how SpaceX basically took the U.S., finally brought manned launches back to U.S. soil. So it's kind of a little bit about the history of SpaceX and all of their early failures and trying to push towards getting that Dragon capsule with the first crew members on board back into orbit from American soil for the first time in almost 10 years. Really good movie. I really enjoyed it. But one thing that I thought was really kind of neat was that they do still have, at the end of the day, I forget what his job role was, but he's basically kind of the launch site manager, and his basic decision is whether or not to launch on any one particular day. It takes in all the information. Lots of algorithms throw information at this person. Information about the systems in the rocket, the health, but also weather. And weather was one of the is always a big factor with space launches, because Florida is subject to bad weather sometimes. There's thunderstorms roll through all the time, and then they roll through and they're gone. But oftentimes, if they roll through right at your launch window, you may miss your chance to launch, and that's just the way it is. So. And weather is often not cut and dried. Oh, these stupid wind shifts here. Weather is often not cut and dry. You can try and set some limits, but oftentimes when you're dealing with convective weather, you're waiting to see where it moves. Does it move towards us? Does it move away from us? Is it growing? Is it dissipating? And you're kind of looking at you can set some hard limits for certain things like wind or visibility, temperature. But something that's more subjective, like, is that storm going to pass overhead just about at the launch time, or is it going to be Is it going to be far enough away? We're not going to get any lightning strikes. You're trying to make these decisions before you load the fuel onto the rocket. At the end of the day, what I thought was really neat is that there's still a guy. There's a guy who, at the end of the day, makes that call. It says we're pushing the limit on these items. The cell looks like it's dissipating. Oh, it looks like it's building again. There was a guy at the end of the day. He gets paid, and his whole job, I think it was like as a risk assessment manager or something. His whole job was to yay or nay a launch based on all the conditions. So there is a human being still in that process at the end of the day. There's lots of rules in place and lots of hard no's that are easy no's. It's the soft no's. It's the it's not at the limit yet. It's close, but it's not at the limit. But all these things are close to the limit. So are we pushing the risk beyond an acceptable level? Because when we combine all these different risks that are not exceeding the limit but close to the limit, is it too much? It's good to have a person in there and get the feel for it. Yeah, I'm showing 304 at 51 down here, so you may want to think about coming down to 30. It looks like 30's got a little bit of less of a headwind for you. So it's it's a good thing that there's still a human being in that equation sometimes. If it was just an algorithm, the algorithm probably would have said, well, all these factors are still within limits, so we're clear to launch. But they ended up scrubbing the launch because it was just, the sky was getting a little bit too dark. The storm was just a little bit closer than they were comfortable with. It was safe, supposedly, but space travel is risky enough. Do you really want to throw that extra risk of having something go off course because the winds are stronger than forecasters? So a thunderstorm suddenly starts throwing out some hail, right near the launch facility or something like that, just at the last minute. Weather is so dynamic and constantly changing that it's hard to make those choices, and it's hard to say no. You could see the look in everybody's eyes. Nobody wanted to say no. But somebody had to be that person that stands up and says no, and that's and that's the way it is here at aviation too. A lot of the time, there's so many hard and fast rules, and those are the easy choices. Just trying to think the ceiling is 100 feet, and we need 200 feet to land, so we can't even shoot the approach. It's a hard no. That red line supposedly can't go faster than that, Mach 8.1, because we don't want to risk exceeding that. That's a hard no. But there's also so many kind of softer things sometimes that are you try to make these things a hard no. I just wonder about the way these rivers are showing up here. A very odd pattern here. I wonder if my online data has gone kaputs again. I'm just gonna check here because it just looks a little weird. Data, it says it's all on. Okay. It just looks a little weird the way these rivers are showing up in this valley here. But yeah, sometimes you get the softer no's or the harder ones to say no to. The other day, just to use two examples, like in the last 2 months, I've done 2 go-arounds, not including in the sim. The first one, it's like a month and a half ago, we're on approach into Boston, and as soon as we put the gear down, we get a warning about a brake fault. That was an easy choice. You're on final approach, and you suddenly have an unknown deterioration in the brake capabilities of your aircraft. That was an easy call. Go around, we're going to go see if we can run a checklist, maybe reevaluate the situation, and come back and try it again. But we ran the checklist. The checklist called for a mandatory full flap landing in that case, so we did that. We came back, we landed safely, it was fine, but it was a pretty easy call. It's like there's a brake fault. We haven't made any calculation of the landing distance based on faulty brakes. We don't know how faulty they are, what's faulty, how many brakes are still functional. So we did that was an easy choice. Just do a go around. There's other ones that are often a lot softer and a lot harder for an algorithm to make that. And sometimes you've got to go with your gut. So the second go around I did was because of an unstable approach. But those are often a lot harder to call. Especially if the trends are all towards the parameters, but they're not outside. They're just kind of borderline. It was a bit of a tough call at the beginning. We ended up getting vectored in for a very tight visual, 210 knots still, just as we intercepted the localizer above the glide slope. So we had to rush down to get to the glide slope. Fortunately, we at least had the flaps one at that point, but we really had to kind of push the nose down to try and catch the glide slope. So we weren't able to slow down. So it turned into us trying the whole time to slow down and also still get down to the glide slope. And it was a never-ending sort of battle between the two. We ended up, crossing the 1,000-foot mark, which is where you're supposed to be stable, with pretty much everything within parameters except the speed, and you're allowed an exception on the speed as long as it's trending in the right direction. So we managed to get the aircraft fully configured with the correct flaps and the checklist done just before 1,000 feet, but we were still going quite fast. The trend was that the speed was decreasing, but it was still quite fast, and it was still quite fast when we crossed the 1,000-foot mark. I think it was about 160 knots, and our VREF was like about 140 or 135. So we were still quite a bit above the limit, but A, it was visual, so we're allowed to continue down to 500 feet if it's visual, and B, the trend was in the right direction, so we kind of kept on going. But as we got a little closer in, I kept having that nagging feeling in the back of my head, and I could see the co-pilot had disconnected the autopilot to hand fly because it was faster to get the airplane back on the glide slope that way than to try and play with the knobs and buttons forever and constantly dialing in lower and lower altitudes trying to get back onto the glide slope. So he disengaged the autopilot, which I agreed with that choice. But what happened, of course, was that by the time we got close to the runway, after fighting with the airplane and trying to do everything to kind of get it configured, he was starting to fall behind, and he started to let the glide slope. He started to sink below the glide slope, and at that point, I just said, "That's it. We just got to get out of here." So I called for the go around on that one as well. But that was a lot harder call. The brake fault was a simple, easy, yes/no, black/white rule to me. It was like anything that happens with your brakes on final, if you haven't made a calculation for that, you go around, you make a calculation, you come back and try it again. Anything that affects your stopping distance, brakes, spoilers, controls, anything that might affect your stopping distance, reversers. You don't even mess with that. You go around, you come back, and you try it again. But it's those soft ones where you're at the limits, and the limits are kind of a little bit fuzzy, even though they try to make them as strict as they can. You're kind of like, they do allow a few outs, and sometimes you've got to depend on the human being to make that gut decision. I stand by that decision to go around. In the hindsight, my only regret was probably that we didn't actually call for the go around even sooner than we did. But sometimes you need a human being in those algorithms. You need someone to make those choices, to make those not easy choices, someone to evaluate the situation as a whole and say, what's going on here? Sometimes the yes/no decisions are easy. Sometimes the decision to say no to something is not easy. To use another case in point from just like about 3 months ago. 3 months ago? It wasn't even 3 months ago. I think it was last month as well. We're taxiing out for departure. We were getting ready for departure, and there's ice pellets mixed with rain falling at the airport. So we calculated our allowance time, and it was 25 minutes. We had 25 minutes from the start of the application of de-icing fluid until we had to be taking off, and we pretty much used about half that time just getting the de-icing done with one truck. So it used about 12 minutes out of that 25 just to get the de-icing completed, then push back, then taxi the runway. Between all those things, we got to be about number 3 in the runway, number 2 to the runway, I think, when we reached the 25-minute mark. And you're sort of looking out, and it's like, well, it's kind of stopped it kind of stopped raining a little while ago, so maybe we're good to go. Again, sometimes it's hard to say no. Sometimes it's easy to just be like, oh, you know, we can see the runway, we're almost there, we're just about ready to go. You know, if we don't go now, we're going to go back to the gate. It's going to delay our whole day. There's 100 reasons to keep going. It's not the easiest thing to say stop sometimes. We made that choice to stop. We did go back to the gate. We did get the ice a second time. It added a huge delay to our day. It really kind of messed up our entire schedule. But you know, at the end of the day, like, the safety of each flight is paramount. Above and beyond the schedule is the safety of each flight. And you've got to take that into consideration as well. But it's not easy to say no, especially when you get to the runway. Sometimes, you know, you're number one and something's not quite right, and you got to tell everybody, no, we got to wait a minute. We got to figure this out. Something is just not going right here. Anywho. Nice, beautiful terrain here. Where are we now? We must be over, let's see, we're over Colorado. This might be southern Colorado. This might be northern New Mexico. Let's have a look. Let's see here. That's us there. We're just straddling the border here pretty much. This is pretty much, if you look off the right side, that's still Colorado. More mountainous. Over to the left, New Mexico. More kind of rolling hills, steep hills and valleys, but a little greener too. We're getting there though. It's funny, when I sat back down too, I had V-Pilot Osidio asked, when you do a go-around, can you hear the people in the cabin groan? No. Usually the sound of the engines is pretty loud during a go-around. No. I've never had anyone really say anything bad about a go-around, and most the companies I've all worked at have had a no-fault go-around policy, which I think most airlines are getting into now, which is you will never be held in any way. You'll never be called out in any way for doing a go-around. You can be called out for not doing a go-around when you should have done one, but even if you made the wrong decision to do a go-around, you'll never be called out for doing a go-around. Most companies want an SMS report about doing a go-around just for statistical tracking purposes, but they will never come back and ask you, hey, why did you do this go-around? Companies want to encourage go-arounds because the go-around rate in the industry is actually ridiculously low. When you look at the data across the entire industry, something like 5 to 10% of all approaches are unstable, and yet only like less than 1% of approaches ever result in a go-around. So even though we've got all these stabilized approach criteria, and you know, we should be doing a go-around if we get below 1,000 feet, we're not stabilized. Most of the time, we don't do those go-arounds. We do. The pilots are like, it's not too far out of whack. I can get this back. It goes right back to that, you know, making tough calls sometimes. I have had a few people once in a while say something like, "Oh, what was going on with that go-around?" And I remember one time I told a passenger that, well, we had to go around because there was an airplane that was still on the runway ahead of us, and I got a giant eye roll. I'm like, well, what is it? And I can't remember what the guy said, but it's something to the effect of like, what is air traffic control doing? And I'm like, and I just think to myself, like, they're doing their best with the job they've got. That particular time, it was not a particularly pleasant day. The whole thing got kind of messed up. We ended up being vectored in onto final behind a business jet. It was winter. We were behind schedule. It was nighttime. It was winter, so we had icing conditions. So we basically, our minimum speed was up by 11 knots over what it normally would be, and we just, no matter what we did, we were slowed down back to that minimum speed, like 10 miles final, but we couldn't slow down anymore, and we kept on just catching up to this jet in front of us, and he was just like 2.5 miles, and again, it's one of those things where it's just it might be okay if everything goes well. So we continued, we broke out, we saw them in front of us land on the runway, and the runway was apparently not in great shape, and we saw them land, and then I saw them just slide across the runway one way and then the other, and I'm like, there's no way they're making that first exit. Like, it looks like they're having trouble just keeping it straight on the runway. There's no way they're going to hammer the brakes to try and make that first exit. And sure enough, they didn't make the first exit, and we had to do a go-around because they didn't. If they'd made the first exit, it probably would have worked out okay. But as soon as I saw that happening, you know, it's a bit of a slippery runway, a little bit of a crosswind. I saw them kind of slide one way and then the other. It's like, well, they're going to be more focused on maintaining directional control than slowing the airplane down quickly. I could see that go around coming before they called it. We initiated the go around pretty much simultaneously with the tower actually telling us to go around. And yeah, it's one of those cases where it was just the situation was not great. Perhaps there were some misjudgments made, but I think everyone tried to make the best of the situation that was in front of them, try to pull it together, and at the end of the day, it didn't work out. But I remember the guy, this one gentleman, he really he wanted to, I think he wanted to go and talk to somebody's manager and complain about the fact that we had to do a go around because somebody wasn't clear at the runway in front of us. And just, sometimes things happen. You just got to accept it. In aviation, you got to accept that sometimes things happen, things don't go your way, and you just got to roll with it, because if you can't, you're going to drive yourself insane in this business. Things go wrong all the time. If you get stressed about things when things go wrong, this is not the business for you. You just got to roll with it. And Acidio said, I'm okay with go-arounds. I'm personally not a fan of crashes while I'm flying. Yeah, I think that goes for most of us. Yeah, but yeah, it's not always easy to make some of those calls, though. You try and hope that things will work out, but you've always got to keep in mind that safety is paramount. If there's any doubt, you just don't do it. Somebody yesterday had to cut me off in the circuit in Monterey, and I was watching him like, maybe I'll catch up to them, maybe I won't. And then I was like, no, I'm not gonna make it there in time. I'm not gonna catch up in time. So whatever. We didn't. It was fine. I did a go around, did a circuit, came back, landed safely. That's the important part. And it's funny because when I've done like flights to events, I have done so many go arounds in the sim. I almost never end up doing a go around in the sim anytime except when we're having an event. And I've done so many go arounds for events, for airplanes not clearing the runway fast enough. And it's bad enough when you're doing a go around on a normal day, but like then you get into one of these situations where like there's 35 AI airplanes, other aircraft on VATSIM in your field of vision in P3D, and all of a sudden P3D starts grinding down to about 10 frames per second, 8 frames per second, because there's so many airplanes it's trying to draw on the screen at the same time. But it's funny how many times I've done those go-arounds in P3D going to events. I remember doing it at least once in Philadelphia, if not twice in Philadelphia. I think at least once in Chicago as well. Yeah. It's always interesting. Like, it's funny, like you can go a long time without doing go-arounds. I remember when I first worked at an airline, I didn't do a go-around on the line for 18 months. I did them in the sim. We do them in the sim training all the time, but a real world go-around, I didn't do one for 18 months when I first started that airline. And then I started doing a whole bunch of them. Then we started having bad weather days. We just started missing the approaches a whole bunch of times. But for 18 months, didn't have a single go-around. Prior to last month, when I had 2 go-arounds in the same month, I guess, or was that in March? It might have been 2 months ago now. But prior to that, I don't think I'd done a go-around on the line in at least a year or so. But then it's funny because, like, I remember when I started at the last company, I did my line and dock, and the line and dock was fine. And then the very first trip I took after line and dock, we had to do a go-around. The weather was below minimums. We went down to minimums, no lights, go-around. It's like it was the very first flight after, not the very first flight, but it was the very first, I think it was the first day, the end of the first day that I went out as a captain. And here we are doing a go-around already. And yet the other company, I didn't do a go-around for 18 months. You never know when they're going to crop up. You've always got to be ready for them. That's one of the philosophies that airlines try to teach, is they try to teach that go-arounds are the normal procedure and landings are the alternate procedure. It's a great philosophy to have. It's hard to put into practice because we almost never do go-arounds, except in the sim. But that's the mentality that they want you to have, is that the go-around, the normal approach procedure is to go down, do an approach to minimums, and then spool up the power and go around. And then the alternate procedure is to land and everything looks perfect. It's a great philosophy. I find it, and it's a great way to kind of try to look at the problem. I find, though, from a practical perspective, it doesn't work that well. I find I can't. We're all creatures of habit, first of all. So if 99 times out of 100 we land after doing an approach, that's the normal procedure, just by general human nature. Even no matter how many times you try to say the opposite should be true, that's just human nature. That's the normal procedure at this point. In this sim, I've done so few go-arounds. A landing is the normal procedure. It absolutely is. You know what I haven't done since I sat down was I haven't done a fuel check. So let's have a quick little look. Expected fuel on board minus 5.4. What? How have we burned so much excess fuel? We have a problem. Should have loaded more extra fuel, I guess. I have a real problem here. We are not going to have enough fuel to get to LAX according to this now. We've burned way too much gas somehow. Probably because we came down a little bit in altitude. Huh. Let's just check this against the flight plan as well here. So we're about to cross RSK at 5,400 kilos, because I do notice we have burned a lot of gas now. We don't have a whole lot left in the tank. So yeah, here's my flight plan anyways. RSK, where's RSK? Still have about an hour to go. Where is RSK here? Kokan, RSK and Kokan. Oh, you know what? This was me messing with it, wasn't it? That's why. Okay, let's look at... This is the actual flight plan. There it is, RSK, Rattlesnake. We're supposed to have 5.3 over Rattlesnake. Okay, no, we're almost bang on target for the fuel. So why is the expected fuel on board -5.5? We might have to go back up to 340 here, just to save some gas. Gonna waste some gas getting up there and take some time. Time is actually one thing we have a little bit of now, so let's do this. Let's go up to 340 again. Because, yeah, that's why we do fuel checks. But why does it say -5.5? So if I look down here, sorry, I'm just looking at my tablet here, but if you look at your MCTU here, it says -5.5 to get us to LAX. Expected fuel on board over LAX -5.5. Now, what are we burning per hour? Now, we just revved the engines up here. Burning 1,600 kilograms per hour. That's 32 in total. In 1 hour, we should have about 2,000 kilograms left, and in an hour, we're going to be on our descent to LA. No, I think we're going to be okay. I think there's something wrong with this calculation down here, this -5.5. Fuel prediction. Final fuel 0.9. Alternate, we don't have the alternate listed. Yeah, see, we're burning most of what we've got here. See, no, here it is. See, estimated fuel on board 2.1. So there's something just wrong with this progress page here. Okay, because that was the flight plan page here. Oh, there we go. Now it's fixed. Yeah, that was weird. Good thing I did a fuel check. Got to be a little careful sometimes. Alright, so we'll go back up to 340. We don't have as much of a headwind anymore. Time, we've got a little bit of time to spare now, so we'll see what it recalculates here for 340. But based on what I was seeing in SimBrief earlier too, and again, I can go to the end of the charts here, and it should show me upper air charts here. Flight level 300, 340, so let's see, we are, I think we're right about here now. One of these fixes around here. So we are kind of crossing right through the middle of this. The winds are just going to drop off pretty much from this point forward. So they're going to stay steady for about the next 20 minutes, and then they're going to start to die off again. So if we can make it at this wind velocity, we can make it the rest of the way. So yeah, we're going to do this. We are losing a little bit to the wind, but not too much, not too bad. So I think we're over New Mexico now. That's Colorado off to the left. It's definitely New Mexico off to the south, and Arizona up ahead, looking more desert-like as we go here. We're getting there, though. We got a little over an hour to go, so it's time to already start reviewing, I think, for the arrival. One interesting thing as well, I sat down here and somebody had sent me a message. Yeah, somebody had sent me a message in vPilot, and I thought that, of course, as always happens, ATC came online. ATC comes online 2 times. Either when I've left an airport already and I'm already on my way, they'll come on behind me, or they come on when I disappear. When I go AFK for half an hour or whatever, that's when it shows up. If you go back into my channel history here, if you go way back there, you'll see several seasons ago, I worked for Air Transat, and I did a couple of flights across the pond, back and forth to and from Europe. Like I went to and from Europe, I think 2 times, so 4 flights in total. And again, being such a long flight, I what am I trying to say here? Being such a long flight, like I obviously stepped out of the flight deck for quite a large portion of that time. The funny thing is that on some of those flights, that seemed to be the time that always ATC showed up, was when I was when I was stepped away, and then they'd show up for like half an hour, and then I'd be like online for half an hour and step away again. It was just it was a non-stop roller coaster ride of, oh, there's ATC, oh, there's not ATC. All right, there's Altstar. Let's get the power back a little bit here. Now we're bringing the fuel consumption back to about 2,200 per hour. Yeah, that should be enough fuel to make it. Actually, I was briefly contemplating a diversion to Las Vegas here, just looking at that fuel situation. But I think we're going to be fine on the fuel. But that's why we do fuel checks periodically too. There's 2 reasons why we do fuel checks. First is, of course, to make sure that the plan is going according to plan. So to make sure that we are burning roughly the approximate the amount of fuel we think we're gonna burn. Make sure we're not going over. And the other reason why you do periodic fuel checks, you're supposed to do them about, most airlines have a rule like once an hour, so you do a fuel check. The other reason is to make yourself aware of any potential fuel leak. So the thing about a fuel leak is oftentimes you're not going to see it until it becomes a bad situation. You don't want to get it to the point where it's a really bad situation before you declare that there's a fuel leak. You know, the FMS will give you a few predicted fuel at your destination. One of the important things to always know about these fuel predictions in the FMS is they're predicated on the fuel you took off with and the engine's fuel burn. So yeah, the FMS does not measure the amount of fuel in the tank. It may sync it at the start of a flight, but once a flight starts, the FMS will usually never check the actual level in the tank again. What it will do is it will keep its own internal running total based on the fuel consumption that's being reported by the engines. It's going to say we should therefore have this much fuel on board, and that's what its calculation is based on. If the number that you have in the tanks right now does not match, and I'm not sure if it's even properly listed in here, fuel on board, yeah, there it is. So if we go in here on the fuel prediction page here, it says 5.0 on board, and we've got 5.0 listed there. Now normally these two are not linked. This is the one that's in the FMS is separate from what's actually on the fuel tank gauge, and the reason why is, again, to check for fuel leaks. If the amount of fuel you have actually indicated in the tank is a lot less than what you're supposed to have based on what's been burned out of the engine so far, you might have a fuel leak. The other way to know as well is if there's a big imbalance developing. Most airplanes will usually get a small imbalance while they're flying, because usually these two engines do not run perfectly identically symmetrically, and even now you can see like their fuel burns are off a little bit from each other, and most of the time you will not get 2 engines that run perfectly symmetrically. Each engine is its own totally separate machine with its own FADEC. This one might have been replaced last year, this one might not have been replaced for 5 years, so this one might be a lot less efficient, might burn a little hotter, burn a little more gas to do the same thing because it's a little more worn out. You never know. So you usually get a little small fuel imbalance, but if you get a big fuel imbalance between one side and the other, you search for an explanation, and it could be that the explanation is that there's a leak. It could be that there's asymmetric fuel burn. You can see here we've got a little bit more fuel in the right tank than the left tank, and that makes sense for our situation here. Pardon me. Because this tank is this engine runs a little bit easier, burns a little bit less fuel than the left engine, so hence this one's burned a little more fuel, is a little bit less fuel. This imbalance makes sense, and it's really 50 kilos, 60 kilos after like 3 hours of flying, almost 4 hours of flying, is not that much. If you're getting, you know, a fuel imbalance on the order of 200 or 300 kilos every hour, something's not right, and it could be that some fuel is leaking out somewhere and not going into the engines, but it's just leaking away. So these are some of the things we've got to check for, especially on longer distance flying. You got to make sure you can't just sit here fat, dumb, and happy and hope that everything's going to turn out okay. You got to make sure you're always checking and cross-checking and that everything you see makes sense. So Nuclear Jet says, my fuel flow looks about the same as the 321 CEO, where does the Neo's fuel efficiency go? I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are supposed to be, but yeah, I'm running at 83% now, 84%-ish. I'm burning about 1150 per engine per hour. And this is at 340 now. I climb back up to 340. I burn a little extra fuel to get there, but I want to just ride the fuel efficiency a little longer, just to make sure we don't run out of gas before we get to LAX. I think we're going to be fine, but we're not going to have much contingency fuel left. I think that going down to 30 for most of the flight burned pretty much all of my extra fuel. So we're going to have the reserve fuel when we get there, which is about 1.9, and that's about it. Right now it's estimating 2. So we pretty much burned all of our extra fuel that we loaded to come down here, which is fine. You know, it's one of the reasons why you might load it, is to try and find better rides. Today we're all about trying to get there. We got about 1 hour to go here. Alright, so I think now is about the time when we want to think about setting up for our arrival here. So let's go to ATC menu here. Let's do a weather request for KLAX. Send that. Wait a moment, we should get a company message. Got about an hour to landing, which means we got probably about a half an hour until we start our descent. So yeah, now's a good time to start setting up. I didn't think I'd find anything to talk about until we start setting up for the arrival, but looks like we're doing a pretty good job of it here. Alright. Receive messages. Nope. Nothing from VATSIM yet. There it is, company message. Alright, so KLAX, winds are out of the west at 5 knots. We're going to be landing west, 8 miles visibility, probably hazy, 20,000 scattered, so don't see any precipitation or anything, just probably haze. 19 degrees, it's not even that warm for LA. 2998 on the altimeter. There we go. What I'm also going to do really quickly here is I have an ADIS app on my phone, which actually comes in quite handy sometimes. One nice thing is that all the major US airports release their ADIS in digital format that can even be accessed on the internet, and I wish Canada would do the same thing sometimes. So I just have to go into my ADIS app and search for LAX. And there we go. I've got the current LAX. Oh, that's terrible. Anywho, it's just reflecting nothing but the light from my camera. Actually, can I turn this light off? Doesn't really make too much of a difference. There we go. Even then, it's hard to see. But anyways, that's the ADIS for LAX. So let's just see their instrument approaches and RNAV, RNP approaches, runway 24 right and 25 left, or vector for visual approach will be provided. We're going to hope we get some ATC, but I'm not holding out hope at this point. I'll hold out hope, but I'm not going to depend on it. That's what I mean. So visual approaches. 3100 at flight level 300. Well, you're burning a lot more than... If you're burning 3100 an hour, you're burning a lot more than I am. I'm burning about 1100. I'm burning about 2300 an hour. 23 to 2400 an hour at 340. Hang gliding 1 mile south of Los Angeles via wire. Alright. There's a few closed taxiways, but otherwise it's looking pretty good. Let's pull up these charts here and have a little look-see. So as I recall, they usually like to land on the outer ones. 24, what did I say here? 24 right and 25 left. So let's fast forward to LAX here. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's taken us a while to do this one, that's for sure. This is going to be the longest flight I have done for a long time. We do need the Angel 4. That's us. And then I'm just going to go and get the airport info here and have a look at it, because I think that's what we're going to want to see here. 24 right. See, I believe from where we're arriving, kind of east, but also north a little bit, I believe we're going to do arrival on 24 right. So that's my plan. We're going to set up for an ILS to runway 24 right. There we go. So I'm going to bring up all the charts I need, and what I might do is just purge these old charts from JFK that I no longer need. And I might also throw up a parking bays chart as well. That'll be useful. Is LAX Tower online right now? I haven't even, honestly, I haven't even looked at VATSPy. Oh my gosh, yes they are. Ah, who knew? I just assumed. See, and this is why I keep all of you guys with me here, so that you can point out all the mistakes I'm making as I'm making them. Okay, he has the same thing anyways. 24 right, 25 left. You think 25 left, huh? I don't know LA that well. To me, that's going to be a hit or miss question. So I don't know. I've always seemed to get 2-4 right, but oh, okay. See the Angel 4 chart. Okay, what does it say? Oh yeah. Well, there you go. I guess reading the friggin' chart is a good philosophy here. Expect ILS or RNAV RNP runway 25 left approach. Okay. In that case, yeah, we're going to go with that, and we'll be ready to change it up if we have to. But okay, thank you. This is why I need a first officer, to point out all the mistakes the captain's making. In which case, we're going to pretty much stick with the plan as we've got here. So let's just do a couple of calculations first of all. Let's do the landing distance calculation here. All right, so landing. There's the information. All right, and airport elevation, I think it's like 250 feet or something, isn't it? 128. I was wrong. 128. 250 is close enough anyways. I'm going to put 0%. And length of the runway in meters. 25 left is 3382 meters. Overweight, no. Reverse thrust, no. Flaps full. We always do flaps full. I don't even have an approach speed, so I'm just going to put 135 for now. Calculate. And even low is like half the distance of this runway here. So I think we'll go with low for now, and I'll reserve my judgment to maybe upgrade that later. We'll go with low on that. I haven't done my performance calculations yet here. What did I say? 19 degrees in Los Angeles, right? Oops. 19 degrees. 2998. All right. Yeah, VAP 137. I was pretty darn close. Either way. Even at low, we're using 2217 meters. We might upgrade to medium. I'm going to have a look at the exit points here shortly. We're doing full flap, and for the approach, we're going to need barrel mins. Of 322. All right, so now we got our minimums. I already got it all programmed in. Those map things are suggestions. Do yourself. Next thing you're going to tell me that ATC instructions are just a suggestion as well. I'm going to go with the nuclear jet on this one and read the chart and go with what the chart says until I find something different. The other thing I need to do before we actually get into planning the approach itself is just determine an arrival gate. So let's see if I can find an arrival gate for American Flight 1. Alright, so American Flight 1 arrived 31 minutes ago at gate 42 Bravo. Alright, 42 Bravo. So let's have a quick look here for 42 Bravo. There it is, 42 Bravo. Actually landing on the south side is better. It's going to be a much smoother taxi into, looks like taxi lane Charlie 9 is going to be where we want to end up. Let's see here. On this long runway, 2,200 meters is going to put me about here. Medium braking will put me here. That's no reverse thrust though, so yeah, you know what? I think low braking will be fine, as long as I don't float too much down the runway. I think low braking will be fine for this one today. Save the passengers some whiplash today. We'll go with low braking. I plan to exit at either Hotel 7 or Hotel 9. Yeah, all right, so let's do that. And the one last thing, we've learned this from previous iterations of these adventures, of these flights. Read the NOTAMs first before we actually do the briefing, because the contents of the NOTAMs may affect the briefing. All right, so quick look here. This is LAX, right? No, this is still Kennedy. Kennedy. Destination, LAX. Okay, perfect. So November and Charlie 12 close. So Charlie 10, this is 12. This is Charlie 12, November. Okay, yep. Airport radio's unreliable. Autoland HUD to touchdown. Enhanced flight vision system touchdown. Helicopter altimeter. CAT ABCs not authorized. 25 left. Pappy's unserviceable. That probably won't happen in the sim. SIDS. Approach procedures. ILS. We're looking for 25 left. ILS 25 left. Procedure NA except for aircraft using approved. CAT 2 and 3 only though. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So I see nothing really. So okay, so the NOTAMs don't impact our operation at all today, so that's good. Okay, yeah. Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Ready.
He's quiet now. All right, we're going to start off with the Angel 4 arrival. Let's actually just go way down in here like this so we can compare the two. All right, so we are doing the Angel 4 arrival today into LAX. If I can get it to come back up here. No, I broke it. All right, 10-2, 24th of March of 2022. Notes, I'm not familiar with this airport, so radar, F1 DTIs, that's all fine. Los Angeles landing west, yep, that's us today. Expect 25 left unless otherwise signed by ATC, it's right there as well. Expect local area altimeter, reaching flight level 230, Carenado tools, no, it's not us, that's not us. Okay, perfect, so, flight plan. We're gonna join the arrival at De Niro, somewhere here, there it is, De Niro at 1825, and we're gonna go to Sellers, Sally, no, Flojo, sorry, Flojo, then Sally. Gleason's the first one at 280 knots between 24 and 30,000. And fly-by-wire just strikes right the middle of each one, which is good enough for me. 21.5 at Angel, that's fine, between 19 and 24. Kane above 17,000. Boyle above 14,000. Circus at 270 knots between 12 and 14, so it's got 13, and expect the ILS runway 25 left approach after that. And that's all there. Perfect. At Circus, we transition to the ILS to runway 25 left is the plan right now. I see the shadows shifting. We have another wind shift all of a sudden. Why is there this big disconnect here? Oh, this is too far right. That's why I'm looking at the wrong chart. That's why I don't see the right fixes. Two 5 left. All right, that's better. Yep. All right, so after Circus, we go to Crane. So I'm just going to remove this. Crane, Tarock, and we've also got the waypoints here, vertical profile. So Crane 10,000, Tarock 9,000, Dymo 8,000, Fueler 7,000, Gate at 5,000, Honda 3,600, and the final approach fix is GG. That's all in there. Beautiful. All right, so this is the ILS to runway 25 left in Los Angeles, 11-7, 7th of October 2021. Localizer, ILAX 1099, And let's just check. Nothing. Oh, man. Can I put this in here? ILAX. Is this going to recognize if I try to put this in here? No. What if I do 109? I had this happen before where it didn't. Oh, it did find ILX. ILAX. Good. Okay, good. 251 is the inbound course. That's fine. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. It should auto-tune itself anyways. It's one thing I don't like, but it's kind of a nice feature sometimes. All right, 1900 at GG we checked. ILS refer to minimums, so we've already got 304 barrels set. Touchdown zone's at 25 feet, and if I look over here... All right, let's see. If I look over here, yeah, our landing elevation's at 100 feet, so that looks good. MSAs around LAX north is the highest at 7,700 feet. We're going to be primarily actually in the east sector of 2,700 feet, so that's going to be fine. Missed approach, straight ahead 2,000 feet, 251 until we cross the Santa Monica VOR 160. It's not, yeah, 160 radial from Santa Monica, which is just past departure, and then it's a left turn heading 236, and then intercept the 195 radial outbound all the way to Ketley. And hold. Simultaneous approach is authorized. Simultaneous approach is authorized with KHHR. Hawthorne. VGSI ILS glide path not coincidence. Okay, the VGSI is supposedly off today anyways. MLSR, Pappy's left on 25 right, so just make sure we're looking at the right Pappies. And ALS-F2 operates as SSALR until weather goes below VFR. No other notes on the plans. A couple ball flag notes here. Circus at or above 12,000, at or below 14, and I believe that's the same as was on the Star. The Star had us at 13, so that's fine. Yeah, we need RVR 1800 or half mile for this approach. After landing on 25 left, it's going to be a convenient right turn off the runway. So as I said, we're targeting probably Hotel 7 or Hotel 9. There's a little note there, so I'll look for those notes there. We have to cross the inner runway 25 right, which is probably the departure runway, before we taxi either Bravo or Charlie up to Charlie 9 alley for 42 Bravo. And yeah, that's basically it. Just want to find out what those ball flag notes are there. So note number 2 and 5 and 3 are all kind of hanging out in the same area. So let's find airport info number 2, page 2 here. And we should hopefully find some ball flag notes here. Landing beyond threshold. And distance available. So those are just affecting the landing distance, but we got lots of landing distance available here, really. No, those are not the ball flags I'm looking for. So where are the ball flags I'm looking for here? Oh, here they are. 2 and 5 are the ones I'm really looking for. 2, simultaneous aircraft operations prohibited on Lima and Hotel 9 between 7 left and 25 right. Okay. 25 airplane off with wingspan greater than 155 feet. That's not us. 3 aircraft with wingspan with length greater than 240 feet. Again, not us. We're a short bus. All right. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And to do this. All right, so the weather is looking pretty sunny. We've got the ATIS operational. No MELs in the aircraft, and the NOTAMs do not affect performance. Fuel situation. Again, let's just keep on rechecking this. So it's showing 1.3 overhead now. This is showing 2 here, so I'm not sure which to believe at this point. Now it's showing 2 again. It seems a little bit more realistic based on the fuel we've got, based on the fuel burn we've got going on here. Our top of drop should be scrolling into view here soon. We got about 400, just a little under an hour to go. So yeah, we should be scrolling into view here on the 320 range here. There's De Niro anyway, so we'll start the Star in about 160 miles. I don't see a top of drop point in here yet, but we'll make a calculation here in a second. Any questions?
No questions.
All right. Yeah, let's make a little let's just make some calculations for our top of descent point here. So our first altitude constraint here is Gleason, 27,000 feet. It's not even that much of a descent from where we are, really. Top of descent, here we are. So target altitude is 27,000, and that only requires a 22-mile window to descend. So 22 miles before Gleason. If we're not seeing any kind of descent prompt on here, we'll get into it ourselves. That's basically it. So Gleason is how far away? Gleason is 38. So Gleason is still 30 minutes away till top of descent. So maybe I was a little early getting the briefing done, but I'd like to get it kind of done a little early just to make sure we're not kind of caught out at the last minute. We're getting there, though. A nuclear jet, how far behind us are you? Because I know I'm outpacing you now. I've got the good, probably got a good 20 miles on you now or something. It'll actually work out quite nicely when we get turned on final. I guess there's no approach controller at this point. There's no SoCal approach, so we will we could pick whatever runway we wanted. But yeah, we're gonna go with 25 knots. That'd be great if we had towers at both ends. Even if we didn't have en route ATC, just having towers at both ends, it's kind of a nice privilege. Something we don't see every single time, so it's kind of nice to have that. Let's see, what else did I see in the news? In the real world news, about 50 miles. Is it really 50 miles? I can't tell. VATSIM's got no scale to it, so I believe you. In the real world news, there's kind of some interesting discussions going on with Airbus now and their A321XLR. For anyone that's kind of keeping track of these things. So the A321XLR is Airbus's extra long-range A321 that has been launched, and the supposed range on this aircraft, and I'm going to explain why I use the word supposed in a moment, but the supposed range on this aircraft is going to be 4,700 miles. 4,700 miles. So that is a transatlantic aircraft, assuming you can get ETOPS certification, which I don't think Airbus is going to have too much trouble with these days. You can double click in VATSIM? Get out. Oh my god. Oh. I had no idea you could do that. How long have I been using this program and I did not know you could double click in VATSIM and get a ruler? Wow. I had no idea. The stuff you learn all the time. That is insane. There's always something to learn in this business. Crazy. Thank you for that. Wow. Yeah, so the A321XLR is it's Airbus's ultra long-range version of the A321. So what they're doing is they're trying to make it a little bit more efficient, but the biggest thing they're doing really is they're souping up the fuel tanks. They're increasing the fuel capacity of this aircraft substantially to give it like an 8-hour range. So it can do an 8 to 9 hour range. So it can do a 4,700 mile flight. Let's use that new tool I have just learned and determine where 4,700 miles would get us from New York's JFK. But yeah, 4,700 miles is a ridiculous range. 4,700 miles from New York is almost Dubai. It's let's say Istanbul anyways. You can get from Istanbul. You know, you can pretty much cover most of South America. You can get certainly down towards Rio de Janeiro, no problem. From New York going west, does that get you Hawaii nonstop? That gets you Hawaii nonstop from New York. So Simon Ska60, welcome. 4,700 miles. That is an incredible amount of range for a narrow-body airliner. The traditional Airbus A320 only has about a 2,500 mile range. So you're talking about almost doubling the range of the 320 family. And what this really does is this, again, this makes this into a long-range aircraft. What they are doing is they are trying to sell airlines skinny routes. It's a skinny airplane for a skinny route. By skinny route, I mean a route that does not have a whole lot of passenger capacity. So the hub and spoke model is still going to exist for a long time. But what airlines are trying to do nowadays, nobody wants to fly the ultra huge airplanes anymore. Everyone's more into let's do more direct service between different points. So rather than everybody competing on New York to London, they would much rather compete on like let's fly I don't know, let's fly like Charlotte over to Paris, or Charlotte over to, you know, it's like a secondary airport in Europe, like Charlotte over to like Barcelona or something. So we're trying to do like all these secondary markets instead of always having to hub and spoke through multiple airports to get to where you're going. Airlines are moving more and more away from that hub and spoke model and flying big, heavy airplanes across the pond with 300, 400 people in them to flying smaller airplanes that have maybe 200 people in them, but on more direct flights. And so the 321 XLR is trying to replace what used to be the skinny lady on long legs of aviation, the Boeing 757. For a long time, the Boeing 757 was kind of in a very unique market niche. It was a long-range airplane, but it wasn't a high-capacity airplane. It wasn't a 777. It wasn't a 330. It was a much lower capacity airplane, but you could fly direct routes with it, a long route though. It still had very long legs. You could fly a long way on it, but just it didn't have to necessarily carry all that many people in it. And so that's the target market that the A321 XLR is going for, is routes that used to be kind of the domain of the Boeing 757. The Boeing 757s are all nearing the end of their service life. They've been around for a long time now. Most of them, if they haven't been retired already, the airlines are looking at it. The airlines are looking at getting out of the 757 and getting into a replacement. And this is the thing about Airbus, is that Airbus is now gone from being the underdog, 30 years ago, to being the top dog. They are pushing out airplanes that are carving out market shares that are carving out more market share for themselves in the existing markets, but they're creating new markets that didn't really exist, or that haven't really, maybe they exist, but they haven't been filled for a long time. Boeing, I don't know when Boeing stopped the production of the 757. I could look it up, but it's been a while since Boeing last produced a 757, and they have nothing really going to replace it. Their skinny long hauler is the Dreamliner, which is still a bit big for a lot of routes. So Airbus is really kind of going down market. They're going for a really skinny route long hauler, so that they can pick up some of these really kind of like tertiary routes that you wouldn't normally associate with trying to cross the pond directly. Leaving somewhere like, I don't know, say Memphis to go to like Oslo or something. Just unusual kind of third-tier city combinations that you would not normally think of, instead of getting everyone to go through the hubs, which are getting more and more congested day by day, year by year. Nice, LA Center's on. So this is what the... are we already in LA Center? We are already in LA Center, so I guess I'll tune them up. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting. But that being said, now there's a rumor that EASA, who is the European regulator and is in charge of regulating Airbus and certifying Airbus's aircraft, is not happy with the proposed plan for the fuel tanks in the XLR. So the XLR may not get the full 4,700 mile range if Airbus can't put the tanks that they're proposing into it, and maybe the tank design ends up a little more constrained. Even so, even if they knock 10% off that range, that's still going to be a substantial range. Even 4,100, 4,200 miles is still a lot of range for an Airbus, for a narrow body airliner. And they'll be able to fly routes that just nobody's ever heard of before. They're not going to be competing on the New York to London routes. They're going to be competing on those secondary and tertiary routes, but it'll allow airlines to kind of break into this transatlantic market and fly routes that they might not otherwise fly. So it's an interesting conundrum. This guy's really quiet. I'm going to turn them up a little bit. Whoa. That was me trying to turn up the volume in the sim, and I don't like it too loud. Sounds really quiet to me, though. I don't know about you guys. But both these guys sound really quiet. So I'm going to have to turn this up a little bit here.
Hello, Center. Hello, Delta 8953 on the ground at Reed. Like to pick up IFR to Phoenix.
You guys just let me know if you can hear that okay. I've turned it up a little bit, but I had to turn up all the noise.
Center, American 3926 with you, flight level 290.
American 3926, squawk 7273.
Okay, that's about as loud as I can get it. Is that good enough for you guys? Or do you need me to still turn it up? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
American 49 Heavy with you, flight level 360.
American 49 Heavy, squawk 7111.
Squawking 7111, American 49 Heavy.
Los Angeles Center, good afternoon. American 1 with you, flight level 340.
American 207, squawk 7202.
7202, American 207.
Los Angeles, hello, American 1 at flight level 340.
60, descending 240.
Oscar Charlie number 208, squawk 7235.
Can't seem to get a word in.
35, Ocean 208.
That's what happens when he just opens up. Yeah, we keep trying.
Coordinate 018 Heavy, open, now maintaining 5000, VT.
American 49, turn on your transponder, please.
Roger that.
1464, turn off 250, descend, maintain 2000.
Left 250 down to 2000, 1464.
Bird wings 258, descend and maintain 5000, radar contact 6600.
Maintain 5000, Spirit 258.
Devil 464, expect the ILS runway 25 left approach.
ILS 25 left approach, we'll expect that. 1464.
Los Angeles Center, hello, American 1, flight level 340.
American 1, squawk 7165.
Squawk 7165, American 1.
Bird wings 258, expect ILS 24 right approach.
7165. We're just passing north of Kingman, Arizona. That's why I pulled up the chart. I wanted to see where we were.
Lieutenant 018, video now maintain flight level, maintain 5000.
Crane Air 18, heavy radar contact 5000, cloud and maintain, flight of 280.
I've got it cranked up so much, it's kind of distorting a little bit. But
Okay, aircraft that are en route, no need to reply. American 49, radar contact, flight level 360.
So what I'm going to try and do here.
Flight level 340, American 207, radar contact, flight level 300. Ocean 208, radar contact, flight level 320. And Delta 2345, radar contact descending out of flight level 210. American 3926, radar contact, flight level 290.
Alright, so what I've done is I've turned the sim down a little bit. That way I can turn up the levels on the stream here, and hopefully he'll come in without as much distortion now. Because it was starting to sound a little bit distorted there. Am I a bit quiet on frequency? That's weird. That's not all that weird though. I often...
26 descend with around is one arrival, current ATIS is Juliet.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Descend rounders 1 arrival, current ATIS is Juliet, American 3926.
It's so often, my audio hardware, the Windows defaults to a different device. It doesn't default to this headset.
You can descend via the,
no matter how many times I set it to be the default device, every time I unplug it, it forgets that this device ever exists.
Juliet, expect runway 26 left.
So now, thank you for that though. Now hopefully I'll come in a lot louder now.
64, turn left heading 230, the other field site.
We've got the field in sight, left 230, 1464.
1464, cleared visual.
Because there's a secondary mic built into my camera, but it's because of the distance between me and the camera, it's obviously a lot quieter. I don't use it. I wonder if there's a way to disable that microphone permanently, because I've never really found a need to use it.
Cocktail 1, Delta 2335.
2345, descend with the Cocktail 1 arrival, ATIS Juliet, runway 26 left.
26 left.
Alright, so we got De Niro coming up there, and then it's Gleason's the first fix. We only need about 20-25 miles to descend to Gleason.
For Delta 2345.
Thank you, American 445, be on my frequency.
There's LAX there, about just over 200 miles away. We're getting there.
The visual approach on 826 left.
3,600 fuel in the tanks. Still doing good on the fuel.
Listen, good morning, LS 749, flight level 360.
Yeah.
Alaska
Yeah.
749?
The problem is that when I was transmitting on ATC, it wasn't this mic that was transmitting to ATC. This is the mic. This mic is obviously working with the stream, but it was the mic that's built into the camera right here that was that was transmitting on vPilot to ATC. So that's why it sounded quiet. I realized that after I don't always check that setting, but if I change headsets, and this is trouble. Like I swapped this headset. This is a nice headset. I like to take this headset with me when I travel because it's a little more rugged than my other flimsy headset. But it's a nice headset for streaming as well because it's.
American 1, descending to Angel 4 arrival. Expect runway 25 left. Information is Juliet.
All right, we have information. Juliet descend via the Angel 4 arrival for 25 left. American 1. You think 1 would be an easy number to remember, but it just sounds too short. All right, so we're cleared to descend via. What was it? 10,000 was the last altitude.
7227, April 19.
Irving 258, 10 miles from Kobe, maintain 2,500 until established on the low flies, clear down to number 24 right approach.
It's funny because there is no real bottom altitude on this star. Just even the last fix, it's a range, but we'll go with 12,000, I guess.
American 445, you on my frequency?
12. All right, so we got 12,000 feet set. We're not going to start down until we get close to police in there.
445, climbing flight level 250 to flight level 350.
See, that's 11 miles. That's 31 miles. So when we get about 15 back from Sally, that's when we start down. 15 back from Sally. So we still got a little ways to go here. Sally's barely even appearing on our scopes here yet, but we'll get there.
Delta 2345, expect the RNAV runway 26 left approach.
Made the desert bloom.
Delta 2345.
Little tiny airport down there, it looks like it.
Radar contact, flight level 360. JetBlue 19, radar contact 10 miles south of Page, flight level 360.
And is that the Grand Canyon up there? That's the Hoover Dam right there, I think?
American 207, descending to Angel 4 arrival, expect runway 25 left, 8 is Juliet.
American 207, descend by Angel 4, expect 25 left, we have Juliet.
Runway 258, the heading was 220, you're too shallow.
All right, we're getting there.
258, are you going direct Kobe?
Yeah, range 58.
It's kind of fun to just sit back and listen to the ATC. It still never fails to blow me away how many people are flying in the US ARTCCs on VATSIM at any point in time. Like this LA Center guy, he's just got a whole fistful of people. He just showed up and he's already got a whole fistful of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Would you like the RNAV runway 26 left bridge?
12 different 12 different aircraft here. He's got Las Vegas. He's got about 4 inbound to Las Vegas at the same time here, and it's got about 4 inbound to LAX as well. So just amazing how quickly quickly these guys get a busy frequency. In Canada, you almost never get that many people on your frequency. Maybe I'm just locking in the wrong times. I don't know, but I swear I never get those. I very rarely just log in and there's more than a dozen aircraft already in my airspace. I usually have to lure them in with like sitting there for a half an hour to an hour. But anyways, as far as ATC streaming goes, by the way, for anybody who's looking for something to do tomorrow, Vancouver's having an event in the afternoon called Townsville. I'm going to hopefully be participating in that, and I'll probably be online on Vancouver Center a little bit before that, so I hope to see you guys there. If anybody's around, I'll probably live stream at least part of it. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any promises yet because I'm sort of still just figuring out where I'm going to be working. I was told it's going to work Vancouver Tower, which if there's a ground controller online, the tower itself is kind of a bit of a quiet position depending on how busy it gets. So I may or may not live stream that just because there may not be a whole lot going on. But it's just kind of nice to participate in events too. I haven't it's so seldom that events work with my schedule. It always seems to be, I always seem to be in the opposite schedule of everybody else. So it's nice when I can actually get an event that's actually going to fit with my schedule. We're on our way to Sellers. Yeah, and then it quieted right down. He got established. All these guys are en route. He's got them all organized. Great. P3D never looked like this looking out the window. I say that though. I said it before, I'll say it again. P3D never looked like this just looking out the window. It's such a fantastic view out the window here. Can I hide my Navigraph charts completely behind there? Haha. Hiding my Navigraph charts behind the overlay. So close. Well, I was also worried, I'll say this at the beginning, I was worried about managing to squeeze this whole thing in within the school day. Because that's basically kind of was my restriction on both ends. Drop them off and pick them up. It's not a bad thing, but usually I don't have to work so hard to squeeze a flight into that gap. Today was just a squeeze. Get it all in there, but we managed to get this flight done, and it looks like we're going to make it with a good, I'm going to make it with a good 20 minutes to spare or so, which is good. Quieted right down. He must have been just getting all up to speed when I switched onto his frequency, because it sounds like everything's quieted down now. Probably don't need the lights anymore. Kill those lights. It's daytime. We needed a little bit leaving to New York because it was so kind of misty and gray and dark and dreary, but it looks like it's going to be a nice day in LA. Bring your bathing suit, go swim in the hotel pool, all right? Alright, what are we doing for speed now? We got 475 true, grounding 457. We only got 165 miles to go. Nice. LA should be scrolling into view here shortly. There we go. Now we got zoomed in enough there. We can see the waypoint. Sellers, Flojo. So Gleason's that first altitude restriction, about 20 miles back from Sally. We'll have to start down. Just wide open desert out here.
Delta 2345 cross Bourbon at Delta 2345 cross Bourbon at 8,000, cleared on nav, runway 26 left approach.
Bourbon at 8,000, Delta 2345.
American 3926 cross Bourbon at 8,000, cleared on nav, runway 26 left approach.
Cross Bourbon at 8,000, cleared for our nav 26 left approach.
Anyways, just enjoying the view before we start down. We have to start getting busy here again.
American 445 cross Scully at flight level 250.
A lot of American flights out here today. Seems to be a popular airline. Like half the airplanes this guy's controlling are Americans. American. He's got a Korean, a JetBlue, and Alaska. I don't even know what OCN is. What's OCN? It's a Delta. I don't even know what OCN is. A lot of Americans today, though. Popular airline. feel like this would be a good enough day by itself. If this was on my roster, this would be like a whole day by itself, just going New York to LA. It's a 6-hour flight right there. I mean, that's lots of credit right there. Interesting question came up the other day. Somebody asked it. I think they asked it in a YouTube comment, but I thought it was an interesting question. Given the news these days, and there's so much in the news these days about all the delays at the airport waiting for customs and offloading and everything, and so someone asked me, does the crew get paid when there's a customs hold and everyone's waiting on the airplane? And the short answer is usually not. The way crew pay is calculated for both pilots and flight attendants is it is only calculated based on the time that you are, quote, in flight. So a flight begins when an aircraft releases its brakes to leave the gate, intending to go takeoff, and ends when you set the brakes at the next gate at engine shutdown. So it depends primarily on where the waiting occurs. If you're waiting out on the tarmac somewhere, if you're parked away from the terminal because the gates are all full, then the crew's still getting paid for that. But if you pull up to the gate and then set the brakes, shut off the engines, they open the door and say, "Yep, we got to wait 2 hours for customs because the hull is full and you're the 7th airplane that has to offload." Nobody's getting paid for that 7 hours, or nobody's getting paid for that 2 hours that you're waiting once you're at the gate. So, yeah, it was an interesting question. I'll just say this: like most of the time, none of those crews. None of those crews want to wait on the airplane with you. And it's not that they don't like their passengers, it's that when you get to the destination, you're either going to a hotel or you're going home. Nobody wants to sit there on the airplane with either. Like the crews are just as unhappy about sitting and waiting on the airplanes. But I believe that is going to be the future of air travel this summer. I think air travel is going to be a bit of a nightmare this summer for those of you that are willing to brave it after years and years of having no travel. It's not a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing of going back to traveling again. But there's so much pent-up demand, and so many people got laid off and didn't come back to work that a lot of the positions are not fully staffed. This goes right through the airline.
Air Force One Heavy, Carenado, you're climbing out of 1,100 all the way up to 5,000.
Really, Air Force One?
Air Force One Heavy, radar contact 1,400, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Up to flight level 330, Air Force One Heavy.
Yeah, airlines, the gate agents and dispatching staff and pilots and flight attendants as well, and ramp crew and everybody, they're all understaffed. They're trying to hire quickly, but there's not enough people out there who want to come and do these jobs, let alone the fact that the training periods on them, a lot of them are like a half an hour, are like some of them are definitely a couple of weeks of training before you can get on your own, and that's a best case scenario. It's something that everyone has to deal with, and customs is the same way. They laid off a bunch of people, first of all, and then they also and then they also have to do twice as much work, more than twice as much work. They have to do about 5 times as much work for each passenger that comes through customs now as they did before. Before, they were mostly concerned with smuggling and making sure people are paying taxes and not bringing anything that's illegal into the country. Maybe their immigration status is correct, but now, on top of all those things, now they also have to worry about public health measures. So things like checking your COVID test, your vaccine passport, quarantine requirements, all those things. It's taking at least 4 or 5 times as long as it used to per passenger, which is why the lines are ridiculous, because people have not been, all the border agencies have not been hiring that much, because the feeling is that this is all still temporary, and at some point we're going to go back to quote-unquote normal. We're going to have a...
American 1, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 25 left approach.
Okay, we'll plan the RNAV Zulu 25 left American 1. Alright, we're going to have to set that up in a second. Give me a second there. Alright.
American 207, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 25 left approach.
RNAV Zulu 25 left, American 207.
Delta 2345, wind is 0103.
Alright, 1 second, we're going to set this up. Just posting quickly onto my YouTube channel, just lure in a few viewers for this arrival process here, and let's go ahead and start down. Alright, so there's an open descent going on now, and let's go ahead and let's pop in the RNAV Zulu. Now that we've briefed the ILS, now we're going to get the RNAV Zulu. Alright, so let's see. I don't know if I trust the RNAV Zulu in this thing, to be honest. Let's just see if there's any difference between the plates here, between the routings.
We have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
It's still the same waypoints. Could you just fly without a glide path? I'm going to ask if we can do the ILS, just because I don't trust the glide path on this airplane. And frankly, it's been a long flight. I don't want to mess it up. And Los Angeles American 1. Any chance we can do the ILS to runway 25 left today?
Okay, expect ILS 25 left approach.
Thank you very much. I just don't trust the VNAV in this airplane to be particularly reliable. Sometimes it seems to work, sometimes it doesn't. I don't want to be messing with it. After a 5-hour flight, I just want, almost 6-hour flight, I just want to end. Did Air Force One ease my... Yeah, he was way overmodulated, wasn't he? And again, I've had to turn up the levels, and I'm not sure why. I think it's more that the background of the sim is so loud that I've turned down the...
Missed that approach. I'm going to have to go around.
I've turned down that audio more.
2345, roger. Fly heading at 250. Climb and maintain 7,000.
Yeah, did we meet the Gleason restriction here? What was the Gleason restriction? Was it 28 or 27? Gleason was 300 to 240. Oh yeah, we met it. However, they want 280 knots at Gleason, so we got to start slowing up here. If I do this, will it manage it correctly? Yeah, it manages it correctly. So let's go back into manage speed. Now that we're in the descent, we're going to get the power back, and we're going to fly the appropriate speeds. The moment he said Air Force One, you knew it would be trouble. Yeah, I kind of suspected that. One way or another, it was going to be trouble. Yeah, I kind of suspected that. And then this aircraft does not have a descent check, right? This aircraft is straight into a... What does that have a descent check? Yeah, descent check passing 10,000. Lights on. That's basically all it is. Yeah, so that's fine. Descent check passing 10,000, which is basically kind of an approach check, and then just normal after that. All right, so we're on our way down. You can see now the LA basin is spread out in front of us. We got about 80 miles to go to the far end of the basin. But there we go. We are on our descent at long last. Whew. It looks like mostly a sunny day. It looks like a little bit of kind of cloud hanging out just along the shoreline itself there, but overall looks like a nice day here in LA. And we got this done. Another leg of a pilot's life. This one's going to earn me a fair bit of cash. 5 to 6 hours, and I'm making a good amount of coin now. I forget what I'm making here in this one here. No, I can't look anymore because it's over here on my dashboard, and I'm not allowed to look at it. But we'll just check it out when we get there. But yeah, this would be a pretty lucrative flight in and of itself. And then after this, we got to go back to DFW. That's not too bad. I think it's about a 3-hour flight again. So it'll definitely be much more reasonable. I might even do that next week is going to be a write-off for me, but the week after I am fair available, so I may even try to do an evening flight that following week. Again, pretty much for the rest of the month, weekends are out. It's weekdays for me, so maybe I'll try to do an evening to try and grab as many of you guys as possible and get this group flight going on here.
Los Angeles Center, November 268, Quebec.
But stick to the Discord because I will post the my plans in there.
At, Santa Monica.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Los Angeles Center, November 268, Quebec is at the General Aviation with information.
Okay, there goes Angel.
Juliet.
240. Next is Kane, about 17,000 below before. Next one is based in Circus between 14 and 12.
Yeah.
Alright, go taxi on me 21, altimeter is 2999.
Okay, taxi to 21, altimeter 2999.
Delta 2345, turn left heading 070.
I think that's Ontario right down there, right? That's our alternate. Is that Ontario? Let's just check here. Airports. Nope, that's not Ontario yet. Ontario is still up ahead here, somewhere right about there.
Delta
Now we're starting to get into a dense...
Vectors for the ILS runway 25 left, 26 left approach.
Yeah, starting to get into a dense urban area again here, so now my frame rate's starting to struggle again a little bit. There's going to be a bunch of airplanes on the ground in LAX.
Correction, cross circus at 14,000 and cleared ILS runway 25 left approach.
Cross circus at 14,000 and then cleared the ILS 25 left, American 1.
American 445, lead my airspace. Fortunately, no further ATC available. Change advisory. Good day.
From advisory, American 445, thank you.
One day I'll visit LA. Actually, I've been to LA once, long ago, but we really didn't spend any time there. We actually flew into LA and then drove down to San Diego. We really didn't spend any time in LA. Well, it'd be a fun place to visit, I think.
New Zealand 10, turn on your transponder, please. I can't see you.
Can't see if you don't turn the transponder on.
Turn on your transponder.
At least this guy's taking it in stride. He's trying not to get mad about the whole thing.
208 is on the ground, but unfortunately my aircraft has set a brake that I can't release. So I'm logging off. Thank you for your service. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye. Air New Zealand 1010, heavy radar contact 4,000, climb maintain, flight over 300.
Climb maintain for the 300, New Zealand 1010.
I think it's gonna was planned to cross circus a little higher or a little lower.
Descend with the Sizzler 4 arrival, expect room at 31 left, altimeter is T988.
Well, descend by the Sizzler 4 and now expect okay,
the more places I fly to, the more different ATC sectors I want to learn too, but it's like there's only so much you can realistically actually do as a human being. I think I've reached my limit with all the Canadian sectors. Tacking on I would love to learn some of these American sectors, but I think tacking them on at this point is just too much for my brain. I would never be able to control enough of them to really feel comfortable with the current. Is there a speed restriction at Circus? It's 270.
What was the reason for the go-round?
The autopilot turned around pretty quick, and I lost the constraint.
Okay. American 207, cross circus at 14, at or below 14,000, cleared for the RNAV runway 25 left approach.
Alright, transition set 2998. Transition set 2998. No, he never knows. That's Ontario down there, so that's our alternate right there. I'd say it's pretty VMC at this point. We'll definitely make it there if we have to. Still got $3 grand in the tanks. I was worried about the fuel, but I think but obviously I was being overly paranoid. We're fine.
American 207, cross circus at or below 14,000, cleared for the RNAV runway 25 left approach.
We should get the tower frequency ready to go here, 2095.
Hi, Senator. Good day. WestJet 1402. This is my level V90.
WestJet 1402. Good day. Squawk 7372.
All right. Hopefully this is going to drag us back here shortly.
7372 for WestJet 1402.
What's going on in the back of that airplane? It's another party airplane. Canadians and their party airplanes, apparently. All right, so Circus is 270 knots. And then does the actual ILS have any speed restrictions on it, or we can fly whatever speed we want? I don't see... Max 270 knots at Circus is the only thing I see. That's it.
WestJet 1402, radar contact, flight over 390.
I love how there's no bridge. The highway just ends at the lake here. The algorithm's still not perfect. Still needs some work.
1,000 to go.
Oh, we passed for Circus already here.
Los Angeles Center, November 268, Quebec is holding short of runway 21 at Santa Monica.
Oh, I thought we were going to manage descent, but we were going to open descent the whole time. That's why. All right. terrain is supposed to be 10,000, so let's see if we can arm the approach at this point. Nope, it won't even arm for us yet. So I thought we were in managed descent, but we were not. We were in open descent. So now we're a little bit behind the 8 ball here.
Jet 1402, radar contact, flight over 390. Pilot's discretion, descend with the Bruiser 1 arrival. Jet 1402.
So we're supposed to be at 10,000, so we're 3,000 feet high.
Jet 1402.
What we can do is we can just pick up that speed just a little bit. And get us a little.
Go ahead. Radar contact, pilot's discretion, descend with the Bruiser 1 arrival. Pilot's discretion.
Gives us a bit of a burst in our descent.
Bruiser 2 at pilot's discretion, west of 1402.
1.
I did put in my arrival data, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did that. What I thought.
Los Angeles Center, November 268, Quebec is holding short runway 21 at Santa Monica.
268 Quebec, I don't see you at Santa Monica anymore.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm kind of dealing with internet issues. Looks live to me at the moment. I'll stand by until I show up.
Yep. Walk 1141, yep. Radar contact 3,500.
All right. So we botched that arrival a little bit, but hopefully we can recover. Now we got to get the speed back to 250, unfortunately.
Number 81 Quebec, sorry, call sign 268 Quebec. Log off, log back in, might fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Walk 1141, climb unrestricted.
Fueler's supposed to be 7,000, so we're still about 3,000 feet high and not getting it back fast enough here.
Descend via the Lucky 1 arrival, expect runway 27, and your current height is...
Descent checklist.
San Diego is information X-ray.
Stand by the Lucky 1 for runway 27.
Descent checklist.
Zebra 19, pilot's discussion, descend via the Lucky 1 arrival, information X-ray, landing 27. 27 road X-ray at pilot's discussion, descend via the Lucky 1, Zebra 19. Delta 2345,
yep, that is on.
left heading 290, intercept runway 26 left localizer, and descend and maintain 5,000.
1,000 to go.
290, 5,000, Delta 2345.
Yep, intercept the localizer.
Yes, intercept localizer 26 left, Delta 2345.
Delta 710, are you going to Clipper?
Direct to Clipper, done.
All right, 5,000. If we get 5,000 by gate, we'll probably be okay. Otherwise, we're going to be a little bit messed up here. We're going a little bit too high and a little bit too fast. Yeah, lose 2,700 feet in the next 5 miles. I don't think we're going to quite do that, but we're going to come close.
Checked.
Shoot. We were too high at circus. We had most of it planned out well, but we weren't managed descent mode, which did not help anybody. Okay, we're only going to be about 1,000 feet high, so that's not too bad. We bleed off some speed and start getting some flaps and gear down. Slow back to 220 here. We're a little bit high, but there we go. Arm the approach. There's Lokestar.
45, 5 miles from Shand. Cleared ILS runway 26 left approach.
There's Loke.
Checked.
Delta 2345, you're cleared ILS runway 26 left approach.
Flaps 1.
Clear for 26
Speed
left.
checked.
Delta
Flaps 1.
2345.
Gear down.
Gear down.
Glide slope star.
Checked.
Alright, so it's slowly closing the glide slope. I think we're going to pull this out, but we ended up a little bit too high on that one. Oh, shoot. Yeah, so the speed's just starting to bleed off now as we're just starting to catch the glide slope as well. I can see the airport. If I can get flap 2 out here in a moment,
Check
this should
speed.
work. Just a second. That was an actual call. Flaps 2. Flaps 2.
Speed checked.
Flight center, hello, Delta 1869, flight level 310.
Delta 1869, Roger, and you can descend past discussion via the cocktail 1 arrival. The current date is Juliet, expect number 26 left.
Okay, descend, pouch, strict discretion, cocktail 1 arrival, and you said 26 left. We'll expect that. Delta
2,000.
Yep, radar altimeter alive.
Correct, and expand, pick up the 80 from run, please.
Alright, speed brake's closed.
We have Juliet, also Delta 1869, thanks.
Thank you. American 1, contact tower, good day.
LA Center, good status is FedEx footage out of LA.
Over to the tower, American 1, see ya.
Tower, have a good flight.
Over to tower, American 1, see ya. Flaps 3.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
LA tower, get a American 1 on the ILS runway 25 left.
American 1, Los Angeles Tower 1260 at 7. Traffic is currently with Gulfstream rolling down the runway. Shouldn't be a factor. Runway 25 left. Where's land?
25 left, clear to land, thanks, American 1. Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
135, right? 134. Landing checklist.
Flight 2, contact Los Angeles Center 135.55. Have a safe flight.
Advised.
35.55, thank you very much. Good day, Flux 52.
Speed.
Auto brake.
Low.
ECAM memo.
Landing, no blue.
Landing checklist complete.
Nothing left to do but land.
1,000.
Ooh, I was sweating a little bit there though. We were so high and just struggling to get down. Some of these airplanes are so slippery, they do not want to go down and slow down. It's one or the other. Hazy day in LA. Even as you go flying over all these neighborhoods, it looks so good. Did I never put my video back on? Too bad.
Checked.
Here. Didn't even realize I hadn't put the video back on, but now I'm just going to focus on what I'm doing. It's a little bit late.
500.
Stable. Autopilot off.
Checked.
400. 100 above. 300.
Checked.
Minimum 200.
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Spoilers.
American 1, welcome to the beautiful city of Los Angeles. Tell me where you're going into the ramp at today.
42 Bravo, I think it was Charlie 9 entry.
Roger, you want to go down in
70
Hotel 8. Should be able to get you off and we'll cross you at Juliet.
Alright, sorry, I don't have the chart open. We'll take the next exit and we'll hold short at Juliet.
That'll work.
And ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated where your seat is securely fastened until the captain turns off the
Too much detail at this airport here.
indicating that we have reached the gate. Please be careful when opening the overhead bins as items do tend to shift during flight. You may now use your portable electronic devices if they are within reach. If you're continuing on to another Sterling
American 1, make this easy on you. Hotel, right on Juliet. Cross runway 25 right. Right on Bravo, left on Charlie 9, right into the ramp.
Okay, we'll taxi Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right, Bravo, Charlie 9 into the ramp. American 1, thanks.
Until the end of the deplaning process, and this will allow the ground crew to better assist you.
Alright, so what do we get off at? We got it off at Hotel 7. That's good enough. Okay, so this should be Juliet coming up here on the right, then it's a right on Bravo on the far side. Okay. If I disarm the ground spoilers, that triggers the after landing flow. So this is Juliet. There it is. We are cleared across runway 25 right. Strobes are still on for now. Nope, he turned them off. Turn them on, buddy. We're crossing the runway. I'm going to have to start turning down some of the detail in the sim as I'm getting more and more things installed in the sim. It's starting to penalize my performance more and more, especially during landing, when you kind of need good flowing performance. Most of the time the sim is okay, and then you just get to landing and it just sort of all goes to crud, especially after flying for 5 hours and loading and unloading scenery for 5 hours. The sim just needs a little reboot here. Alright, so I'm pretty sure Bravo's the first taxiway, right? Yeah, Bravo's the first taxiway. Charlie's the second one there, so right turn here on Bravo, looking for lane Charlie 9 into the gate. Alright, clear of all runways and taxiways. Strobes off. Maybe I'll see you landing. Is that you there on final? Don't type if you're landing. Yeah, you get into some of these heavy urban areas, Los Angeles, New York, and boy, the performance just goes just abysmal because there's so many objects, especially even outside the airport. There's so many buildings being drawn and everything. We're back to P3D days sometimes. Nice. Alright, so Charlie 9. Oh, this is Charlie 9 already. And somebody might be parked on my gate. Whoa, that guy's really moving. Alright, start the APU.
Alright, American 207.02, contact.
American 207, Los Angeles Tower. Winds 260 at 7, runway 25 up, clear to land.
Contact, clear to land, American 207.
Okay, one more time I gotta pull up the charts here because I gotta see. It's one of the gates here on the left, but I don't know which one. There's my parking chart here. Yeah, I know there's a van driving through me. Oh, good. He logged off anyway, so. Yeah, 42 Bravo is after the terminal narrows.
Southwest 2789 Los Angeles Tower. Runway
That's 46 Charlie. I think he is parked on 42 Bravo. No, he might. No, 42 Bravo's a little bit deeper in the alley. Okay, he was close. All right, looks like the APU's up and running. Say marshalers in sight. Taxi light off. He's just hovering above the gate there. Oh, you gotta suspend your disbelief sometimes, yeah. Second last gate here, so this I believe should be 40. Oh. Nope. That was 42 Bravo right there. Oh, easy there, engine. Just gave it a little bit of power. I'm used to thrust levers in my airplane. I gave this one a little bit, and she just went absolutely insane. Would be nice if we had a marshaller. Would be nice if I could see what I was doing too. There's a lot of woulda couldas, and there you are landing in the background.
American 207, welcome to Los Angeles. Exit runway right when able. Tell me where you're going into the ramp at, sir.
American 207, stand by.
Right turn, right turn.
Southwest 27.
Charlie 9 if you want to park on the same alley as me.
You ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Southwest 27.
All right, parking brakes off.
Bell rate, wind 260 at 7.
Seatbelts off.
Runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
And the APU's on, so we can go engines off.
American 207, exit Hotel 7 going to 40.
After landing checklist.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Spoilers.
Disarmed.
APU.
Start.
Radar.
American
Off.
207, continuing hotel, right on Juliet. Left on
Off.
Charlie 10. It'll pull you right into your gate.
After landing checklist complete.
Roger, can you taxi Hotel Juliet left on Charlie?
Parking checklist.
American 207, that's right on Juliet. Cross runway 25 right. Right on
APU
Bravo,
on.
and then left into Charlie 10.
Juliet,
parking
cross
checklist.
runway 25 right, Bravo.
Let's start again.
On Charlie 10, American 207.
There you go.
Okay, it didn't like me there. Parking checklist.
APU bleed.
On.
Engines.
Off.
Seatbelts.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Set. Nav logo on.
2789, contact Los Angeles Center, 135.55.
Off.
Parking brake and checklist.
On and in.
Parking checklist complete.
Alright, open the door, and we are here. We're done. Nice. Alright. That approach is a little bit sketchy. I'm going to blame that a little bit on fatigue after that long being at the wheel. But, yeah, there we go. So, next up, we're going to do, eventually, Los Angeles back to DFW, and then we got a couple of turns from there. After that, we're going to do a LaGuardia turn. Actually, no, LaGuardia over to Miami back to Dallas. Then a Burbank turn and a St. Louis turn. So, we got a couple of flights still to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd say 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 flights still to go. So we still got a lot of flights to go here before we can start on Season 2. But it's a good little chance just to sort of still try this out. I'm looking forward to the 737. I'm going to have to probably turn down my performance settings a little bit because at airports like this, it goes crazy. The sim does not want to keep up with me at all. That's unfortunate, but what can you do? But anyways, I think that's enough for me today, guys. Yeah, the original American one. Yeah, it might have been him in the United Colors now. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Actually, hold on, let me do this. There you are. I totally forgot to put myself back on after I took those external shots again. But thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. I had a lot of fun. It was a long slog. I'm glad that none of the other flights we're going to fly are going to be this long because that was a lot. But nevertheless, it was tons of fun. And I hope you guys will join me again for the next one. It's going to be probably about a week and a half before we get the next one in. Tomorrow there might be an ATC stream. I don't know for sure 100%. We'll see what we'll see how the day plays out. But in the meantime, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you had fun. Hope you learned something. And we'll catch you guys all out there on the VATSIM network real soon. Take care, everybody.
2763.